Buckle up. Big changes are coming to the NLC grassroots system, and here is a full rundown of what is coming. The Northern League Championship, commonly known as the NLC, covers the northern part of European League of Legends and feeds into the prestigious EMEA Masters tournament system. The NLC combines Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Malta, Ireland, and the United Kingdom into one ecosystem. And now, the grassroots scene is getting a revamp. Today, the NLC consists of 4 divisions. Moving forwards, divisions 3 and 4 are dissolved and will move back into a national system spread out over the 5 sub-regions of Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and the United Kingdom and Ireland. Fear not, Iceland and Malta, you're not forgotten. Players from these 2 countries can freely roam as residents in all 5 sub-regions. Each sub-region will be operated by a trusted local tournament organizer. Maybe you recognize any familiar faces. National competition is a part of our region's roots, and now it's back to revive the spark and thrill of national rivalries that we used to love. Hold on though, that's not all. In addition to the national leagues, a brand new NLC ladder will see the light of day. On the NLC ladder, teams can join at any point during the split and compete. By challenging other teams to a match and winning, teams can rack up points and climb the leaderboard, taking all of the best parts of your ranked ladder experience with your team straight into the NLC ecosystem. Look out for more information about the ladder system later this year. Now onto the part that all sub-regional teams are fighting to reach, the NLC Regional Promotional Series. The NLC RPS is an interface between NLC Division 2, as we know it, and the new national leagues. At the end of each split, each national league sends 2 champions to the NLC RPS. The national leagues will be joined by the 2 bottom teams from the NLC Division 2, as well as the top 2 teams of the NLC ladder. Come out as one of the 2 winners and your team has secured a spot in the NLC Division 2 for the coming split. The rest will return to their respective national leagues. With all of these new implementations, the competitive year will be divided into 3 splits for our sub-regions: spring, summer, and autumn. The NLC Divisions 1 and 2 will continue as we know it, with the spring and summer split. While the national leagues will play in spring alongside the Aurora Cup in autumn, the NLC ladder will be active for all 3 splits. Due to the imbalance, the NLC RPS will only run for the spring and autumn splits, meaning the NLC ladder summer split won't allow entrance. We hope you like what you saw and are eager to learn more about the coming months. The NLC grassroots system kicks off in autumn 2023, so get your squad together and prepare for the national leagues. We'll see you on the Rift.
Great reminder coming in of the system that we do find ourselves in. Welcome everybody back to the NLC RPS, as articulated by Hipbrain there. I am Brackish Brit, joined by Tebs today for the first half of today's games. And, well, Tebs, a lot happened in Group A on day number 1. I'm not going to harp on about a certain UKEL team for too long. Well, no, you know what? I'll spare you it. If anyone's been on Twitter, you might have seen Metalcop post a little thing. Glorious little piece of content there. But everyone else is here too, Tebs.
Yeah, and everyone else is being with the 1-1 scoreline, with the exception of BO1, who will be starting off against Rounds GG tonight. But as you said, it's been a whole lot of fun, this group so far. And I hope those games are going to be fun today, as well as we're seeing them step on the Rift once again. And as I'm going through the teams, there isn't a lot of, I didn't find a single time, at least for the 4 teams I am covering, that they would have run the same champion twice. So a lot of diversity in these games and a lot of chaos. That's what we had, and that's what we're probably going to have today as well.
I kind of want to take chaos as we walk into talking about our first game of the day, though. As you said, DO7, currently 0-2, now going up against Rounds GG, currently 1-1. But I do want to point out that it was through chaos that DO7 took Ruddy through a very, very competitive, just fisticuffs game, where it wasn't, and basically it was until the point that Crisis stole the Hex Soul that it could have gone either way.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're probably hoping for from this team, best of ones, that chaotic style can win you games. And on the other side, in this first game, Rounds GG are a team that sometimes tend to go a little bit into that chaotic style, and it's not always in the best possible way that we saw from the Finnish Pro League representatives. And well, here's the predictions for today. First two games, pretty one-sided predictions.
Unfortunately for DO7, yeah, they didn't really impress on day one, and all the casters, myself included, do not have a great amount of faith in them. But today, DO7, it's the day to prove us all wrong.
Yeah.
Because Rounds GG, Bloodline, they both look beatable if you can drag them down to this lowest common denominator fisticuff style of game that you can then potentially come out on top, because neither of these teams have looked completely unstoppable.
Yeah, Rams GG had both of their games, especially against Bloodline, they had a strong-ish early game and then it kind of tapered off in the later stages of the game. Against Rich Gang, obviously, they didn't end up winning that one. As we see the fans coming in for this game already, and a lot of focus on those pocket picks as we have seen throughout the RPS so far.
Yeah, this level of play, especially if you main something, especially if you one-trick something, then it's just generally better off for you to get rid of it. Particularly, well, personally, in the UKAL, we had our top laner Lars from Vertic Esports play 4 games of Fiora and turbo carried all of those games. And it was banned every single other game because teams finally learned, oh, we can't let Lars have it. Ban still coming through, Cassante taken away, and the Oriana, so perhaps a little more standard bans here, but they are also very, very nasty.
Yeah, about 50-50 on those pocket picks and meta champions with, Cassandra, Oriana, and Nico taken away there as well. Nico being a little of a pain for some teams, especially counting those minions up to 7 is really hard for some players, it seems like. But the first pick coming in is the Jarvan for Kairi, and Yasuo at least being hovered for now. Chaotic style, that's what we're talking about, and Yasuo really would thrive in those situations.
Yes, Tebs, but there's chaos, and then there's R1ing a Yasuo. Yeah. I very much more prefer to see the Varus and the Graves taken as a response to the Jarvan, something that can really put the hurt in onto Jarvan. Obviously, he's got to land the flag and drag to really be able to effectively damage the Graves as he weaves in on out with the quick draws and doing all that damage with end of the line.
Yeah, Graves is a little bit of a light, watered down version of the chaos that Yasuo would have brought in. A lot of dashes, a lot of armor through the passive, as well as a lot of dueling power from there. Ziggs coming in 4 rounds GG, a champion that they use really effectively in the Finnish Pro League for both Reiska and Ghosty. So it'll be really interesting to see what they do with that. And Nautilus for Brutal, one of his more famed picks as well. A lot of engaged power coming in from rounds GG so far with the Jarvan and Nautilus combination.
The two ultimates specifically as well set up for the Mega Inferno bomb of Ziggs so well. If you are in the Cataclysm, you are going to get hit by the bomb unless you flash out or something like that. And we are going to see the Leona as the response to the Nautilus, something that's not been terribly popular of late, but it's a champion near and dear to my heart. I've played it for a very long time.
Yeah, Leona is also a really strong engaged support, but on lane a little bit not as strong as Nautilus, obviously in the later stages of the game, when you have that ultimate of yours and a lot of armor and ammo, that's when you really tend to be more powerful pick. Early on nowadays with the W nerfs, you're gonna be quite squishy early on, but should be good later on with the Varus and Graves offering a lot of burst damage combo with that Solar Flare. Bans also coming in with that Syndra. Reiska has been a phenomenal Syndra player throughout the
Silas ban though. I'm interested about that one because what Rounds GG is currently showing us, it's not the most terrifying of ultimates. It's like Depth Charge, Cataclysm, they're good, but we're not talking like this is not a Nature's Grasp. This is not like an Unleashed Power or something that Silas could, absolutely turbo murder a single or many targets.
Yeah, it's an interesting ban, but also you sometimes have Silas players. I don't really know if Akira will go into that category that can play the Silas pretty much into every matchup. There used to be a point when you picked it basically without even seeing enemy ults if the enemy had Ahri player. Lissandra as the 4th pick will be really interesting here. It's a good answer into the Jarvan. You can't really engage into Lissandra that easily. with all the self feel that the champion has. Okay, yeah. Rounds GG is
I saw the Zeri hover. I was like, interesting. You need like Ziggs mid or something. And you know what? I'm just gonna not say anything.
I mean, they have been flexing that Ziggs in the Finnish league, so it wouldn't be a surprise if they took that mid, but actually that Zoe makes so much more sense for Reiska. He's one of our premier Zoe players in Finland, and against Lissandra, you'll have a lot of power on that mid lane.
I wonder now if DO7, again, you want to upset the apple cart a little bit here. Let's see what goes into the top lane, because there is an angle at which you go, all right, bet, I'm going to send my Lissandra top to be a mitigator for whatever matchup there is up there. And I think this is like Urgot. That seems like a perfectly playable matchup for a Lissandra to go. And then you could go for something that could actually try and brawl with the Zoe.
Something else also that I'm looking at currently is that, obviously it's a hover once again. I've been talking about hovers the whole draft, but Graves in solo lanes.
Can lane.
Yeah, Graves
sure
can lane, and you have seen that a little bit lately in solo queue. I guess an Urgot, that's actually a pretty good matchup for Graves. You know, you are on the edge of what range Urgot has, and with it, no, it's Malphite. Okay, yeah. Well, it's basically the same thing. Urgot can't deal anything to you, but yeah, now
I feel cheated, Tebs.
Yeah.
You said that these teams were chefs. This is actually pretty tame coming out from Rounds GG here, I would say.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, we got a Graves jungle for the side of DO7, which is a little bit chefy, but yeah, Rounds GG has cheated me before with their cookbook, and this time around.
Then again, before we came to live, you also did say that you gave DO7 the best shot if Rounds GG cooked too hard.
Yeah.
So if they play standard and they are, not dragged into some chaos, then at least in our minds, as the predictions went, then DO7 are the ones with something to prove here. 0-2 right now. Taking another loss would make potentially continuing very tough.
Yeah, I believe that at that point they will need to rely on tiebreakers, which is never it's somewhat out of your hands at that point. It's not the greatest position to be in, especially as they're going against Bloodline later tonight. 0-3 start will be really devastating for them. But with this draft, I believe, the Malphite R5 is a really nice pick into the composition that Rounds GG have picked for themselves. It's a really strong pick against the Urgot, and now you have sort of counter-engage against not counter-engage, retaliation engage. The opponent comes in, and then you go on the enemy backline so that they cannot follow up.
Definitely so, and we are about to get onto the Rift for the first game of the day. DO7, 0-2 right now. Really, really need to get a win on the board in their column. Otherwise, their chances of progressing may start looking slim. Rounds GG, 1-1 right now. Very eager to start pushing up, try and contest along with the likes of Ruddy, the likes of DMG potentially, as we go on throughout the day. And worth noting as well, the Rounds GG, the team that we saw in the FPL, it's not entirely the same here, because we are running Kusti and Jesu, who are actually meant to be sub players in those positions. So normally we had Vesa, we had how do you pronounce that? I always want to say Luigis, but that's not right. That's Luigis. Yeah.
Yeah, both actually. Also, Kyrie being a sub, they had both Kyrie and Kosti coming in more towards the end of the season with in positions with Azura and Liukis, as they have a little bit of a problem sometimes getting their schedules completely okay for these games. And Yesu on the top side, he was a manager for actually the Finnish DMG roster, but has stepped in now to play for their top lane, as he has history playing with all of the players in this roster previously. And while he hasn't been that active lately, he still is a pretty decent player, as we saw on the day one. So it's a versatile roster, and they have a lot of building chemistry with these players, even if they didn't play with them most of the split.
Absolutely. They looked perfectly fine with it on day number one. So see if they can continue rolling that one out. Since we've got a spare moment, we can talk about the lane some more. And of course, the Zoe is something that's not seen super commonly. You already alluded to it in draft that Lissandra's not going to have the most fun time into it. How do you? Is there a sort of point in this lane matchup where you expect that Lissandra will actually be able to play it
Yeah.
out, or when do you think that she could be the one pulling the trigger on these trades?
Early on, like levels 1 through 3, you should be able to have a little bit of wave control with that Q of yours, spamming it into the wave. Also, when you hit level 6, you have a lot of nice actually.
Virgil,
trade up top.
that's not where you want to be, buddy. Walking in, and Jesu is going to knock 2/3 of his health off for his trouble. That's what you got to worry about with the Urgot. Those legs, they hurt.
Yeah, they hurt a lot, especially with the E start. You never want to walk into a brush with an Urgot in it. But gladly for Virgil, he doesn't need to burn his flash or anything else there really. Also holding onto the potion, so no real loss there, just needs to back away for a moment.
Yeah, we'll get into the lane slightly later than the minions, but that's not a great deal of trouble. I shouldn't lose any gold or XP in that lane. And I'm looking at Jesu's positioning right here. He's already up in the brush, and he's stepping out. I love to see this. So, steps in, and is now looking to set a freeze against Virgil in this top lane. By stepping up into that far brush, he took an aggro off the wave, and now, what it's meant to do, at least, if you do it properly, is you can effectively have all of your opposing minions attack one of yours, so your wave dies a lot quicker.
Yeah, it resets the minion aggro. Normally they sort of aggro the specific minion, but when they reset their aggro, they start to aggro on the first one and not split out. And actually there's a level 2 trade on the bottom lane.
Trading back and forth, and we didn't spot out that Bruto did go for the aftershock here, but the chase down, there's Quasar doing a good chunk of damage, and Yasuo will be able to line that one up with the piercing arrow for first blood.
Yeah, that's very aggressive. Something that a lot of times we've seen from Bruno in the Finnish league. You take those early trades, this time around it backfires, and it's a first blood for the Varus on DO7's side. And we talked about this chaos. This is the best look for round GG to start off the game, but it's only 1 kill for now, and they should be able to cover from this pretty well, as Ghosty has actually been able to take a lot of the farm when Yasuo decided to take a reset in the top side.
Yeah, doing pretty well for himself, already up in CS quite a bit. Obviously, once that wave gets shoved under tower, though, Yasuo should be able to pick up a decent number of those, and of course, with the first blood gold, he's not exactly going to be complaining about his current situation in this lane.
Yeah, no complainings from Yasuo here, but that's also a few minutes missed there, not too big of a deal. Other than that, nothing too special happening. Karin hasn't been... Something that we call in Finland is when junglers play really aggro early on is psychopathy junglers, but this time around fairly clean, just farming for now. That should be looking as
Yasuo not going to be doing that at all, trying to put the hurt onto Virgil once again, who's burned through all of his mana, just trying to keep up on this wave clear. Does have a biscuit in inventory, but that's not really going to keep his mana bar full for very long. And Kari also low around the top side of the map.
This grass pick for the Malphite is really... oftentimes against harder lanes, Akira should be okay here.
Very scar.
Goes in.
Feel himself a bit. Akira will be going back in for the trade. The level 5 comes through though, and Akira not going to be able to effectively trade back. Virgil still pushing in towards Jesu here. Has to be careful that he doesn't give away the fact his jungler is coming in. Kari now looking for that angle behind the Malphite. Does have the flash available. I think it might be forced. Although, by the time that Kari arrives, Jesu has already gone back to the wave, and the Malphite just doesn't feel the need to use it.
Yeah, he actually gave some respect to the potential gank. Also, Reska leaving the mid lane was probably Virgil expected that it might be 3-man coming towards top side, so really good play there to step away from the wave. But something that I want to also touch on here is that Virgil has gone for the grasp against Urgot. There's two kinds of school. Yeah, you don't really proc that as Urgot. Oftentimes you see the comment taken. Yeah, and here also I don't know if he has the blue 3 as secondary because he's running so low on mana.
If he had mana flow banned, I mean, he might have mana flow banned.
No, actually,
Production,
he
if you
had
can double
biscuits,
check
right?
that. Oh,
He
of
had
course.
biscuits,
Yeah, no,
so
had
no
to go
blue.
inspiration secondary.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Grasp does feel a little bit odd in this lane, as for the reasons we have talked about. Virgil does run out of mana here. Jesu, with the level 6 though, Virgil may have to soak another wave before he can get that reset off.
Yeah, also a lot of minions there. Obviously does have the TP, but decides to soak this one up before going for base. Both Kairi and Joshua on the bot side here, potentially looking for a 3v3.
Kaleskraba steps forwards. Now the catch is found onto Yasu though. The flash is not used. Ghost was, but gets taken to pieces before he can respond. Kaleskraba going to need to use the flash of his own. And that means Ranzuji will have an easy line in onto this first Drake.
Yeah, and I think Yasu played that like he had cleanse and does get taken down. The Ghost not doing that much. Joshua
Actually contesting here. I like to see it. Christian now coming in though now, so it is a 3v2 situation, but everybody else is coming in. Akira is here, has the level 6 in pocket as well. However, it gets taken down. Joshua is the one to pick up the Drake for DO7. However, he's trying to get out, but Reiska will be able to take him down. Bruto solo. Yasuo will be able to finish that.
TP.
The TP now coming towards that bot tower from Akira. No Frozen Tomb. But they might be able to peel this one back. Yasu looking for a snipe, lands it onto Reiska, but not quite enough damage to finish it off. DO7, they come out worse in kills, but they get the Drake.
Yeah, nice pick up for Joshua. It's actually no. I don't know why I keep going into the top lane race. There's not a lot of kill pressure for Urgot up top, especially now that Virgil has a little bit of extra HP and armor picked up. But yeah, nicely played for DO7 in the sense that Joshua got to Drake, but there's a couple of more kills for the side of Rounds GG. And as we see here, starting off, Kairi is fairly low when this is starting. Leona just walks towards the pit and goes for Kairi immediately, and Joshua doesn't really care about Bruto. Forces Jarvan out of the pit. Nice pick up onto Akira from Coasty here, but other than that, just chaos in this moment here. A lot of kills traded from side to side.
I'm impressed that Kairi survived that, because he went into the pit so low. Was able to peel on out of that one. And they will be able, just about, to get away with their lives intact.
Yeah, it was a chaotic moment, and Kairi can be thankful for saving his life. But and actually we see a little bit happening in the top side as Yasu going in on the bot lane.
Feeling himself quite a bit here. Kursi is being walked down. Wards aren't there, but the minefields and the Mega Inferno bomb will end up meaning very little, as Yasu will pick up the solo kill, his third of the game, and there's a fight over the Herald, and Joshua steals it away again. Akira goes into the Frozen Tomb, going to be trying to survive this one out. The Leona is going to be the price that is paid, as Jesu flashes forward with the Fear Beyond Death, and it is big. Akira taken down. Jesu, however, standing on the end of the line. Bruto will drop. Reiska will not survive either, as finally the Frozen Thrall of Akira picks up that last kill, even beyond the Veil of Death, helping out his team.
And that's basically a cross-map ace for the side of DO7. 5 for 2 in kills there. And Joshua, that's illegal. You can't just walk into pit like that and take the Herald. But as I also, before we got into the draft...
Look at the junglers, though.
Yeah.
Look at the junglers, though, Tebs.
Oh,
Kairi
no.
only has a 600 gold, 600 damage smite.
Yeah, we can see here just Joshua over the wall. Actually, I think he just auto-teamed the eye, just auto on the eye. And the start of the fight, really good for Rounds GG, just getting the fear onto Akira and Joshua, but then the damage from Joshua coming in here as we should go on the live. Joshua looking towards the bot side, but no fight for now.
Rosie, thankfully, able to keep himself safe in that lane. As we come up onto the 10-minute mark, DO7 looking in a pretty comfortable position, actually. Able to steal away the first Drake, able to steal away the first Herald. They're around 1,000 gold up. And of course, they have that scaling aspect. They are working into this game. Obviously, next Drake will be up in a couple of minutes' time as well. have to see if Rounds GG are able to better screen they're taking that this time.
Yeah. So far, around GG, around these objectives, hasn't looked too hot, let's be honest. DO7 getting both of them and also a little bit of kills on top of that. And now Joshua, looking towards the bot side. Kyrie is also around.
Looking on in, Solar Flare drops onto Kusti, and it is going to be full burst down. Chain of Corruption will put a killing spree for Yasu. However, Kyrie is here, will be able to find the shutdown. Unfortunately though, Bruto gets locked in the box, and Joshua will be more than willing to pick that one up. Reiska now making his way across. Akira on the way as well. It's kills traded, but it's Rounds GG that are coming off the worst. Akira looking for a potential dive angle. Kyrie and Reiska potentially in trouble. There's no TP for Virgil to potentially take it longer. Kronskraba goes in, and there is Joshua picking up the kill, going on a rampage as Reiska drops. One more plate might be secured. It will. On the way out, you know, just a little afterthought for the DO7 guys.
Yeah, once again, DO7. Oh, actually, Leona almost taken down here, but no enough damage on Coast just yet. So, once again, Rounds GG, pull off the trigger, but Joshua is ready waiting for them, and Kari not quite close enough to impact the fight at the start of it. Let's look at the gold here. Yeah, there's a lot of discrepancy between the junglers. Already 1k up for Joshua, as well as in the AD carry position. Yasuo having the lead there. And it's Dragon time for Rounds GG this time around. Oh, it's TP from Virgil and Akira coming in actually.
They are really looking to fight tooth and nail for every single objective. This time, Joshua unable to steal Virgil. Looking for an angle in. Bruto is going to be left behind by his team. With the Aftershock, he survives a fair while. But Akira will be able to mop that one up relatively easily. So, Rounds GG able to stop any stacking from happening. But of course, they have to give it their support to do so.
I don't know about that flash, Bruto. He was pretty much dead. I think
it was a Hex Flash?
No, it was regular flash. I think the team probably was thinking that, okay, Bruto, you must get out of there, but they weren't certain where Virgil and Akira were and just hoped that they weren't behind the pit. Unlucky for Bruto. This time around, however, it's only one kill for that dragon, and stopping that stacking, as you said, the Chemtech Soul probably not the strongest, so I don't know. That's a little bit of a controversial flash, at least from Bruto, nothing else.
These compositions in particular looking at least the bottom halves of the map. Actually, no. You know what? I take that back. I think Chemtech Soul, at least, looks really good on quite a lot of members in this game. Jessu, low health, taking and dealing more damage. Virgil, likewise. Even Joshua, who obviously does a lot of damage already. Yep. If he can become tankier when he goes low, obviously he's going to have the grip passive to give him that extra armor. Not quite as much as it once used to. Has been nerfed a couple of times. But
a couple? That's an understatement.
I like just little tweaks, I'm sure.
Yeah, sorry to be being nitpicky there, as a little bit of a lag here, but I think, yeah, it's not as bad as people would make it out to be.
It's the individual souls, I think. So the individual Drakes themselves that people really don't like, right?
There's potential dive from DO7 here, as they're 5 men strong, but Rounds GG, respecting and Coast can clear a little bit far away that wave. Just
that right there is why you pick a Ziggs.
Yeah, exactly. So the extra long range for the champions. Both teams looking towards that Herald number 2 spawning soon here in 20-ish seconds.
Bruto, again being Bruto forced onto, will get obliterated. Joshua picks up the unstoppable. And with that, any hope, I think, of Rounds GG contesting this second Herald probably just gone out the window.
Yeah, that was a interesting X-Flash over the wall. Sometimes these things happen for Bruto. We've grown accustomed to it in the Finnish league, but sadly that means the second Herald also or for DO7.
That opens the door, I think.
Yeah, that's
for DO7. Yeah, this mid tower now looking very vulnerable because at least clear out this wave, but future waves, if you want to drop Shirley down, then that tower's as good as gone.
Yeah, they could also look towards maybe bot side that that first turret is also fairly low, but you know, just looking towards maybe the Baron already taking these both side turrets will open up that side also, but this mid lane, that's fairly easily taken as Bruto hooks in towards Kula Scrub, and we're put into a pause.
Well, this is the perfect time though, Tabs, because it means I can ask you the question of, we're 15 minutes in the game. DO7 are starting to accumulate a more and more significant league. From the side of Rounds GG, obviously you've seen a lot of this team.
Yeah.
What do you want them to do, aside from, you know, Bruto not hex flashing into 4 members of the enemy team? Like, in this next 5-10 minutes, what do you want to see them do to slow down the game, you know, give them an opportunity to come back in?
You have a fairly good wave clear on the Ziggs here as well. See the fight going here.
Committing a lot onto this Leona. As soon as the Eclipse drops, will be put into the dirt. And picks like that are certainly something as well that will allow Rounds GG to slow the game down.
Yeah, a pretty good pick composition as well as a lot of wave clear on both the Ziggs and Zoe. So it should be okay. Just slowing the pace down shouldn't be too big of a problem for this comp, as you got also that second Drake, so the soul isn't imminent for the side of DO7. But yeah, they definitely need to slow the game down because they're 3k behind. The enemy team has pretty good skirmish champions in Lissandra and Graves, and they are fairly strong at this point in time.
So DO7 back out onto the map, around 3k in the advantage, and that Herald they secured just a couple of moments ago, they're still holding on to. I was convinced, like, oh yeah, Joshua goes into mid lane, drops Herald, alright, cool. I guess he really likes the Empowered Recall.
Probably next wave as the Dragon is spawning just to secure off the Drake. But I don't know. It's always when you say something's going to happen, that's the thing that won't happen.
The only thing that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I certainly feel that. Vreska off on the side alongside Kyrie, potentially looking for an angle here as Jesu trying to take down the tower. Virgil is able to defend it, but has to use the Unstoppable Force to do so. And now, DO7 potentially look in on towards the Dragon. Jesu is staying in the lane, and so Virgil should be able to prevent any potential teleports to this play. Of course, Jesu also very, very low, and it seems that Round GG are just going to allow this one to happen. They know that they don't need to fight it.
Yeah, and they're looking towards the top side now. There's a very low turret, but that should be traded into the mid turret by DO7.
Oh, yeah, that's gone.
Yeah. Both
Ziggs
top and
exists.
mid are taken. Here, and Rounds GG is sort of looking around for a potential fight here. But for now, they're
hidden in the
power.
river brush right now. Vreska, though, in a lot of trouble. 4 members take issue with his presence in that mid lane. Kyrie and Bruto were looking for a flank angle in the river brush. They weren't spotted out by DO7 either, but they were just completely unable to pull the trigger on the play because Vreska disappears.
Yeah, that was an optimistic
They're going for
take.
it now. As Bruto tries to play in, Virgil will join the play. Kyrie was looking in towards Joshua, but the follow-up not quite here. Rounds GG too disconnected to make it happen.
Yeah, first off, the mid lane play, they're split, they're undermanned, 3 versus 4, Vreska gets picked off, and then the after play just not going their way, they can't find a pick, and at this point, Rounds GG, you know, I still prefer the composition, like, in the sense that they can wave clear these pushes coming in from DO7, just as long as DO7 doesn't get the base open with Baron buff, they should be able to wave clear, but that's a lot of power given over to DO7's side still. That map is wholly open now for their side.
Speaking of Baron buff, coming up in a minute's time, and I spy an on-hit Varus, which I'm always worried for the other team when I see that, because this champion and this build takes Baron scarily quickly.
Yeah, especially when you proc those W passives with your other spells, it's gonna be melting quite quickly. Luckily for Rounds GG, they do not have a Lian user in this game, as Akira has gone for the Everfrost, but still Varus deals a lot of damage into the Baron, especially with this build. Rounds GG needs to be careful not giving too much control over the pit for DO7. Just needs to get that poke in with Ziggs and Zoe and have some control of vision.
DO7 continually pushing in, making sure that they have vision control over that top side. In fact, look at that top side jungle of Rounds GG.
All red.
That is all red.
Lit like a Christmas tree, as we'll have a saying in Finland. Ghost takes a little bit of a sleepy time, but Leona...
It's just a power nap.
Yeah. As I said about Leona being squishy champion, that's not really true anymore with the first item completed. Also Merc threats there. However, DO7 just being fairly controlled over this Baron, like just take the waves and have those side lanes somewhat under control. So they aren't rushing the case around this Baron right now.
Joshua and Akira for a second there were looking to maybe get something on towards Jesu, but he respects it very, very well. Step away, not going to be preyed upon this time around. And the game enters one of these lull states that always makes me a little bit, like, puts me a little bit on edge, Tebs.
Yeah,
I feel like one pick, one misstep.
It
could
feels
lead to
like
Baron.
both teams are a little bit nervous here. Like DO7, I don't know if they're like if they have the knowledge how much ahead they actually are here. 4k gold, that's nothing to scoff at. And I believe if we looked at the gold distribution, it's in the carry is like 2k for Joshua and 1k on the Yasuo. Actually, there's a sleep on the Leona. Bruto going the other way.
Take a lot of damage before going anywhere, though. Akira is able to lock up Rayska, sets it up for Joshua. Bruto is on the run. Without their mid laner, might be difficult for Rounds GG. However, Trilskrabe, Akira took a lot of damage in that fight. They don't want to just start the Baron up.
That was a little bit split focus for Rounds GG's side once again as Bruto went on to Virgil to stop that unstoppable force coming through, but the rest of the team looking towards the Leona and not able to take either side. Race getting picked off there. So again, one small win for DO7's side, but they cannot go for the Baron here. Dragon spawning soon-ish once again. So potentially looking for that. And these are moments when I'm the most nervous about the game. When both of these big objectives are up there.
If DO7 start off the Drake, then potentially Rounds GG could be the ones looking for the Baron. There is TPs available on both Virgil and Akira, so they would be able to respond pretty quickly. Kyrie now stepping in, clear out the control ward just placed by Akira. Rounds GG are saying, all right, you want to go for the Drake? Then we are willing to potentially start off the Baron.
Yeah, Joshua is doing the Baron, Dragon already.
Carries on there though.
Yeah.
Rayska and Kusti are still coming out onto the map after taking a reset. And so Soul Point goes across uncontested. Yasu nearly eats a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and Bruto trying to put the damage forward, but he's only hitting onto frontline. Virgil, Kilskrabe, these are champions that are very difficult to kill as Joshua looks forwards, and with the unstoppable force of Virgil, will also melt this Zoe. Rayska may be a good Zoe player, but looking kind of exposed in this game as DO7 look to start off the Baron.
Yeah, exposed indeed, just taken down as the Baron is started by DO7's side.
Jesu.
4v5, can you do this?
Inside here, Bruto stepping in so aggressively, but the follow-up simply isn't there as Kyrie has to flash away, flag and drag. Kusti now completely unprotected, has to run. Mega Inferno Bomb will put some damage down. Yasu, very, very low. Fear Beyond Death does not find anybody. Jesu is trying to make it happen, gets caught by the frozen tomb of Akira. Yasu still surviving. Kyrie gonna potentially look, has to flag and drag away. Rounds GG. They are not able to win the fight, but again, they are able to dissuade DO7 from actually taking the Baron.
Just once again, not in the same page for Rounds GG, just Bruto going in alone there as Kusti wasn't even on range to throw bombs down, and that, obviously, yeah, you stop the Baron going down, but it feels like Rounds GG just anxious about these moments, as we can see here. Obviously, the race getting caught off by Joshua and Virgil here. Does get the sleep down, but doesn't really do anything as yeah, gets blown up before even anything gets to happen. Then they go towards the Baron for DO7, and Rouse GG just super split. Ghosty actually goes for one more wave before joining, as we see
We can
Baron
see
taken on the split screen.
in the picture indeed, Tebs. That is the Baron secured for DO7. TP coming in from the base from Kusti. But this Ziggs is now in the middle of everybody. The Mega Inferno Bomb is able to do good damage. Fear Beyond Death does not find Akira as Joshua is still pushing forwards. 3 members of Rounds GG have fallen, and DO7, they're looking to make a statement of this game. 0-2 on day 1. That don't mean nothing to them, as they are dominantly taking over this game. Rounds GG scrambling to do anything about it.
Yeah, before we went live, I said, wait, Joshua is Finnish? I've never heard of this guy. Well, he's surely... I think
You've heard of him now.
Yeah, I've heard of him now, taking down one of our Finnish representative in the Rounds GG team. And, well, 12-1 and 5, really big showing so far from these Graves. Once again, blowing up the back line of Rounds GG. And once again, a little bit out of sync for the rest of Rounds GG's team. Kyrie getting caught off there. And now that we're looking at the position this map state is, it's really hard for Rounds GG to find. Just needs to play for picks, but DO7 isn't giving them any. Akira isn't even
Akira,
really
though,
alone here. Team
has
is
a flash
very close.
available. The Glacial Path will be able to get him to safety. Now Kyrie and Bruto might be the ones who have been found here. Joshua already on the chase. Jesu is here. This would end up being a 4v3. Joshua trying to put the damage in. Jesu meant to be tanky, but he is not all of that at all. Joshua, however, does get taken down thanks to the Mega Inferno Bomb. This big damage dealer is gone. Kyrie will burn down. Akira going forwards. The unstoppable force will be too much for Reiska. 4 members fall once again, as Kusti is the only one left to defend his base against Baron-empowered minions. A Baron-empowered DO7. He gets caught by Kurskrabe, and they are going to look to take him out. There is the ace secured, and DO7, there are no more doubters left for them. They will defy expectation. They will win their first game of the RPS, taking down RGG and meeting them at 1 win.
Yeah. So this time around, saving grace for my predictions is that everyone else also got it wrong.
Nobody's going 8 out of 8 today. Or 6 out of 6, rather.
We talked about the fact that, yeah, there's the predictions.
RIP perfect predictions.
So we talked about the chaos that would be good for DO7. This game,
they didn't even need it that much.
Yeah, like the start of it was sort of chaotic, but after that, it was Rounds GG's play that was really chaotic, and that's really what DO7, you know, they did things as a team, and that's definitely not what Rounds GG did. Yeah, that was all DO7, and big thumbs up for those guys. Hats off the head and all that. Wow.
Able to capitalize fantastically on the mistakes of Rounds GG. And, well, we're not done with them. We've got another game coming up just after this break. They go up against Bloodline, coming on out of Sweden. Let's see if they can go for a 2-win day here. We'll be back after a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Jag tänkte där vi kommer på ett ulti! Till helvete. KP, han stod den! Orden till botten Karma, men de har inte där, men där var det double knockup, potential 8.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Fight to the future.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NLC RPS ahead of game number 2. We saw DO7 take their first win up against Rounds GG. Now they face up against Bloodline, first seed coming out of Sweden, formerly Carolina Black, a team that I'm quite familiar with. Tebs, have you got any thought on these guys?
On Bloodline, I can't say that I've had a lot of exposure to the other Carolina lineup that was in Seoul. That's more up my alley. But these guys, I have absolutely no other information except for what they have shown so far in RPS, and they weren't particularly strong looking on day one.
They went 1-1, and now they're up against potentially a resurgent DO7.
Yeah,
Is this a flash in the pan, or
who knows? I believe that game, with the Finnish teams, it's always first game of the day. All that. Let's put all the excuses there as a Finnish caster here. But I believe DO7, they got pretty much the perfect start for that game. They had a really good draft in the sense that they had all the answers to what the Rounds GG were bringing up. While for Bloodline, I still believe DO7 has some good picks in the Bloodlines draft, what they have shown so far in the RPS. I don't know what they played in SOL. I haven't been able to check those things out. But it should be closer than what the predictions have shown for us so far. Talking about predictions, I heard we have a scene of something that I don't really want to show on stream.
just ignore the bottom? Ignore like the bottom third of the screen. Honestly, actually, I need to speak to somebody. Of all the people on 6 points, for some reason, despite my name being alphabetically first, I'm at the bottom of those. What's going on? But yeah, perfect day today. Not possible. So I'm sure Temporal and Dogsledder will be a little upset about that. As for us mere mortals, we're just chilling we're just chilling. We're having fun. We're happy to be here in the prediction standings.
Oh, someone's doing something.
Thank you, production. Somebody.
Yeah, that's some magic from the magical cow doing the OBS for today. In all honesty, I'm challenging all the other casters to predict one bad day because I think that's a lot harder than predicting like perfect days. I mean, okay, yeah. Anyways, we should be at some point ready to go for the next.
It was unfortunate for you, to be fair, because your bad day was a day where there was only 4 games.
Yeah.
Like, statistically, you had a high, if there were 6 games, then you had at least statistically, 2 more 50-50s, I guess.
Yeah, I believe the 2 games that got moved, I believe I would have had the correct prediction for those. Once again, it's just a Finnish bias here, but hey, what can you say? I'm having just fun with the predictions. There's no prize in the line, sadly. Only like
try telling that to Temporal.
Yeah,
guy gets very competitive.
Yeah,
all in good fun though.
He got a little bit cocky after our cast on Wednesday.
I mean, I don't necessarily blame him, but yes, as we are getting on ready for draft for this second game, what do you expect anything? Or do you think DO7 going to try and run a very similar comp to the previous game?
In all fairness, I think, as I said, DO7's draft so far and what I've seen from them, they should match against Bloodline fairly well. On the other hand, Bloodline, they have really good players. I think I'd even rate their players better than Rounds GG, just that they had a little bit of Rounds GG had a positive game against them. Bloodline had a little bit weaker game. But at the same time, I think DO7 had a really, really positive game against Rounds GG just then. So I think it's a little bit of a back to your normality, and we should have Bloodline coming out on top of this game. But once again, draft in game, anything can happen in a best of 1. All these things, we just saw it here.
Oh yeah, and DO7, we can talk about momentum. I mean, playing 2 games back to back and winning a much needed game like that previous one was, that can do wonders for a team's just morale.
Yeah.
Going into another game, if they're really feeling themselves, then they may continue that high level of play. And then It's on Bloodline to show us that they can match it.
Yeah, something I'd look towards if I was Bloodline's coach or someone doing their draft is how can we shut down Joshua? Joshua had a really strong performance in that game. I believe he
Oh,
was
yes.
like 12-1 at some point before he went and inted a little bit there. Or
I
Rouse
mean,
GG decided.
was it inted when Rounds GG committed basically everything to kill him in that
I mean,
critical team fight?
That's what my team tells me when I'm playing ADC. Okay, but yeah, truthfully, Bloodline needs to take a look what they can do about it. Was it just that one game? Joshua looking really strong there. Other than that, yeah, Bloodline, they did really well in Svenska Online Liga. So I think they should be more than happy to take on a team that played in the second division of Sweden, I believe, last autumn.
Yeah. And I'll just have a check in on draft. I think it should be coming in fairly soon. If production can let's that one. Yes. I just got a yup in my head. So that's good. Thank you, Cow. And I want to highlight in on Bloodline, and specifically the fact that when they played against Rounds GG, it was off the back of Azura, who's not playing today, but
Yeah.
on the Vi, had a lot of very good early proactive plays that set Bloodline up, set Rounds GG rather, up for success, and it didn't feel like Bloodline really had a good way back in.
Yeah,
And
in that game, Bloodline played a really scaling composition with Jax and Azir and Zeri, something that when it falls behind, you don't really have that much of an authority to come back in it. I'd really want to see them get a little bit more aggressiveness from their lanes, because picking those 3 scaling lanes can be really damaging to your team composition in general. In the second game against Rich Gang, I believe they had a lot better rounded composition in having, an aggressive early game jungler in Viego, but also having, Zaya Rakan can do stuff in the bot lane, or Nico, a little bit more scaling champions. But I believe
worth noting, though, that game as well, that Rich Gang did have the early game advantage.
Yeah.
And it was Bloodline that were able to hold on very well. They didn't fall too far behind. They didn't bleed out all of that much. And it felt like the turning point was a play just after a Drake was given across. It looked like Rich Gang were dithering between trying to push down mid lane, like get a tower or at least get some pressure. And what ended up happening was coincidence on the Sejuani got left to tank several members of Bloodline as they came away from the Drake. And Forsland manages to do some kind of solid snake, like Sam Fisher play to find Merbs' Varus on the backside, who had been the critical carry in that game, and absolutely delete him on the Nico.
Yeah, it's that kind of picks that, for example, Rounds GG in the last game tried to find against the O7, but just got picked off themselves. Rayska with Zoe in that game, but now Bloodline, they had that a couple of weaker early games. The O7 just had a really, really impressive early game as we're waiting to get going. There's a little bit of a waiter here with one of the teams, but we should be ready shoot-ish. So, yeah, Bloodline, they haven't had the strongest early games. I don't know how they played in SOL, to be honest. But as you said, they have some really good players. Forsland can get those moments. I believe almost a year and a half ago, I cast one game of him in NLC Division.
He's been around the
3.
scene.
He's been around
the scene, I'll say that much.
And even though if I don't remember much about the other guys, obviously Namex played in Finland, and Forslund, he had one of those, I don't remember if was it Azir or Orianna performance champions that are meta right now, where he just solo carried the game. Just impressive performance, and they definitely have those players that can do that. On the other side, TO7, obviously Joshua just showed that he has that same carry potential.
Potential concern, though, we could bring up for Bloodline. You said that they often, or in the 2 games we have seen from them thus far, which not the most data to work on.
No,
but
it's
they
the
have
best sample size we can have ever.
they have played more for scaling, and DO7 were quite proactive in that win up against Rounds GG. Joshua was definitely around the map. His laners were setting up for him very nicely on the Graves. And if a similar draft does come out from DO7 in this game, then it could be a situation similar to what we saw in Rounds GG versus Bloodline, where DO7 get ahead and the scaling comp if a scaling comp is put together by Bloodline, they struggle to find that angle to come back into this game unless they're able to stall it out to the super late game like they did up against Rich Gang.
Yeah, for DO7, like, they, at least in that last game, played really well around the fact that they had a good skirmishing jungler, and, Lissandra just perfect setup for that, the Herald fight where Joshua got like 3 kills, I believe, after Herald steal. It was perfect setup for the Graves, and I believe, if Bloodline goes for the scaling, I don't think they have the similar kind of need to force fights as it felt like Rounds GG just had. I don't know. We'll see. As the draft, we finally get into the draft. We can stop ranting about has-beens and what-ifs and what-buts, but hey.
That's a Namek span right there.
That's a Namek span. No need to talk too much about that one. I'd like to see Bloodline maybe focus a little bit towards that jungle. Yone we've seen taken away now a couple of times from DO7. So the jungle, maybe, I believe Kalista was banned as well from DO7 last time around.
Yes.
So maybe a little bit of focus on those pocket picks once again.
Olaf taken away as well. If I recall correctly, that's something Citron plays a decent amount of. Likes to be quite proactive in the jungle, and with some of those pocket picks taken off the board as well, we can see the Cassante gone, we'll see the Orianna gone, and finally the Jarvan gone as well. What do you want to prioritize in the B1 here? I mean, some teams still really love the Rel.
Yeah, Rel is a potential pick here. With the German taken off, you have a really good engage tool. Also, the flexibility of the champion, especially as an early pick, would make a lot of sense for Bloodline to pick that up. Especially against Varus. I think Varus, Rel doesn't do much in lane against Varus, but later on, if you can find those flank positions, I'd really like to see it picked up by Bloodline here, but wait, that timer running down. I just think it's gonna be maybe Ragan again, that we have seen quite a bit for in this tournament, and also Bloodline played already once in that win against Rich Gang.
If we go on the hypothetical that Carlos Grabe wanted to pick the Leona again, because Leona has historically been a very good counter to the Rakan, much like a lot of the engaged tanks that you see. Yeah. Obviously, we saw the Leona Varus played in that previous game, played very well. How would you match up those two bot lanes if they were to happen?
I guess Leona Varus, something that we've seen oftentimes against Varus.
Lands.
Yeah, one stun lands and things happen after that. I guess Varus, that range is so annoying to deal with. You sometimes see Ashe as an answer. I don't know if the supports in RPS play Ashe. We've seen already that Sai has been picked up as the ADC. And actually, DO7...
They're running it back. They're running it back, Tebs. Joshua, after a fantastic Graves game, will be able to pick it up for a second time. Akira, however, does have the Lissandra, sure, but this time he's up against the Syndra, which is something I think that he's going to find a lot harder to lane into.
Yeah, that's not a fun matchup. Obviously, you don't have the level 6 skill potential either way in this matchup, but before that, Syndra, against another mid-range mate, you can do a lot of stuff. Viego also, early on, that skirmish duo is also really potent. Like, we just saw what Graves Lissandra can do. Syndra Viego also maybe has a little bit of an earlier spike in that skirmishing power, but also the resets that Syndra can set up for Viego in teamfights is going to be really interesting how that goes. But this leaves now both the top lanes and supports open into the second phase, which I think should favor Bloodline, with the top lane being as open as it is.
Engage options. Well, I don't know if you can call Thresh an engage option. He's in a very weird spot at the moment right now. Like, yeah, okay, Death Sentence is a good pick tool, but I wouldn't say you can really hard engage with it unless you want to go for, you know, Aftershock and fling yourself into the team, put down the box. Rel, however, yeah, no, that's engage all day long. It will be taken off the board.
Yeah,
And a bit of safety as well. The Boromgon.
Yeah, I feel there's been a lot of memeing about Thresh being like an extra summoner spell for an ADC, which for Varus it feels real true. Like Aphelios, Varus, Ashe, this kind of ADCs just enjoy Thresh. However, all 4 support bans coming in here. That Leona is still open. That
Varus
we saw
looks good
DO7.
as well. Not Varus, Rakan.
Yeah, Rakan and Leona both. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the trade. Sometimes you see people just picking up the Rakan regardless if they know that Leona is coming from the other side. It gives so much late game power with the flank positions he can pull off. But actually we're seeing Nautilus, so more of a Guardian type of support that can peel for the Xayah, and it's more of a defensive option against Leona. You don't need to engage on that lane. Rakan sometimes has to do stuff in lane. Leona, you don't want to engage in the Leona as Rakan, you're so squishy. While Nautilus, Leona both can just sort of chill because engage will engage.
How fully, Tebs, are
Yeah.
DO7 going to run back their comp from the first game of the day?
5 out of 5.
Okay, but we're 4 out of 5 already. Currently, just waiting for a pick for Virgil in the top lane. Obviously, picking Malphite right now, it's not terrible
I wouldn't pick it here.
into the Viego, but I don't think it's something that you want to be picking blind any day of the week.
Yeah, you're gonna get countered by a Rumble or a Gwen or something if you pick it here. Actually, the Renekton makes a lot of sense. You don't have... Okay, you have some terrible matchups, but a lot of those are kind of weird that wouldn't fit the otherwise meta teams that we have so far. So that's an okay Renekton pick. You don't have much other that you can blind this late on in the draft, I think.
What would you like to see out for the last pick then? Bloodline looking to close out their composition. Something for Chaos here. And it is going to be the Ornn locked in. So Renekton, I mean, doesn't have, the biggest bully matchup into the Ornn.
Yeah, Ornn was like at the start of Autumn Split. I think we saw it as the biggest answer to Renekton in the lane in FPL, but it really isn't that. You just sort of enter the lane.
It's not a counter.
It's not a counter,
It's not a
you just
counter. It's a
endure.
mitigating pick.
Yeah, Renekton doesn't get a lead. Ornn gets to just chill and get XP. Only way you're gonna kill the Ornn if the jungler comes up there and...
Tebs, did you say scale into the game?
Oh no! No!
Is that what we've seen from 2 games of Bloodline esports thus far in the RPS?
Okay, I saw the chat, someone said that did we just hear Nico is a scaling champion. I didn't mean it as literally that Nico will scale. Nico is a really strong late game champion because of what she offers. This time around Bloodline, the top lane is very scaly. Top lane is very scaly. But the rest of the map can play also early game.
Also, I feel like this is something that got internalized into me recently. That scaling is not necessarily... Like, it gets thrown around a lot, and it's not necessarily used very well because scaling has very different facets to it. Like, Ornn is a good scaling champion because the more armor and magic resist he buys, the more and more extra resists he gets, and he gets the ornaments. So obviously scales up into the game. But things like enchanters, a lot of the enchanters I would consider to be scaling picks because their utility gets more and more easily accessible as the game goes on. Something like a Janna, like a level 16 Janna is an absolute menace in a team fight. It's like, oh, you're going to try and engage on towards a Janna's team? Okay, well, you get knocked up by this tornado, sent flying away with the typhoon. Shields are like 800 health, and you put it on top of a Draven and he one-shots you.
Yeah.
Like... It's an interesting topic, perhaps.
It is.
No, not one that I will talk about too much longer, as we will be getting onto the Rift for the second game of the day. Thank you for saving everyone from that cow. We are indeed onto the Rift, everybody, for the second game. DO7 taking on Bloodline Esports. DO7, you just saw them win They've got 4/5 of the same composition. Tabs, can they do it again?
I believe this composition is... the compositions, I think, favor a little bit on the side of DO7. For Bloodline, you still have... like, they have a better jungle mid duo when it comes to skirmishing, as Rounds GG just had. Their bot lane with the Xayah should be more capable of dealing with a 2v2 than maybe the Ziggs. That was a little bit of a blunder on the early game for Rounds GG in the bot lane. As we're seeing a level 1 in the top side with Joshua going to Citron's jungle.
He's not able to contest it, just has to walk away. The Viego here. Ward has been put on towards the Krug camp of Bloodline Esports, which I kind of, kind of a little bit spicy.
Yeah, Chaos did answer the ward with his own over the, over to see the Wraith and... wait, it's not Wraith anymore, it's Gromp and the blue buff. It's weird.
We're
I
old
still
school
call
gamers,
it Wraith.
Tabs.
Yeah.
We're old school.
I mean, wasn't Gromp like the... there was big Wraith for a moment.
There was white. There was the white
Oh.
camp.
Oh yeah, it was a so short moment that it's sort of well, whatever. We're in 2013 now, 2023. Dear
mean,
God!
To be fair, this was back in season 4. The white was just a big wraith.
Yeah.
Joshua has snuck into this one. Citron, I don't know if he's entirely aware of this. The Graves is going to look to make Viego's life just that little bit painful.
I think it's known as Citron has placed down that one ward with Joshua. I think autoed it, and now they're going to be battling over this red buff here.
I mean, Citron's got that level 2.
Oh.
However, the red buff is successfully stolen away, and the Graves should be able to walk this one in. Flash out of Citron. Joshua going forwards, and it will be first blood for the Graves, starting off just as he did in game number 1, trying to bring DO7 up to 2 wins. And we also get a DO7 early game pause.
Yeah, once
I don't know
again,
if it was them who did it, but there was a pause.
Yeah, something that probably was missed there, if you looked at the minimap, both of the soul lanes were pushing in from DO7's side, so they couldn't join the Bloodlines jungler at all, so it was fairly just Graves versus Viego there, and if Viego got that red buff, it would have been different, but Graves
Very different.
Just able to run Viego down, as I hear a little bit of sounds from the Summoner Shift, and we should be jumping in here soon, I believe. Yeah.
So, Citron, forced out of his topside jungle, already with a 1 in that death's column. Joshua looking very, very solid. Now, since we're looking at bot lane, we're talking about this this Varus Leona. Obviously, with a Maokai, with a... I don't know where that came from. With a Nautilus in this lane. It feels a little bit safer for Namex. I don't feel like there's going to be objectively horrible trades for them in this lane. And of course, Citron also having potentially the inside line on an earlier gank after losing it on the top side camps.
Yeah, I feel like Varus is a weird champ to lane against because Varus is very strong laner, but also scales really well. Xayah is more of a, you know, both of these champions are 2-item ADCs basically, but Xayah's 2 items is better in the sense that you have a lot of burst damage there, while Varus is more of a just heavy DPS champion. And early on in this lane, Xayah with those feathers setting up should be okay with the Nautilus CC, but it's a lot of, you're also a little bit behind in range as Varus has a long range. It's an iffy matchup to play. I feel Namex should be okay with Sanders Nautilus here. Yasuo and Guale Scrave, that name is so hard to say, shouldn't be able
a little bit of a challenge.
Force much on this lane.
Now, Citron was spotted by the ward as he walked in. Sander came up to join. They choose not to heavily commit, and in fact, we'll see Karlskrabe going forwards to try and protect the Graves on his own red buff, as the Harrowed Path will be used as well. Joshua playing fully respectfully, not going to open himself up to that potential gank attempt, and it seems that Bloodline, just by that respect, have been warded off.
Yeah, Akira just dipping out of vision in mid lane was enough for them to realize it's not probably one where to go, and actually, yeah, Guelis
Alex has burned Flash.
both Namix
In the
and
absence
Guelis
of
Krabe.
Sander,
Yeah, they tried to go for something, but Namix able to stand off. And now that you don't have the Flash anymore, obviously you do have his cleanse.
oh
but
hey
that's-
Joshua,
Yeah, Joshua.
look where he is right now.
I don't know what.
As Krabe looking to go in, taking some tower damage, but it's not going horribly thus far. It will be the death picked up, but Joshua comes in from the outside. With his help, Yasu will be able to secure that kill. Sander going to be able to catch the wave under the tower, but that's a lot of XP and CS lost for Namex.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate timing for Namix to die there. They did get one kill back. Sadly, that goes over to Sander, but really well played with Namix on those feathers there. Able to pick one back. They were dead there anyways. Just sad when it happened.
Level 6 on, by the way. Let's see this again. So what caused the flash?
I think yeah, just flashing forward. Namix needs to burn his flash, and now with that down, Joshua gets the wrap around, and Namix has already started putting down feathers here. Because Krabe is dead here. Anyways, Joshua just comes in and slides to take the kill. Actually, it wasn't Yasuo who got the kill in the end, so that's perfect for them. And the top lane, Assassin.
Level 6 was hit by Virgil. He respects it, but not quite enough. Flash for flash, and it ends up being a double knockout in the top lane. So close, actually, for Virgil to outplaying that.
Yeah, Chaos also. I think he took a turret shot or two there, so.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of a turret assistance, but it did get the first back in the top side. Virgil now gets also his own back with the TP, so now they're equal in items, but Ornn had a little bit of a small lead there for a moment and decided to use that. Well played from Chaos, sadly does end up going down himself as well. Early on giving kills over to Renekton is never nice, in a sense that favors the Renekton side when it's 1-for-1. Just getting that extra, a little bit of a gold does more early on a bruiser than on a tank.
Look at all these early objectives. You see the Drake's got a lot of ward attention, but neither team seems particularly eager to start it off. Obviously, we've still got about 40 seconds until Shelly spawns onto the Rift as well. And right now, bottom lanes are still farming. So again, it doesn't seem to be a huge priority towards her either.
Yeah, it's a lot of control from DO7's side there. I don't think, even though they do have a fairly good early game skirmish composition, those situations favor a little bit the side with the Viego and Xayah, I think. So they're just fine fighting here, actually.
They're feeling it. Sander has a flash available, doesn't need it, will be able to get out with the dredge line. And Krabe gonna look potential a recall angle, the flash forwards, or rather the flash out from Rothu takes a huge chunk from Joshua, but is able to flash just before getting rooted up by the Frozen Tomb. I think if that had been a fraction of a second later, it would have just not gone off.
Yeah, I feel like Joshua would have been a lot more happy to follow up with his own flash if it was after the Frozen Doom, but does Rothu get away with it? As for now, actually, yeah, as I was saying early on, I think these lanes for DO7 are more okay just sort of farming into bot side. Only one who really falls behind is the Renekton if nothing happens up top. But right now actually Bloodline going for the dragon here.
Immediate handshake. Joshua gets Shelly. We'll be able to pick that one up for DO7. Meanwhile, Citron will drag his bot lane to come and assist him, taking the first Drake, and a Hextech Drake here never really upset to get that little bit extra attack speed and ability haste on your kit.
Yep, it's always nice, and it's one of the one dragon stacks that actually scales fairly well in the later stages because all the champions use ability haste and attack speed for some reason. I don't know why is that the thing, but yeah, they all use it pretty well. Also, you know, Viego, Xayah, double benefit from it. But overall, it's a nice stack for them to get. Also, just the first dragon, you know. It's a little bit of a boost as we see Virgil Chaos once again
Chaos might be in a little bit of trouble. Low on mana right now. Doesn't have the Call of the Forge God available. Virgil doing a good chunk of damage. There is the mana. Try and land the hits down. Bellows Breath from Chaos. And you can't disrespect an Ornn like that.
No, that's why it's a tank assassin mage. You never know what Ornn does, and we were a
Ornn
little
is
bit
a
laughing
range
about the
melee.
fact
Tanky DPS, assassin, mage, tank, support,
Yeah.
jungler that excels at everything.
we were a little bit laughing about Ornn being a counter matchup, but Chaos has shown that you can punish the Renekton actually fairly well. So if you're just kidding, I think the bot lane.
Yasu in some trouble here, taking a huge chunk. Ignite taking as well. And Namex will be able to pick that one up. And we've seen it twice now. Like, supports move away from their bot laners and they find themselves in unfortunate situations.
That was yeah. This time around, it ends up in the ADC getting killed. Namex was able to get away earlier, but now Jesu, once again, that goes not saving him there as Sounder gets the hook in, and it has turned a little bit on the bot side. Namex now was behind a fair bit in farm, but now Dio7 actually looking in the mid lane.
Looking
Nice
for the
shot.
dive. Rotyu wanting to outplay it. Akira goes into the frozen tomb. It will be secured. And the turret aggro held by Keliskrabe to allow Akira out. Rotyu, it looked like he played it really well, but the numbers simply weren't in his favor.
A nice shot, but that's just not enough. As we see what happened in the bot lane, just pressing the ult onto Yasu and follow up. Actually hooks him.
Oh no!
Yeah, I didn't notice that at all, but gladly
It didn't
Namex was
matter
in
in the grand
range.
scheme of things.
Yeah, Namex in range, gets to put some feathers down to Yasu's back, and that's a kill for the Zaya. Kyle, I don't know about that zoom in, man. Yeah. We'll talk about positives more here and out, I promise.
So, we are up to the 12-minute mark, and the game is kind of dead even. No towers have been taken. A Drake's been traded for a Herald.
Yep.
And everybody is kind of chilling. Joshua, obviously, is nicely scaled up. Already has the Yama's Ghost Blade secured. Akira, as we alluded to in the pre-game, not having the nicest of times into Rotyu, but he's not died. He's not fallen a crazy amount of CS behind, so that's a win for DO7.
Yeah, in all honesty, this matchup is, Syndra has a little bit of control, but neither should die as we have
And
ganks
again,
both sides.
this time, however, Citron is there for the counter play. Joshua needs to get out of this one, the Glacial Path. Not going to be able to find its mark, and the Herald got put down by DO7 and is going to be denied from hitting the Bloodline turret. That's a lot of gold thrown away, effectively.
Yeah, that's a sad moment as in the bot lane. Yeah, BL were in a worded brush, and actually Joshua making his way down.
Keliskrabe looking for Namex, uses the cleanse out. Sander has no flash available. They're going to try and put the damage down onto this Nautilus, and he will fall. Akira TP's in towards the play as well. Maybe they try and push it in this bot tower, but it's very, very healthy right now. Namex is going to be forced away. There's no other support from the side of Bloodline available. So there'll be a couple of plates that go down before, well, plates go down. But it's not some kind of huge advantage. This is not first brick secured for DO7.
Yeah, the worst part about this for Bloodline is that Namex misses a lot of that gold and XP in the bot lane, and also has to burn ultimate because, always now and then, even if you know that you're going to lose out on it.
Sander
Yeah, Sander should be fine.
hooks himself out of a potentially nasty situation.
Spider not. That's the moment here. But I think that's like 3 waves on the side for Yasu as Akira should be okay. It still has the Frozen Tomb if something happens. As actually there's Dragon started from Bloodline's side.
A whole bunch of recalls coming out from DO7, so will be simple enough for Bloodline to potentially pick up their second Drake of the game. Joshua, is he feeling like he can go for this? There was a second where I thought he might consider it, but Bloodline are the ones to secure the second Drake of the game, so scaling up those dragons nicely, and we are onto an Infernal Rift as well, which would add to the burst, especially if like, the Syndra. It'd be a good look. It'd be a good look.
Yeah, that's a very bursty team composition. Get some extra burst under their belt if they do get the soul. As Joshua gets spotted here by Sander, but also Citroen is really close by, so if something happens, that's a 3-on-3 in the bot lane. No tip is available except for Virgil, so not a lot going on in there for now. Slamix is once again left alone here actually, as Joshua is coming towards the bot lane.
Might get dove again. I mean, Joshua is waiting for the wave. What's that, Precious? Joshua lines up with the collateral damage and will get his third. This 7 jungler really showing up this game.
Yeah, I mean, he really must have taken it to himself when I said I don't know who this guy is, but hey, I gladly
Now we
admit
know.
we have a Finnish jungler who is doing well. I don't know how much of a Finnish thing this is. Like, you said that you had done some Carolina games. Coben, for example, the other in the current Carolina roster. He's Finnish that just has always played in the Swedish scene. I believe he's from Åland, so basically Sweden anyways. But yeah, so there's these little victories we can take out from this game as well. Joshua, actually, Virgil and Chaos. Yeah.
It's
Stopping my rant.
Let's be real. We're at the point in the game where neither of them is ever going to die in a 1v1. Unless they turbo disrespect.
We've already seen a little bit of disrespect from Virgil's side here, so I wouldn't put that past this game, in all honesty. But overall, both sides should be decently okay with the position of this game. Bloodline has the dragon stacking, they have the mid lane open, while on the side of DO7, Joshua is pretty freaking fed again, and their Varus is in a decent position. Looking at this gold once again. Both of those guys, once again, ahead in gold, like they were against Rons GG. So, both are sort of going for their win conditions here.
Rothu is a good amount up over Akira as well, but again, that was we set it up. It's kind of to be expected for that to happen. Good prediction. Can we check in on Rothu's splinter stacks on this Syndra? Okay. 77 right now, so very close to getting the E upgrade. 23 away from getting that execute damage on the ultimate. Kelskrabber, we'll spot him out there as we are looking towards. Well, wait, there's no Herald to take. Did DO7 realize that it had been taken? We're just putting all this pressure topside. It's 2.5 minutes until Baron. Like, this vision's all going to be gone by then.
Yeah, it's just, in a sense, vision snowballs. You can maybe take this to the later stages of the game when the Baron is about to come in, like in 2 minutes time. You can then walk that vision further along as they're looking potentially towards topside with Joshua, but there's Citroen and Sander are close by, so that's not a 2v1 you can take. So yeah, you can walk that vision further in if you can hold on to it. As Namex actually gets caught up by that.
Gonna put a chunk of damage down, but you gotta remember, it's only a Feather Storm to dodge the piercing arrow. I'm not gonna say that you probably should have just Feather Stormed the Chain of Corruption.
Yeah, maybe, but in the end, the end game is same for both sides. It's an alt for alt. Even the cleanse saved from Namex's side, so not much burned extra there. However, it's a little bit more wasted time for Namex now. Needs to take it back.
So, maybe we can check back in. We're at 18.5, closing on 19 minutes. There is less than 1,000 gold advantage for DO7. This actually, like, okay, yeah, DO7 are up up by a kill, but Bloodline have been able to match them pretty much throughout the game thus far.
This has been
And they have better scaling, right? Like, Renekton is going to be useful in the late game, but not unuseful.
Yeah.
Like, Graves is most powerful mid-game, although Chaos has been caught out. The follow-up coming down, Solar Flare. All of the damage goes on to the Ornn, though, who has already completed 2 items and has a Jack Show.
Yeah, and that's an unspeakable horror. on Chaos already, so just or unspoken horror I think is the correct
Oh,
name.
the unspoken parasite.
Yeah, unspoken parasite. That's the correct one. I only know about Suzuki. That's my favorite item really there, but this time around DO7 Suzuki. CCG. Well, anyways, Dragon taken down by
CCG.
DO7.
Collectible card games. I'm in. Chaos
Unspoken
is
parasite.
not in the best of situations in the mid lane right now, but does have support nearby. Citron and Sander close by. The Baron has now graced the rift with its presence. In the meantime, of course, DO7 were also able to secure their first Drake of the game. Sander taking a large chunk of CC. With the flash forward, the ignite of Crossgrabber, and the follow-up of Joshua will do the trick. Namex, fantastic roots with the Blade Caller, but the follow-up damage not quite there. Crossgrabber does go down, but it's for both members of the Bloodline bot lane, and DO7, they're going to be more than happy to start off the Baron than that.
Yeah, Namex holding on to the cleanse so long there that the damage gets to come through after the corruption chains have already landed. Bloodline looking if they can recover something here. Yes, they are 4-man strong now that Thunder
Still
has
got the
spawned,
top
but
half.
is still far.
Still got the top half of Bloodline's composition, and they are going to be brave enough to step in. DO7. I mean, Viego on Syndra, that's a scary 3 to deal with, especially when most of your ults are down.
Yeah, especially if you can like reach onto Yasuo with some CC, and that reset for Citron will be wonderful in those situations. However, DO7 respect it and do not take the flip with that Baron. Interesting position that we are in right now, because as you said, if this game sort of stabilizes and we get to scale to the late game, that's when Bloodline really will be at their strongest. Obviously, yeah, Darius is a pretty good late game champion, but it's not gonna be enough against like Ornn and Syndra potentially popping someone in the later stages. So if we are to go forward 5-10 minutes, just nothing happening, Bloodline will have the game. But DO7, they are in a little bit of a, well, not even gold leading, just dead even on that part. They need a little bit of
Very, very
chaos.
close.
They need a little bit of
It's
chaos.
worth noting that Bloodline Esports are the ones who actually have the tower priority right now. They're able to clear out the full outer ring of turrets, whereas DO7 are still floundering a little bit, trying to break open this outer ring of turrets. The mid lane tier 1 is still up. The top lane one might go down in a little bit, but this wave alone won't be enough to do it.
Yeah, I'm surprised Virgil didn't. I mean, yeah, you don't have too much vision around topside anymore, so he wasn't certain if there will be enemy champions coming to his lane, so in a sense, makes sense, but at the same time, you know, I like some blood. I would have wanted him to go for that and potential fight after it with Chaos. For now,
Spikes are coming through though, Tabs now.
yeah,
We see 2 items completed for Yasu. With the Ginsu's Rage Blade in inventory, Namex has been gifted with the upgraded
I have no idea what that item is.
Navori.
Flicker.
Oh! I know the names of them, but I often can't actually assign them to the individual items. I need to do an on items quiz or something. Brush up on my knowledge.
They are sometimes a little bit weird. I know there's Leandris Lament coming in later. I don't remember running Virtue. These are items that I've cast a lot, so I should know them. But right now, actually, that's a knock-up on Rail. The feathers, not quite as
Who
good
you
as
want?
hooked.
That's who you want, Tabs. Yasu taking a chunk, able to flash away though. The follow-up not quite there, and Virgil goes forwards to try and protect his carry. Will end up being the price that is paid. Akira goes into the Frozen Tomb. Chaos dropping very low, but the play is being, I think, closed mostly by Bloodline, but they overstay it. Citron takes all of the damage. Joshua so big, and now it's only a couple of carries in his way. Kallisgraba also potentially able to find the play. Namex does not flash, able to get away in time, but Joshua lines him up, picks up his 7th kill of the game. Rothu trying to defend against this wave. There's minions still coming in. They're too low. They don't want to dive this one. And Joshua again, this Graves for a 2nd time today, doing all the work, even when his fellow carry in Yasu gets caught out.
Here you can see It's perfect hook onto Yasu from Sander, but the follow-up not quite there, gets the flash away from it, but then Virgil, and look at this TP on the backside from Akira. Virgil goes down, Akira buys so much time. The carries from Bloodline cannot continue this fight properly. Chaos gets taken down by Yasu, and while they're still running away from Akira because you can't really go towards the Lissandra before he comes out of the Zonias, just Joshua doing so much work in this fight after Akira's perfect engage into the backside. And BO7, actually now we see on the split cam something happening around Dragon.
They are looking for the fight in here. Bloodline, they want to just be able to finish off this Infernal Drake, get their soul point, and get out. Call of the Forge God is used, and Joshua again steals an objective. Citron is deleted, but the front line of DO7 is dropping very low. Namex trying to make it happen. Kalskrabe drops Akira, is on the run now as well. DO7 in full retreat. They do not want to give anything more across. They got what they wanted. They got their second Infernal Drake.
We talked about how bursty the composition from BL might be, and that Infernal Dragon would have been, and Infernal Soul would have been so good for them. Well, BO7, you got so much burst on that side as well, and if they get all those 4 Infernal Drakes, it's gonna be hella scary to walk into any fight against them. Once again, Joshua, great steal, but something that got kind of forgotten in there was that Akira once again found his way onto this backline of Bloodline and just, you know, the carries, or Rotyu in this case, couldn't do anything in that fight. He was in Frozen Tomb the whole time.
And now DO7 start to open up the game a little bit. Again, they slow down Bloodline's Dragon stacking. They are able to pick up some more kills, but still, they are quite low in tower pickups. They've only gotten the 1 tower down. They have been trying to pressure onto this mid lane, but like Rotyu and Namex are able to clear out waves for days.
Yeah, and Baron started from DO7's side. Citron has some idea that it's going down, but they don't have 100% clearance. Now they do, and DO7 just peels away from it.
Just a bit of a gut check, you know, an awareness check coming out from DO7 there, making sure Bloodline, you know, are actually aware of what's going on. We look at the goal once again. Joshua has, you know, it's like a non-zero, like a pretty decent gold advantage. You know, 3.5k over his opposite number of Citron.
Yeah, that's the scoreline and goal difference that gets you like C- from a ranked game. But for right now, that's once again, the Graves is really strong. I don't think we need to push that point any further along here. Something that I'd like to see is DO7 getting this map more open. They did get that top turret with the minions, and just really hard to push into that mid wave when there's Zaya and Syndra clearing the minions. Virgil,
Things are getting just that little bit more tricky though.
Yeah.
Because Bloodline, I have to highlight Rotyu here, has been doing well, has farmed up a good lead for himself. Obviously, he's not been involved in all that many plays. Chaos jumps away. Chain of Corruption misses. Bloodline could potentially look for the re-engage angle. TP's now coming in from Virgil. Sander gets away from Akira. Rotyu coming out of base. A lot of low health bars. A lot of the engage tools have been lost.
yeah, neither side really catching on to anything. Bloodline only using that Ornn ultimate. On the other side, you have Solar Flare and Chains of Corruption missing. However, neither side really looking to push this further, this situation, and just, you know, go back to clearing stuff. Akira pushes out the bot side, and now you have a little bit of a power play on the top side for DO7 if they want to do something, but no real want to go for that Baron, as there is Akira still in the bot lane, actually waiting for Rotyu to potentially push up, but simply just pushes that B button and goes to shop some more.
The problem I have with this, Tebs, is Rotyu really kind of needs to be with his team, I think. We've hit 3 items. You have Leandri's Lament. You have the Rabadons. You press R on Yasu, that guy dies. Every day of the week. He's got an elixir as well.
Yeah, this
He
really
needs to be present for these fights.
this really tells that you want to fight right now, and that might be a game decider in their eyes, as Solar Flare used on the Sander. Not much there. Just you had those mid game poke ultimates from Caitlyn's, but I don't know about Leona mid game poke ultimate. That doesn't really sound that strong for me.
Perhaps a little bit hyphy from Scrabble there. Also, it's on to Sander, who, no offense to the guy, he is the least important member of Bloodline right now.
Also, the second tank is to kill, so not the easiest target to take down. Whilst
Well, he
maybe
hasn't
not
got the aftershock this game,
yep,
which
that's true.
does mean that he is a little bit more vulnerable. We've seen with these supports that go for Glacial Augment. Bloodline,
All true.
now the ones to start threatening a Baron start there. The Trinket Ward will be able to spot this one out, and now Bloodline say, okay, well, you want Soul Point, but if you go for that, we're going to start off the Baron. DO7, they
they
send
are on it.
Yasu to start this one off, and they are just going to start off the Baron themselves. They do not believe that DO7 are willing to commit to this. Joshua, if they can keep him out of the pit, and Chaos keeping them at bay. Bloodline will secure the Baron. It's Soul Point for DO7, sure, but Joshua, this huge carry, has been removed from the play by Rothue, and it's now DO7 who are on the run. Virgil drops as well. The CC comes forwards. Akira is deleted, and Bloodline, long have they waited. They have reached the late game. They are activated. Another shutdown for Rothue Kraskraba, the only member still standing. Bloodline are gonna chase into the base to make it happen, and Namex will pick up the final kill. DO7 looked so close to a second win, to a 2-win day. But Bloodline, they hold on. They do not fall too far behind, and the death timers may just be too long for them to do anything now.
Joshua still tries for a moment at least, but that's a really hard call. And
Oh no!
just
Joshua comes off the fountain and gets deleted for a second time by another unleashed power from Rothue. And Bloodline Esports will roadblock DO7 from going for a 2-win day.
Just DO7 thought it was a bluff. It wasn't bluff. They were on Baron, and after that the 4v5 just isn't what they were looking for. And first off, Chaos played a really good bouncer in that fight. No way into the pit for Joshua.
No one
and
in the club. No one.
Then just like after that, Joshua's instantly taken down when the fight starts. No damage remaining for DO7, and they just roll through the fight from the side of Bloodline. And yeah, that call was, if we have 4 or 5k elo shockwaves, that was a 4 or 5k elo call from whoever made that from the side of Bloodline.
Fantastically done by the side of Bloodline to get that one. They go up to 2-1, sitting relatively pretty for the time being. But that's not to say that we don't have plenty more action coming your way. DMG Denmark going up against Round GG in just a few minutes' time. We'll be back in a little bit to bring you that game. Welcome back, everybody, ahead of our third game of the day. We have DMG Denmark going up against Rounds GG. Obviously, Rounds GG, we have to address the fact that they did lose game 1 up against DO7 off the back of Joshua's fantastic Graves performance. DMG DK going to potentially look to exploit what a loss can do. Obviously, in this best of 1 scenarios, I don't think you really need to factor in mental strain all that much.
Yeah.
And I mean, DMG have seemed perfectly comfortable playing their own style, which is to say, Theodore in the top lane is just an absolute mad lad. We saw Barrier Warwick popping off with a quadra kill on Olaf. This man's got a lot in pocket.
Yeah, like I think there's going to be a lot of cooking in this draft because both sides of DMG and Rounds GG, their top laners have had a little bit weird champion pools so far. You know, that Olaf and Warwick, and on the other side, Ilaoi and Urgot. And other than that, I think this might be our craziest game of the day. Like, obviously, the fact that DO7 played 2 so good games, we can forget.
Where's the madness gone?
Last 1.5 minutes of the last game, we can forget. Like, it has been already a crazy day in that sense.
We'll pretend that didn't happen, right?
They played 2 fantastic games up until that point. I think this will be, like, if let's just turn off the nameplates, this will be the craziest game of the day. Both of these teams have a little bit of weirdness to them in their drafts that I'll be sure will be brought in forth this game.
Looking forward to it. As I hope you are all as well. Obviously, with the loss Rounds GG took, they're now at 1-2. If they lose another one, that puts them at 1-3, which would put them alongside DO7 in not a great situation as we go across the halfway point of the the 5 days of games before we go towards playoffs.
Yeah, obviously after today, they still have 1 game on Monday, I believe, is the last round, and potential tiebreakers then on later on. So it will be really important for them to pick up a second win here. But also for DMG, I think this is a game they expect to win. They came off from Denmark looking really strong here, and it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be one weird game. That's I'm sure.
They did look very strong. I mean, until they faced Reddy, but no. let's be real. That game was also not any kind of whitewash. Like, it was still a very competitive game.
Yeah.
And very much looking forward to seeing what, of course, this DMG team can do. Obviously, Gufa is in those games was even when they lost to Reddy, was still able to trade in like 95% of situations. I think it was only the last fight before Reddy ended that he died without killing anybody.
Yeah, that's something that's really important for ADCs, is just always get the damage out and always like look for something, and when you can finish those kills and get those kills secured, it starts to show up in your KDA, but also oftentimes starts to show up positively in your team's win column. But this time around, against Rounds GG, I don't know.
He's played Ziggs, so
yeah.
I respect the fact that they're choosing to take that one away.
Yeah.
Rounds GG potentially going more meta, obviously. Yeah. I mean, Agni could also be just a really good Orianna, but even if not, like, Orianna is just really good. Has been since you received a couple of those little buffs. No, even banning away Reiska's Zoe, despite it not really doing that much against DO7.
Yeah, it obviously had a lot of unfortunate happenings in that game, but at the same time, it's a respect towards that pocket pick with also that 6. So DMG want to steer this game towards maybe that meta state, while Rounds GG are taking off these meta strong champions, Orianna, Xante. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw... Okay, we are not seeing anything from
something happened in draft. Don't worry about it. We'll get back onto it. It's fine. We'll get back into it as quickly as possible. I'm sure production will let us know what is going on with that. But
But once again, with these two teams,
I just heard an exasperated sigh.
yeah,
Thanks,
looking,
Cal.
looking at both of these teams so far, we haven't seen much of overlap in champions that they have played themselves. Obviously, Bruto with that Rakan a couple of times, but DMG all new champions throughout all the time. There's a little bit of a bug with the lobby, but it should be fine. They're currently remaking the lobby and should be okay in a moment's time.
Absolutely.
So yeah, these drafts are really open. I think that what we saw so far means that RunsGG doesn't really want to go into that meta stuff. Wants to thin out that pool, whilst DMG doesn't want to deal potentially with these artillery champions from the side of RunsGG.
Yeah, and if DMG choose to continue along that track, obviously we didn't see their last ban, but I mean we could see maybe the Jarvan gone. We've seen some priority towards taking that one away. Although I mean, who can't play Jarvan? I can play Jarvan. Like he's my highest mastery champion by a long way. And,
Jarvan is simple and really strong right now, especially with the meta champions also. They're really strong combination. Other than that, I wouldn't be surprised if the Rakan was taken away from Bruto, a champion that has a lot of different options that he can do. Those late game flanks are really something that the champion can find. Maybe Varus banned if they're really looking for those long range champions taken away, something that Coasty has played before. I don't know. The final bans will be interesting to see, but also what the picks will be in the end.
I'm back into draft. Hopefully we'll get through these first bans nice and quick. Obviously they must be the same.
I believe so. I hope so. It would be weird if you change the bans between, but I believe it has been called by the admins that they should be the same bans. Either way, nothing too special about, surprising about these ones. A little bit special from the side of DMG, focusing on those 6 and so as we alluded before, and also Orient extended from RunsGG's side.
From what we saw earlier, do you expect anything that RunsGG might want to pick up of their composition they played earlier?
Not a lot. maybe
let's not tinge everything grey here. They lost the game, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they were playing awfully. I would say a couple of unfortunate hex flashes from Bruto, Risk getting caught out a couple of times just for some crazy damage coming out from Joshua, and it's going to be the Syndra that ends up being the final ban.
Yeah, I would look potentially towards that Urgot for Jesu. He has been really strong on that, and maybe save the 5th pick for Reiska to get a potential counter matchup against Agony, who has been really strong. This Ashe, I wouldn't be so sure then that it's the ADC picked up.
No, the fact that this can be
Definitely.
flexed is I imagine why it's been picked blue 1. Obviously, you can do a lot with it, play it as a traditional marksman, or of course the build Umbral Glaive into into AP. That's what I've been seeing at Worlds.
Yeah, there's also been I don't know, was it played in Worlds, but also in High Elo solo queue there's been this just level the Ashe with a Umbral into Axiom Arc, just firing the ult 24/7, just looking for those
do you
picks.
like enchanted crystal arrows? Well, boy, have I got some enchanted crystal arrows for you. As RunsGG will opt into the Lovers Duo here. Taxfig will be the next to pick. I saw the champion. I need to wait for confirmation. It is going to be the Ivern locked in here. Now, the question becomes, the Caitlyn as well. So we have an enchanter in the jungle for this DMG composition, and the Ashe Caitlyn bot lane into the Xayah Rakan. How do you like that?
The moment Ivern was locked in, this was in my head. It was 100% Ashe support. You have so much control with these two champions. You know where any team is with the Hawk from Ashe, and also the brushes from Ivern. Zinjal,
really nice for Caitlyn.
It is very nice onto the comp of DMG so far, actually. Also, a little bit of a curveball. I'm not sure if we've seen Xin Zhao just so
He's
far
not
in
been
RPS.
super popular.
He hasn't,
For-
but for Kyrie, it's one of his like strongest champions. Been for a while. He hasn't played this split a lot, but the Xin Zhao is something that he plays really aggressively and can find those early leads with it.
Well, there goes Theodor's Olaf. And, I mean, I don't know if they want to ban the Warwick. I feel like that's... I mean, they have the ability to counterpick, so...
Yeah.
I feel like the Warwick is very much like a... You know, that it has the spice of an R5. It can't really be done anywhere else.
A lot of top lane picks have that, talking about the Warwick, Nasus and Yorick and like Ilaoi are R5 champions. So far, the Vex taken from Agony Pain, he had a really...
Oh yes.
Well, even if they lost the game, it's champion that really can do a lot of pain, deal a lot of pain to your enemies. Urgot banned. Let's not talk about that. I would really like it, but Urgot banned, I think that's a good ban against Jesus, the champion pool. He hasn't shown too much versatility yet. That Ilaoi left a little bit for wanting, and so far it seems like they are leaving that 5th pick for him, so we might be seeing something quite different this time around, or we will be seeing something different this time around.
And the Ahri obviously provides a relatively safe mid lane pick with the option of going, indexing heavily into damage, or with what we see here, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Everfrost pick up, because the team currently is quite lacking in hard and fast engage or pick options.
The Cassiopeia is an interesting pick. It's a little bit of an Ahri counter. Obviously, after level 6, you can lock the Ahri down really well, especially if you have Ivern alongside you. Ahri doesn't get to move a lot. Ahri's been a good blind pick in the Finnish league for the longest time, but does have a little bit of a fall around playing against Cassiopeia. Renekton for Theodore here. Once again, you don't see the enemy top lane. It's a decent blind pick. I actually would have liked maybe more of a tank. Renekton can sort of perform that late game, but not the same as you'd have like an Ornn or...
Speaking of, do we see a repeat of the previous game?
I do not want to see Ornn here. Oh, Malphite. Well, I don't know if this is any better than the Ornn. I would have wanted more of a damage from the
3/5 of the composition it's really good into. It's going to be able to tank a lot of damage from the Ashe Caitlyn and should be able to do fine into the Renekton, but Cassiopeia worries me.
Yeah.
For Malphite, because Twin Fang spam, I'm not sure how he deals with that.
Yeah, that's the point. Like, you are really good in the other comp, but Cassiopeia will melt through you because you're basically only a health ball for him, for her. So in that sense, maybe the Ornn would have been compositionally better. On lane, I believe Renekton is a better, like, safer option than Ornn. Obviously, we saw just earlier, just Ornn getting those solo kills. Chaos did wonders with the champion, but I think Malphite is certainly safer option in the laning phase. I would have wanted to see something different here. Maybe take a scaling top laner that also can side lane, because I don't really find these 5v5s fanciable for rounds. GG.
We'll see what happens as we get onto the Rift, of course. And my eyes, at least in the early game, are going to be bot lane. I want to see what this Ashe Caitlyn can do. Especially...
I don't.
I mean, we might have to put a content warning on it, but also, the Rakan can do a good job of disrupting it.
Yeah.
But it does also require the Xin Zhao to put a lot of pressure on towards this bot side in the early stages.
Yeah.
We'll see if Kyrie is able to do that as we get onto the Rift for the third game of the day. Rounds GG. They came off a loss earlier. They want to brush that off, bring themselves back up to 2-2. Try and maximize their hopes of going onwards out of this group stage. DMG DK, obviously this is their first game of the day. They're going to start it off with a win, as we are seeing pretty standard starts coming out.
Yeah, Rounds GG have a little bit of a counter.
Wait, hang on.
ward
Hang on a
set
minute.
there.
Why
Wait.
is Zyrakan topside?
No, I think they will start. Yeah, Jesus backing, so they will be flipping the lanes back to how you're expecting to have them. They had a little bit of a counter ward setup here, so it's common for junglers to come alone and ward the enemy raptors. But this time around, Tuxvig, I think he checked the brush with Q and noticed that there was more than he wanted to deal with and decided to not go in there, as Elaguden actually finding out that there's Coasty and Brother coming through towards the bot side with the ward that he had placed before.
Unfortunately, it was too far from Guffa to actually get the money
Yeah,
from the Spectral Sickle. But, I mean, Ashe Caitlyn, of course, 2 ranged champions into a ranged and a, I'm going to air quotes, melee for
Yeah.
Rakan.
Rakan really short
obviously,
range champion.
They are going to have prio in this early lane. It's kind of unavoidable as that Hail of Blades Ashe is able to poke right through the Guardian Shield.
Yeah, these early levels will be so annoying to deal with for Coasty and Bruto. Obviously, if you do get past the early game, as they do get the W onto Ashe.
Immediate ignite onto the Ashe, though. Heal burnt out. Coasty trying to get away, has to burn the flash. Broto has flashed and ignited as well. And now Guffa hits level 2. Going to try and put the damage down onto the Rakan. A grand entrance will be able to get him out. But this is a huge wave from DMG now coming under the tower.
Yeah, this is... for a moment, it looked really good for Rounds GG. Obviously, you got onto the Ashe, you got summoners out from her. Also goes from Guffa, but now you are in a really precarious position with so low HP, and with against double range, you're gonna get so hard harassed under the turret here.
They're already getting poked away, taking that damage as Guffa can step up. And of course, the range on Caitlyn is so great that if you step forward to hit a minion, you're probably going to take an auto attack, and she's going to walk out of tower range before she suffers any retaliation.
Yeah,
As I say that, takes the tower hit.
Coasty found a cupcake, but sadly I think Guffa actually out of the turret. But yeah, for now, that lane could have been a lot worse. They could have given a first blood there, but they also, Coasty misses about 2 waves of minions. There's Kairi. Still level 1. Oh no, the item!
Oh no!
I just now realized.
Why? This is not... It is hard to state how not good this is for Rounds GG right now. Because Taxvic has not only fully cleared his jungle, he has taken away the blue buff, and Kairi at 4 minutes is still level 1.
Okay, that's a tilter. That's a tilter.
That's an excellent question, production. How did we not notice?
I didn't look. I don't look at the items. I don't play my play normally. Okay, no, but seriously, that's so bad for Kairi. Tuxvig also looking for potential. Well, just more counter jungling. I don't think they want to dive this level 3 with the double range bot lane. They're just perfectly fine. Harassing. Actually, Coasty takes the root there, but yeah, they should be okay with their lives under threat for now for Rounds GG. They'll miss some more farm, but oh no, Brutus will be. Brutus will be given.
Gotta play this very carefully though. These are 3 pretty squishy champions. Bruto going forwards, trying to put the damage onto Guffa. Kusti takes a lot of damage, not quite going down. Bruto just about surviving with the battle dance. Kairi, can he pick up something? No. Kusti is stuck right now. Taxvig might be in, I mean, has to burn the flash. I was gonna say he might be in some trouble. Kairi's still level 2.
Yeah, this is... I mean, Roach GG played that dive really well, but I don't think there was a kill angle there. Now they will have another try at it, though. Taxvig still has basically full HP.
It is level 5 now. Kairi trying to step in. Will be able to land a knockup, but the follow-up is so difficult to play. Elaguden now here. Agni coming forwards as well. Guffa trying to make the damage happen. Kairi trying to get the damage in. It's going to be Ilaguden that picks up that first kill of the game. And the pressure is still here. Reiska trying to make it happen. Gufa is too low to be able to survive. Reiska will be able to even it up.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a saving grace that Reiska was able to get one kill back, obviously burning TP for that. But at the same time, that was probably the weirdest first 6 minutes of a game that I've ever seen. Or second after, you know, the Levi Nocturnal, but that's probably number one for EU fans. But that was a lot
Don't remind
of...
me.
Yeah, that was a lot of weirdness going on in Kairi. Now level 3 looking for the mid lane, but I don't know, you're 3 levels down on Agony.
How does the level 3 exactly...
You can all your base abilities, so surely you can do something, but yeah, this...
into a level 6 though?
Yeah, don't do it, but... Anyways, a little bit calm down here now. The early game has gone fully for DMG. I don't think that's a surprise for anyone, given the draft, especially if you looked at the items level 1. That should be even more of a less of a surprise. On the top side, however, there's a little bit of a brighter spot for Rounds GG, as Yesu has been able to stay relatively okay, has hit the level 6 now 7, so he should be clear through that lane. Mid lane, Reiska got a kill. That's also a little bit of a positive. Let's not look at the jungle and bot lane if you're a Rounds GG fan or if you're a Fiend.
As long as Kusti and Bruto are able to survive it, decently well, then Reiska may be able to become that big major carry. I was talking about the Everfrost in Champion Select, of course, as a potential option for them, but we also have to remember the fact that, well, with a Malphite, you don't necessarily need it as much. And so, especially since he's already got that kill, could look to try and get some more. Bruto, however, takes a beating trying to get out after jumping forwards.
Creates enough zone for Coasty to pick up those minions, so it's okay-ish as Reiska now looking for a big mid. No.
The charm lands onto Agony, will be able to get the burn through, and we'll be able to pick that one back onto Reiska. Kairi is there to pick up his second assist of the game. Still very down in CS though, and Taxvig has hit that level 6, going to be starting off this Drake with Kosti and Bruto stuck under the tower.
Very nice dodge on the miasma from both Kairi and Reiska, but sadly that's not enough to save Reiska's life. That's 1 for 1 in the end, and even Shroud now picked up for Reiska, so it should be better to... Excuse me, Petrifying Gaze, not Miasma. Miasma is the pool on the ground. However, Everfrost now picked up for Reiska, so should be able to look for potentially more. Right now though, that lane is one-on-one. It's Agony's playground, even if they are a little bit out of sync with the items to pick up the tier early on.
Brilliant.
They will be able to pick up their own first item before too long. Looking to go for the Leandries this game, so knows that they're going to have to burn through this Malphite, the only of the carries that's going to realistically do any actual damage to a Malphite.
Yeah, that's true. If I was the Malphite, I would look towards building an early-ish Anathema's Chains just to get extra HP, and that it's more impactful if the enemy team has only one magic damage dealer than just stacking MR, because, well, obviously there's only one who you will benefit against as another pick in the mid lane.
They're looking in. Charm lands onto Agni. Ilaguden spots Kairi, will dissuade any further aggression, but Kusti and Bruto are also here. Jesu lurking as well for a potential engage. Ilaguden drops the ward. Taxvig going to summon Daisy into the mid lane as well. Bruto going forwards, not able to find anyone, but Jesu finds the unstoppable force. Agony Pain is exactly what he's feeling right now, as he will go back to base.
Agony and Pain at this moment.
Simultaneously.
Yeah, really good ult from Jesu to get the Cassiopeia, and nicely. Also a little bit of gold for Coasty there. Able to claw some back on that deficit against Gufe. And even with the early start, it's 2k gold lead for DMG, but Rounds GG are showing that they have something in their tank as they're now going for Gufe. not quite.
Grand entrance, not quite so grand as Kyrie being hit on into Crescent Guard. Will be able to absorb the ace in the hole, and Rounds UG pick up that first Rift Herald. Not going to be so easy for Reiska to get out, however, no flash, not usable under the conditions of the miasma. Will go down.
Yeah, that's one big back for DMG, and they're potentially looking for more up top, as that's a 3-man onto Bruto and Coasty. But yeah, for now, they are okay. Also, got it close by. Featherstorm available for Coasty. Actually looking for a potential kick of their own. No.
A little bit of damage put down. Junglers are present as well, but Illigan not really in any actual danger. No quickness available for Bruto. No ignite for a while either. Be able to walk that one out, no trouble.
Yep. So far, so decent. And even if this beginning has been a lot of DMG favorite, I think Bronze GG are in a decent position. Their composition should be, I think, better rounded when it comes to late game. Obviously, you do have the big potential from Ashe and Ivern on top of that for DMG, but if Bronze GG gets to
Agony Pain, again being engaged upon, manages to find both enemies with the Petrifying Gaze, but the flash forwards from Reiska will be able to secure his third kill of the game. Daisy dropped top line, Kisti and Bruto. Gonna be okay, although watch out for the knock-up. Taxbig potentially going for the chase down as well. The knock-up has to be flashed by the Xayah. And the TP comes in onto mid from Theodore to stop the Rift Herald from doing too much damage.
Once again, good pick in the mid lane for Rounds GG. A little bit of a extra pressure on Agony Pain, but top side, DMG not quite able to get those kills. Do get the turret, however. Goofy, I don't think, was in range to use the ace in the hole. Both of the carriers, both of the bot laners from side Rounds GG and were on range for that. As we see what's going down here. Toxic actually starting off with the extra crystal arrow, and then just Coasty has to run away here. I think, yeah, not much.
Ace in the hole wasn't quite on cooldown.
Yeah, sadly. Anyways, still that 3k for DMG, that turret in the top lane. First brick going over for them, with all the plates still standing.
20 seconds until the next Drake comes up onto the Rift. It will be the Hex Tech, so no shenanigans of Hex Gates this game. I don't know if that's good for Rounds GG. Potential flank angles could have been very nice.
Yep.
They do have Pyro in the river right now. DMG are going to be the ones who have to step in. It looks like, at least, this position is relatively unassailable from the side of DMG. Daisy going to be pushed forwards into the situation. But the Drake is gone before Daisy can even make her way forwards. DMG forced into a retreat. They send Agony Pain top lane, though, to keep the shove going.
Yeah, sadly not able to join the fight early on, so DMG need to give that one away. Rounds GG stopping that early stacking from DMG's side, and we will have Mountain Soul for this game, so both teams, well, especially DMG, will get a little bit more from that shield if they do end up getting the soul, but for now...
Illaguden.
Looking.
It's dangerous. The flash going forward. Reiska will be able to land the charm. Kyrie follows up, and that's another kill picked up. Guffa is able to get away from that one. The quickness does not find its mark by Bruto.
Yeah, that's all the summoners away from the Caitlyn, though.
Yeah, Rounds GG able to make things happen, but they are still losing things elsewhere on the map. So they're getting kills, but the gold lead, it's not going down from the side of DMG. They are still around 3.5k in the advantage.
Yeah, as I said, Rounds GG do find the picks, but they just can't follow up with the objectives afterwards. As
Lara goes wide.
Yeah, not quite landing onto Bruto. But yeah, it's DMG just outplaying the map right now. That's really good from their side, and also this vision control they have been able to establish on the top side is really nice with the next Herald coming up at some point. Do we? Yeah, only one has been taken so far.
Bruto taking a whole bunch of damage, but Jesu with the fantastic flank. Taxvig on the run. Agony Pain should be able to keep him safe, and Kyrie steps a little too far forwards. Crescent Guard not going to be guarding him for all that long. Theodore now turning on towards Jesu. He's a tanky boy, this Malphite, though. The rest of DMG unable to secure more kills, but they will be able to push in this tower.
Yeah, that
Wave
was...
clear. It's just about good enough. Oh, cool, Coasty. Gotta watch out. Double burn, of course.
Agony so well atomized right now as the hands of Crystal Arrow just to stop the back
That's
from
just rude.
Reiska. That is rude.
Come on,
That-
Elgud.
That's also the first rule, I believe, for the side of... on mid lane for the side of PMG, so that should be the map completely open. Reiska doesn't have any mana, no flash either. Yeah, cannot defend this one. Should be also DMG getting the inside line for the Herald.
Shirley joins onto the rift and immediately finds herself attacked by DMG. Right now, looks like Rans GG going to opt against stepping in, although the health, it potentially could have been contestable, but realistically it would have involved Kyrie going over the wall into a very unfriendly situation.
Yeah. Unfriendly understatement once again, but
Speaking of Kyrie, I do want to touch base with him once again. He is even on levels with Taxvig. Yes, he hasn't completed his jungle item yet, but he has been present in all 7 of Rounds GG's kills.
yeah,
That early game blunder, all but forgotten. He is doing all right.
yeah, he's been really pumping it up after the early game. Also, like to point out, Bruto and Jesu been able to find those engages really well, alongside Kyrie, of course. So right now, Rounds GG, the go in button, they seem to be more in line with each other than in game 1 of today, but it's still a lot of work. They are still 3k gold down, all the map open for the enemy team, but they have not been able to take those turrets. However, it's also a lot of standing gold. Once they get those turrets, they should be
Reiska.
closer.
Charm misses. Enchanted Crystal Arrow to the face will be his reward. Rounds GG will have to fall back 45 seconds until the first Mountain Drake spawns onto the rift, and right now, Taxvig was just taking his own camps towards the top side, and Rounds GG do now have the lion's share of presence in this bot side river. Of course, DMG can just push out the mid lane though, and force Rounds GG to answer.
Hawk spotting out Kyrie's and Bruto's flank, and that's a 5-man. DMG ready to take on this flank if it ever is to come. Reiska still a bit far away from the fight. Crash from Herald comes in, and DMG able to take the control from bot river first.
Yep, stepping now into the river, trying to get that presence now. The script flips. Traps put down by Guffer. Rounds GG now trying to get mid Prio.
Body flank.
Watch out though, Kyrie is off vision and is currently looking for a flank angle. Illigan, does he spot him out? Kyrie will find the flash, immediately comes forward, and the 4-man quickness out of Bruto is absolutely brutal. Theodore is able to split off Kosti towards the backside though, but the rest of DMG Denmark are getting ripped to shreds by Rounds GG. Taxvig on the run, takes a charm, takes a wind, becomes lightning. The tree is cut down, and Rounds GG have come alive in the game.
The flank from Kyrie first finds onto the bottom lane of DMG, and after that Bruto just brutalizes onto the rest of the DMG composition. Sadly, Jesu was not quite in range to follow it up, but here we see Kyrie on the flank behind the Dragon Pit. Elaguden and Goofy slightly separated from the rest of the team. Race coming in with the Davis and Bruto. This massive 4-man ground entrance goes to getting all those feathers through the DMG composition, and whole team of DMG obliterated.
I've got to shout out Theodore though, because that could have been even more disgusting. Kirsty was not able to immediately do the pullback on the feathers when he came down from the feather storm, because Theodore landed the Ruthless Predator, was pressuring him so relentlessly, was only able to find the route onto, I believe, 1 person in that fight, rather than rooting up everyone who was present there from the side of DMG.
Yeah, that was. If there's any Finns, you know, Bruto Smork in the chat right after that one. But yeah, that was an amazing fight for Rounds GG. Also closes down the gold gap, gets the second dragon for them. They're well and truly back into this game. I think their composition really favors those teamfight positions.
Give the man. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyrie completes his jungle item at 21 minutes.
21 minutes. Let's go, baby.
A 100% kill participation still in this game. I want to double it again. Despite the blunder of starting with D-Shield by accident, Kyrie is having a real big impact on this game.
Indeed. That is, yes, that is all true. However, PMG, Cassiopeia is a really strong late game champion. Renekton will start to fall down a little bit. Obviously, you can go for a little bit of tankier build. It doesn't seem to be the case here. Going for that cleaver second, I believe, as that is now the items, support items coming also for Taxvik, the Chalice of Blessing. They're ready to be upgraded soon-ish. I believe that's Redemption second, right? That goes into that item? I'm not sure.
I don't remember if it can go into multiple items.
Yeah.
But yeah, Redemption... I think Redemption would make sense for the sort of fights that we are seeing.
Yeah, there it comes. Yeah. It's still a new
there you
item.
go.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm a play-by play normally. So, okay. Yeah,
That's
but
no
anyways,
excuse.
that's no excuse. Yeah, you did really well doing the color earlier on, and as FLX caster, I should be able to do it as well. However, now topside Legion control going over to round CG.
Just do Lordle.
Yeah, that's true.
There's also Buildle, by the way. It's like Lordle, but item specific.
Oh,
Pretty cool.
I didn't know if that's...
I use that too.
Huh.
Jesu
Needs
is
check it.
like Teodor's just not going to be able to kill this Malphite at this point. Got
No.
too much armor, has yet to complete a cleaver or anything else to that effect. Rhaeska nearly finds the charm onto Taxvig, but is going to be able to respect it enough and survive this one out. Baron is the only big objective right now on the map. 2 minutes for a potential soul point for rounds GG.
Yeah, still a while away from that soul itself, but two dragons already there, so closer on. Despite, you know, rounds GG being able to take some of these fights, I want to point out Agony has gotten really nice items for themselves, closing in on also on that Archangel staff at some point. Shouldn't be too far away from it anymore. Once that's picked up, Cassiopeia is basically
Very
full
close
items.
towards the Rabadons as well, though. Has
Yeah.
those two needlesslies in inventory. Is getting there. Another Crownie's Comet comes across from Elagud, and of course that could have been very, very dangerous indeed, but does not connect this time around. And it seems like these teams are pretty scared about starting up the Baron here. Honestly, I respect it. Like, I would not want to be the one stood in the pit having to deal with either of these teams on the outside.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You don't want to be against a Rakan Malphite engage in the pit, or against a Cassiopeia who can just put Miasma and a Petrifying Gaze through your whole field composition. Now, however, TMG once again gets that bot lane priority, mid lane priority first to go towards the bot side. But
Is it time for Baron threat, though?
oh no.
Rhaeska going for the back will be
Do not.
completing the Rabadon's death cap
No.
here, and rounds GG are indeed going to start up the Baron here. Daisy has already been summoned. The TP's now coming in as Rhaeska has Jesu beside him. Kuslik takes some damage. Bruto manages to soak that one up. The miasma goes in with the damage. And Agony Pain is taken down. Theodore trying to find the backline. Kusi is able to survive. This Renekton does not find his targets. Rhaeska able to pick up another for a double. Elaguden has to flash over the wall. It's going to be a chase down. Guffa, however, is taking apart the remaining members with Taxvig by his side. Bruto and Jesu are able to get out. Rhaeska now looking for the re-engage. They will find Guffa going legendary. Taxvig not able to do enough. And rounds GG GG will secure the fight, and they're going to look to keep going towards the Baron.
Still 8 pentakill for Reiska. It didn't register as penta, but it was 3 and 2. But this first off, Agony knows where Reiska and Jesu are coming from. Puts down a miasma. While that's going on, Ruta finds onto the carries of, only Gaffa of the other side. And now you can see Theodore doing so much work. Gufe can fire pretty much freely, but Reiska just fighting onto the pick after pick. First off, takes off Agony, then on the top lane Theodore and Guren. Now next up Gufe as the John lands and damage follows through. You done goofed. That's 5 kills for the Ahri and Baron for the Finnish side.
11, 2 and 5 on this Ahri. With the completed Rabadons going towards Zonya's Hourglass as well, DMG will step in and be able to secure themselves their own Mountain Drake this game. It's not a soul point. It's not a soul. Rounds GG. They take the gold lead. They are pressuring the mid lane. Things are starting to look very, very good indeed for them.
Yeah, they are. The Ahri is well and truly getting to those big items, power spike items, while Agony still hasn't hit 3 as Reiska goes forward.
Tries to step in, but it's the wombo combo. Theodore goes golden. You're not going to survive coming out of this one. The healing is good. It will be enough to get him out. Kyrie is unassailable with the Crescent Guard. That's another fantastic pick. As down goes the Ivan. Bruto not even going to take the ace in the hole. Kirsty tanks it for his butt.
A huge petrifying gaze from Agony, just saving the top laner and potentially more in this game. However, one more pick for the side of Rounds GG. Not able to push the top lane in. I believe that would have been maybe two turrets or more for the side of Rounds GG if they had gotten Theodore have gotten Agony there. But nice ultimate from the Cassiopeia. Saves the game a little bit. Still 4k gold lead for Rounds GG for now.
One thing that can be said about this Rounds GG comp is it doesn't side lane very well. Like, Reiska is fine on a side lane, but like, Jesu can only really clear waves. He's not a big side lane threat. In fact, if your Malphite is not in the team fight, then something's going very wrong, surely.
Yeah, and even if Reiska is a decent side laner with the Ahri, you don't want your main damage.
That's a lot of your damage gone.
Yeah, that's all of your damage at this point gone. If Reiska is stood on a side lane. Besides, if you're against Renekton, that Renekton will gladly int himself to end that TP. But yeah, Rounds GG now just looking to move around as a 5-man as Gufe takes Wind Beyond. Wind becomes Lightning, but Kairi takes a round of damage for his own trouble.
Jesu gonna push in this bot wave. Theodore will be able to catch it, and Rounds GG just gonna lurk in this bot side jungle of DMG. There's no objective coming up for just shy of 2.5 minutes, which means that they can continue to push their vision forwards. They can try and choke DMG out of the game. Crystal Arrow lands onto Kyrie, but they're too afraid to step forward and try for the pick because they know the rest of Rounds GG are nearby.
2 ults used for absolutely nothing as Charm lands on
Theodore getting bursted out, will be healed up by the redemption, but when the tankiest member of your team is getting melted like that, that's when you gotta stop being worried.
Yeah, just a little bit. This bot lane turrets will be taken out next real soon here, as DMG Jesu is looking for the engage the moment they are under this turret.
Are we looking at a repeat of day 1, Tebs? Oh, in goes Jesu! We should have seen the unstoppable force. There is no immovable object here, Tebs. As DMG are falling apart, Reiska does burn down to agony pain, but when there's 4 more members where that comes from, I don't know if it matters all that much. Jesu gonna take some damage, and they do relent. DMG are able to hold on to their inhibitor turret. Agony Pain still looking to play this one forward, sees the low health bars, knows that, well, thinks at least, they're going to be very difficult to deal with alongside Ilagun. They look to step forwards. Bruto Have to battle dance away. There is a TP ward available for Theodore if they can keep the attention of Rounds GG long enough. Brutu, Kosti on the run. Jesu trying to look forwards. There is no petrifying gaze here, so Agony Pain is actually fairly vulnerable. Does get the Archangels popped. Goes golden. The TP has come in from Theodore, but he's in no man's land as both of his teammates go down. He has used that cooldown for effectively nothing. Now, stepping forwards, Theodore. Kosti has his back cancelled. Taxby now coming in. There is the TP available and coming in from Reiska. Theodore being kept at bay. Kosti able to zone him out. And now Reiska looking for Taxvig in the super extended fight. Guffa is coming out of base as well. But Rounds GG know there's no more to be had here. They will step away with their ill-gotten gains.
The fight started with Jesu Flash, Malphite ulting onto Goofy, but the ult is already back. That's how long it took. And yeah, that should be a place USDMG know. The second turret bot lane or top lane, whatever lane, as a matter of fact, is a place you don't really want to contest if it's already that low. That's so easy to dive, especially when the team has Rock-On, has Malphite, Rounds GG, finds the fight. However, Agony also takes a lot of damage onto the side of Rounds GG, but not able to finish those kills. Continues to chase them through the bot lane and just... That Dragon Baron is coming up next again.
Can we, production, can we have a look at Jesu's armor stat right now? Because that's 2 Mountain Drakes secured. There we go, 543. Just casually, by the way. And also, I actually really like the Abyssal Mass pickup.
Yeah,
Because it
true.
combos so nicely with all of the damage that a 650 AEP Ari is doing.
Yeah, 13-3-8 Ari with that Abyssal Mask on the Malphite. It's gonna be shredding through the whole team of DMG, and DMG, they are
That's
aware
GG.
this is happening.
I respect this a lot.
Yeah.
They do not actually have all of that much vision placed down, I don't think.
Yeah.
Can we check the red vision, sorry, production? Okay, no, never mind. They have some vision. It's not a crazy amount, but I think they know at this point that DMG can't really step into that as they engage onto Agony Pain. Has the Zhonya's, doesn't have a chance to use it. Bruto takes a chunk, but not going to drop. Heals back up with the redemption. And there's a mountain of stopwatches on Rounds GG as well. So how does DMG even fight this?
You don't. We just saw Jesu taking the whole, so in quotations, burst combination from
Kyrie
Caitlyn.
looking for the roam angle behind. Has the Crescent Guard available, but is trying to look to it. Zinsek, somebody into the back line, doesn't have the flash to do so. Instead, going to split up from the rest of the team. 4 members pushing in the top lane wave. Kyrie going to try and get the mid lane in as well. Split up DMG, Agony Pain, back up in 12 seconds time. It looks like the siege is not going to be all that effective just yet.
Yeah, it's not the easiest combo to take turrets with from the side of Rounds GG. And Goofy kind of from the far away shoot at the minions.
Jesu
and now
TPing
TP
back
coming
in.
Also full force
Looking
ready.
for the angle. It's back to being a fight, like 5v5, and of course Kyrie is a ways away. Theodore would have a much easier time of joining a fight if one were to start, and Rounds GG are still unable to break open the base right now.
Yeah, it's, as I said, not the easiest comp to take to turrets with, especially Xayah, sort of normal range ADC, not a Caitlyn, not an Ashe to hit those. And now he's
Looks forward, only finds one person, and it's Agony Pain, the most important member of this DMG composition. Theodore on the run. His healing will keep him alive for a moment, but it won't be enough as Reiska picks up 2. He's looking for more. He's got a Zhonya's as everybody from DMG Denmark runs away. Reiska will go down. Kyrie will drop as well. And in fact, diving without the minions is doom. 4 Rounds GG. They will be able to break open the base. They will be able to get an inhibitor down. And Kosti now trying to play it forwards. Not going to get the damage down. Bruto will be able to block against the ace in the hole. Rounds GG. They get too hyphy. They get too excited.
That is so... That's kind of scary. That's so high for you, can like Reiska looking for them. But here, we can see Jesu finds the only target that really matters here, Agony. It's actually out of vision, this ult, I think. Now just barely sees us coming through the gate.
One
Race
step through the gate.
Yeah. And the whole team can follow, with the exception of Coasty, through those walls. Coasty just takes the turret off. That's 2. I think at this point, that's enough. You don't want to go that deeper. Reiska, yeah, that's all cool.
Where are your minions at?
Yeah. Going into
Thank you,
Zhonya's
production.
going into Zhonya's against Caitlyn, you're dead. That's 3 kills over to DMG. But the base is now truly open for rounds GG2. Inhibitors down from the base of DMG.
We're looking a minute into the future, Tebs. Mountain Soul would be obtainable
Yeah.
by rounds GG if they're able to pick this one up. They are now 8k in the advantage. DMG Denmark, they won that last fight, but I think it's very reasonable to say it was the overconfidence of rounds GG that was their downfall.
Indeed. Now this dragon, I don't even know if rounds GG really wants to go for it. Like, maybe let it stand for a moment, and then, you know, the classic burns up. Okay, they're just so much far ahead. They just, yeah, they don't care about these waves right now. They'll go take it on spawn and they take that easy soul away from potential hands of DMG at some point.
There are very few more crucial pieces that rounds GG need to pick up before they are well and truly online in this game. Wait, what? What?
The Caitlyn
Ace in the hole from a 4-item Caitlyn barely breaks the granite shield.
Oh no. Yeah. Good luck trying to break it now with the mountain soul on top of it.
Yo, dog, I heard you like shields, so I put a shield on your shield.
614 armor on Jesu. That's more than 2, right?
You know what? I think 614 is greater than 2, yes. Rounds UG looking to push in. 1 inhibitor turret stands between them and a potential victory. Jesu, Reiska, solo laners looking for a flank, making sure that DMG can't just deal with the people in front of them. Jesu will take some damage here with the root caller coming in. The redemption, he hasn't yet gone below half health. Again finds agony pain, but he has not got the follow-up. And this time will go down unanswered. Round CG now on the run. Agony Pain drops down. The Petrifying Gaze will not be able to stun anybody up. Daisy will drop. Reiska try to fight the Charm. Ilagoon does not get hit. And DMG, this Danish team, they hold on for now. Bruto. Oh, apparently that was too hot for TV. As Bruto will also drop. DMG Denmark, now the ones with the push. 2 members of Round GG still down. And there's a Baron up for the taking in 20 seconds.
Yeah. I'm surprised Bruto didn't follow up. I don't think he had flash by that point. But popping the ult and not going with a follow-up onto Jesu, that fight could have been potentially game ending. But here, now the Baron being started by DMG on spawn here. Obviously that's 3 man alive. Jesu has TP.
Kosti is in the base.
Yeah. Kosti's looking
Kosti is on the bot side inhibitor right now. Theodore not going to be able to answer. The Baron is secured by DMG Denmark, and they will be able to back thanks to the Ivan brushes. Well, it's not, you know, that takes some pressure. That alleviates some pressure off the side of DMG. They now have this buff for the next 3 minutes.
Reiska looking for a pick here. I don't think if Goofy is
on his
still
own
then
right
yeah,
now.
but no one else is here to help in this three man of DMG. Reiska
Nobody
doesn't want to
yet.
go in there.
Blue team's inhibitor is respawning soon.
Yeah, nobody yet finding their
Blue
targets.
team's inhibitor is respawning soon.
DMG's inhibitors will return to the map very shortly. So,
This,
we crossed the 40-minute mark, Tabs. DMG,
yeah,
they have held on.
This is the moment when you start to look at, okay, yeah, everybody starts to be closing in on their full builds, like, you know, Coasties, like half an item away, both Reiska and Goofy are already full build. Agony, you know, Cassiopeia gets 6 proper items, and he's only 1 away from that point as well. So you're starting closing on these items. Gold doesn't matter anymore. Yada yada yada. And we can see. Also, Malphite does quite a bit of damage at this point with the armor that he has 640 off
291
on each arm. Yeah. Anyways, round
Pretty
GG. Hard to push against these Baron but they still try.
They're able to do a pretty good job of it, actually, and the tower will drop. Bruto gets hit with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and has to go golden. However, Theodore goes down before he can respond. Agni Pain going golden, will drop the Petrifying Gaze, but he's not able to find any targets. Kyrie able to keep the entire rest of DMG on notice with the Crescent Guard. Reiska dropping low, will die to Elo Guden here. Jesu dropping low with the ace in the hole. The flash out from the Zaya. And the autos are there, and the volleys are there. Guffa goes unstoppable, and they are able to take the ace inside their base. DMG Denmark, 10 minutes ago, the game looked lost.
Yeah, and 10 minutes before that, it looked like they couldn't lose it. This game has been so crazy. Once again, that play, they find the Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Bruto. Yeah, and after that, it's just...
Is there a DMG ward?
There.
Is there a rounds GG ward anywhere that could potentially be not seen by DMG?
In the mid lane, there's a couple of, but they aren't in the base.
There are 2 TPs available.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
I don't think
The DMG, they decide discretion is the better part of valor. They are going to recall rather than trying to push in towards the base of rounds GG. The respawns will come through. 1 minute, Tebs, until the Elder Drake spawns onto the Rift. And after the way these last few fights have happened, it's entirely possible they win this one.
Yeah, looking at this fight, as I said, Bruto caught up in the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and after that, has to go golden, doesn't get any engage. So glad they do get Theodore down from set rounds GG, but Reiska now getting caught off after this pick here as it goes too far forward. Guffe just 2-3 autos, and that's there's a pick in the mid lane. That's Theodore down, surely.
Theodore is not dead just yet, doing all of this damage on towards Bruto, and it's the Rakan that dies, not the Renekton.
Oh no.
Now rounds GG are a man down with 10 seconds before the Elder Dragon spawning.
That's not a good look. Obviously, they still have 4 men alive.
Guffe is so huge right now. Has got the Guardian Angel in pocket as well. We saw him almost 3-shot Reiska in that fight inside the base. Jesu getting poked from the river. Cannot step in. But look at Kyrie again.
Kyrie and Reiska are on the bot side looking for DMG picks.
DMG know that Reiska's there, I'm pretty sure.
In a sense, it's a 4v4, but Theodore has TP to join if something happens. And
Right
they
now,
are
the
scared to
Crocodile
stall it.
is going to just hold the wave in that bottom lane. Doesn't want to risk losing a second Nexus turret. Then it really would be just a TP and a prayer from rounds GG that could end this game. You can feel the tension. You can feel the tension, how unwilling these teams are to take a risk.
Yeah, DMG are constantly looking at this. Elder Dragon is now rounds GG started.
They are going to start it off right now. DMG Denmark are trying to push out the mid lane, and this Dragon's health is going down very, very quickly, Tebs. 4,000 and counting. The TP is coming in, but the Elder Drake has already gone down. Theodore does not get hit by the charm. That could have been an absolute death sentence if it did. 30 seconds until the next Baron spawns onto the Rift. Rounds GG. Do they want to try and end the game with this?
The base is
the
taking
minions
a lot
are
of
indeed
damage.
there, and the Nexus turret, the last Nexus turret has dropped. The inhibitors are respawning, but we got to remember the one in the bottom lane. Oh no, the bottom lane one is back alive. Never mind, ignore me.
The top lane is the only one that's down currently, but should be
For
spawning
how long?
relatively soon. At least 30 seconds at least. I don't know, we don't have the timer up here, but rounds GG should get this burn as well.
No contest at all.
Playing as bouncers here.
They need to end this game, and they need to end it quickly though. Jesu going for a recall, picking up whatever he can. to end this game. Gargoyle Stoneplate in inventory for even more shielding, even more survivability. If there's anything else that can be picked up, Reiska goes for the recall, now returning with the completed Void Staff. These are as many items as Rounds GG can muster. They have the Elder buff, they have the Baron buff. They are walking in towards DMG Denmark's base for the third time. Will it be the Charm, the CC, landing onto Jesu, but he's very, very tanky. All they need to do is push in, take these inhibitors down to close out the game, but the damage now coming through. Daisy will step forward, trying to land the damage. It gets removed very, very quickly. Kyrie stepping forwards, the damage coming in. Reiska looking for the backline. Guffa has already been knocked into the Guardian Angel. There's no unstoppable force for the pullback from Kusti, along with the damage of Reiska, and Rounds GG have done it, Tebs. They clear the base of DMG members, and they will claim their second win in the RPS.
I never doubted this game. Rounds GG. Okay, so
I did.
First up, Kairi, you buddy need to find right items to start off the game. The first 20 or so minutes, a little bit hampered after that, but after that Rounds GG got rolling. Sadly, the game went on a little bit too long to my liking, but in the end, they, with the Elder Dragon, I think they were just about to actually have it expire there, needed to go for the fight. Kari finds onto the back line where Guffe is the only real threat at that point, and they find the Caitlyn, take Caitlyn down, end the game. The only thing that matters is the end result here.
Rounds GG, they go to 2-2. That was their second game of the day.
Yep.
So a win on day number 5 would put them in decent stock, as long as the other teams, we continue going in the everybody beats everybody farm.
Yeah, and looking at this group, it's really hard to say who's the top 2 favorites here, who's the 2 favorites that are in the bottom, or actually 3 and 3. I don't know. I'm exhausted after that last game.
We'll have to see, Tebs, which Ruddy shows up today. Because if Ruddy shows up like they did on Monday, they may well be at 4-0. Although, let's not forget, I'm not going to try and UKEL bias this. Their wins on Monday were not the cleanest. They were pulled into a chaos fest by DO7.
Yep. Let's see if Bloodline or Reach Gang can later on today maybe do that UKEL so far unbreakable scoreline, a little bit of a dent.
We'll find out in just a little bit, Tabs, as we are going to throw it to a break. That is the end of our showing on today's broadcast, but we're going to leave you with Dogsledder and Carvis after this break to bring you the remaining 3 games of the day. Do not miss it. Still plenty more coming your way.
Sedan vill jag... Oj, vilken ulti! Haslunds ulti är helt bort! Postjorden! Nej. Innan situationen kommer kanske få med sig. Nej. Och tar en hel damage faller där. Nu tog den i ultin! Får en... En hel damage men in i grinder ute. Kan han spela Goves? Oh my god! Han kommer gilla upp med. Vad är det för damage? Oh my god.
And welcome back to the NLC RPS. It's not the RGG versus DMG DK after show. It's actually 3 more games coming up, guys. After we're all a little exhausted after seeing that previous game, but we gotta really step up to the plate here because we have 3 amazing games coming up. Short introduction, I'm Dog Southern Ash, and with me I have Carvis as my color. And I feel like we're all ramped up for today, ready to really take our fist around this game.
Definitely. It's going to be hard to overtake a Doran Shield Zinja, eventually winning a 50-minute banger of a game. But we're in luck because Ruddy up. It's time to see if UK keeps the undefeated streak going.
Yeah, 2 games from them today, and we can go through the lineup of games we have. We're starting out with Bloodline versus Ruddy. Bloodline had already had their warm-up for today, and then we'll follow it up with the Rich Gang versus a shattered DMG DK, and then Ruddy again versus a Rich Gang to close out the day. All 3 amazing games, and it's gonna be hard to see in what way these games can hold up to the previous debacle, but I do think that in some ways, more than one, it will.
Yeah, and you say Bloodline had a warm-up. I hope they warmed up for their first game because they looked pretty good in that, coming out with a victory against DO7, who took down rounds earlier on. And after my first cast of this RPS group, I came out and said, okay, maybe this is a little bit more even than I initially thought, that the top teams aren't that far away from the bottom 3. And now with all these first 3 games, I have no idea anymore. We're gonna see, because we're heading into draft to see how does Ruddy face against Bloodline.
And of course, getting a 3rd win, both of the teams have a chance for that now. It's a great leap towards being one of the top 3 teams to go through to the playoffs. And seeing how competitive this Group A has been, it's really, really important to get every single point possible. And we'll see how Bloodline and Ruddy are going to go about that. Early on, Ziggs, Nocturne, and Orianna. No big surprises.
And I love the Nocturne ban. I think it's one of the best junglers on this patch. Able to 1 versus 1 almost anyone, provides easy backline access. And if you get the Orianna to pair up with it as well, it's going to be a lethal good takeaway. Also, the Rumble away from Akkers, keeping the high priority solo lane picks at bay. Meanwhile, Ruddy focusing more on the utility side.
Which makes sense. Ruddy, they seem to thrive when they get in their comfort zone, when they get to play their hearts out, making pig noises in comms and just go at it. And I do think that Bloodline recognizes that insanity, takes out a couple of the really strong champs, and now goes for the Rel early on.
Yeah.
Most
Good flex pick, priority, and easy wombo combo plays to be made with that. Instant response though with Azir and Varus. The Azir Orianna, we saw that in Worlds. Pretty much the 2 main picks played for a good half of the tournament. Meanwhile, Bloodline, that's a Karthus lock.
I don't even know if it's legal to lock in Karthus Yone that quick, but they did. And it's I was about to get the time to say that Ruddy really went into their strong suit. This year looked really strong in their last round. Varus, nothing less than that. But now we got a really massive lock-in from BL in terms either it works or it don't. And
Udyr also haven't seen it in a while, but is a powerful off-tank style champion, can deal a bunch of damage with Phoenix Dance Demonic Embrace in hand. But Karthus, one of these champions that you really have to shut down in the early game. And it's not going to be easy with the Yone lock-in on blue 3. They already saw the Azir, so free counter pick for them. Wherever this Azir goes, the Yone will follow and try to kill him off on the spot. And these bans are gonna probably focus on the top lane, since this will be the mid lane matchup. Securing Akkers, a playable situation is key.
We do see the bans coming in, Olaf, top lane ban. So it's, as you say, top lane for accuracy is going to be important, while they're just trying to get rid of the seemingly engage / disengage from Ruddy.
And also really annoying for these diving champions like Rel, like Yone to deal with. So we're probably just gonna see a bunch of peeling bans from the side of Bloodline. Something like what could be annoying? It's probably gonna be on the support side of things. Maybe a Rakan ban could pair up well with a Varus if they don't want to go the poke style. They already have quite a bit of range already. Yeah, basically. Meanwhile, as we suspected, Ruddy trying to take away the good blind picks from Chaos, Renekton now removed, and the final ban from Bloodline. Fiora, okay, trying to remove the counter pick pool a little bit from Actors, leaving quite a few support options open for this R4.
Yeah, the top lane is very contentious right now. Of course, it's Ruddy that's going to get the final say. We see the insta support lock in from Ruddy, and it's a champion that can go lock it. But we'll see. Even Shroud also always an option, but bursting down Karthus doesn't always do the justice it should to take down a carry. But I'm excited to see what kind of decision Bloodline will do to really cement this top lane for them.
Kai'Sa now for the AD carry position. This Nautilus pick also, what it does really well is interrupt the Rel. Hop-ins with Hook can easily be cancelled, and these are some interesting harvests. I don't think Bloodline will blind pick something like this because it could get heavily punished, but Ornn would make more sense. This is just a hyper scaling composition from Bloodline, but now Ruddy has an infamously good counter pick on the top side.
Well, let's see if they go through with it. Ornn, vulnerable to quite a bit of champs, but right now they go for the poppy.
Oh,
and I like it. I like it. They already there might even be because the Udyr is technically flex. Might they put the Udyr top and the poppy jungle?
I don't think so. The poppy, while it does
either, but yeah.
Well, it does provide better kill potential. Flash headbutt onto a wall could prove to be lethal in almost any lane. The Udyr can invade the Karthus a lot better, clears as fast as he does, and gives you that early game objective control if you can keep priority, for example, on this bot side of the map where you have the huge lane bully lane off of Varus Nautilus. So Ruddy definitely looking to fight, and this Poppy, instead of going for the hard counter pick, providing more utility, denying the engage from characters like the Yone, like the Rel, and forcing Bloodline to commit hard and position well in the objective fights.
Yeah, because in essence, the entirety of Bloodline's engage can be negated by a well-placed stalwart shield from the Poppy. So it's so important that they choose their angles well. Sometimes you can almost get a kind of a free angle when you have a Yone, when you have a Rel that can go in with it, and of course the Kai'Sa ult make it impossible for any of the carries to really follow up. But I do like this Poppy. The Ultimate 2 will have huge impact if used correctly, because it's one thing to kill a Karthus and then have it rain terror on your line anyways. But it's an entirely different thing to just ult it away and have a big source of damage be completely negated unless ult is used. But if you use an ult after getting knocked away, hey, you're not going to join the fight for a couple of seconds anyway. So it's not going to have the impact you wish.
Yeah, this is just heavily geared for both teams to be able to take good 5-on-5 fights at objectives. The thing for Ruddy that I'm worried about is if this Yone decides to go on the side lane and stay there, what are they going to do? They have Azir. They're definitely not going to be able to match a Yone eventually. Varus, a little suspect. If you land the chains, maybe can burst the Yone down. And then you have an Ornn. I'm not feeling confident, but we can see how Ruddy plays out.
And we'll see how they do as we jump into the fourth game of the day. Bloodline versus Ruddy. First team to win this. First team to get a win here, at least, will get their third win of the day. Almost guaranteeing them a place in the playoffs. Whew. And maybe even a little penguin on the side. Of course, follow NLC on at NLC LOL. Get what's happening. And today it's been happening a lot of things. I feel like you're missing out if you don't go there. But here we see an early play. Knockup from Chaos. Minutes ago, he went for an early E. And they're just going to chunk him. Has to use his Ghost. I think Bloodline is more than happy with that turn of event.
Early Summoner spell traded off for a bit of extra vision. They want to keep track where this Karthus is going, but meanwhile on the bot side, you see Yamsu has already gone onto the red side jungle, probably going to drop a ward, so they have perfect vision through the entire clear. Karthus can be a little bit predictable sometimes on where he wants to path, going for the extra full clears, trying to rush that first mythic item and level 6 so he can have impact on the map anywhere. And now with the Ghost burn from Chris's, the pick potential for this early game is heavily diminished.
It is, and we'll see how that how they're going to use that Bloodline. Of course, just in general having more room to play because they want to scale. It's a hyper scaling comp. Another interesting thing to check out is Namex going for the Ghost on the Kai'Sa. Sometimes my brain just goes to cleanse instantly when I see a Varus being locked in, but wants to really have the potential to outplay the position. Of course, means you have to dodge out on those crowd controls. So it just leaves more potential in his hands, but it's a greater risk of falling down to failure.
Yeah, the line of thinking is probably, well, if I get hit by Chains of Corruption, I'm already out of position, I'm probably dead.
Yeah,
meanwhile, the bot lane...
Putting on their fisticuffs.
A small trade. Doesn't really matter, the level 2 priority being fought over Sin and Yamsu. Just should have priority for the most part of this early laning phase. It's just the question of whether they can use it to its fullest potential. This Udyr now only finishing his Raptors, and if you look at the pathing, heading towards Karthus' side of the jungle, we already talked about this, they have vision of the red buff, will show himself here, and no reaction yet from the side of Bloodline.
Prio bot lane too, spotted on the ward though. Good foresight from Citron, who actually just ignores the red buff altogether, knowing that the potential for the invade is there. And he's gonna work himself around that. I think that's a great macro play from Citron, but they still have to stop this potential attempt from Ruddy.
I don't know if they can. Their bot lane is just not strong enough. The Kai'Sa with the single Durance Blade can't really do much, but they have vision. Sin could get chunked by Karthus here. They're going to turn on it.
I think Jamsi on the flank, of course, is going to make this a little bit more precarious, but they don't really get the gauge off. Citron now has stepped up a little too far, I think. Jamsu here found the angle. Let's see how this teamfight plays out. Hooks on the Kai'Sa, and now they're going to play defensively. It's on that trying to find a way in. Gets the Nautilus, but here comes the Rotu. It's not even done yet, and they're going to flash over the wall, get the Karthus. Now get the Nautilus, and it's gonna be a win for Bloodline. That could have been either way.
First blood for the Karthus, super important. Level 4 now, picking up the Scuttle. We'll get the second one as well on the top side. And that's his Chris is so low, and stuck clearing his bot side. And I was really worried there. I realized that Citron still level 3, doesn't have a point in his wall of pain. Karthus doesn't take that until he finished the full clear. But still, they managed to turn it around with the lane priority from Rotu, able to get there before Getsuo. And this early advantage that the Karthus gets could prove to be huge for the side of Bloodline. Look at this base that he's about to get.
I'm just gonna enjoy, because, yeah, full Codex. And,
there we go.
Yeah, no, it makes more sense. No Doran's shield. Disappointing.
Yeah, the Futures market back there just pays off super well. Kind of the same thing that they do in the mid lane.
Let's see, we're gonna collapse her. The flash is respectful and completely necessary. So Rotu is not punished.
And you can see the gold value here from the Futures market. Karthus with the first blood, almost 2k already stat-wise in his inventory. And this is going to speed up the clear, this is going to accelerate the level 6 timing, this is going to accelerate the first mythic timing. And Ruddy really needs to find a way to claw this lead back. But with Udyr being down on tempo, he's stuck on the top side. He doesn't really want to gank the Poppy Ornn lane. He would want to be here down on this bot side of the map, looking to fight with the Nautilus Varus.
Absolutely. Now, of course, with the Drake might be Might be contended, might be a target. It's not going to be the quickest take. It all comes down to how the lanes go. Rotu losing his flash might turn out to be something that Ruddy turns their gaze towards. Maybe, might be punishable. But for now, still looking good for Bloodline.
Yeah, for ready to punish the Yone properly, they need level 6 on Kit. So finally hitting it. Now it's just about finding a gank, but bot side maybe.
Yeah, gets the disengage there, Jamsu. Cartus is waiting just around the corner again, wanting to utilize want the gank setup of the rel to allow for the damage. But for now, another attempt where he just backs off, spends his money, continues his tempo.
Mid lane, you see you're hovering around would be so good for Chris's to get a gank off down the bot side. Now looking, no wards on the tri-brush.
There we go. Hook goes through. Jamsu gets it. The counter engage is there. They're going to try to find their way out. Nemec going down. No flash. And finally, they get a kill back, Ruddy. It's on the support, but it's better than nothing.
It does go over to Yamasu, but that is exactly what they needed. Get the Yuri back into the game. Get some resources denied off of the Kai'Sa. Won't be able to go the Dragon for a little while longer. Just check the replay here. No vision, and the hook just beautiful from Yamasu. Namex doesn't have his summoner spells from the earlier level 3 fight, and that results in a free kill for them. And the minion wave also crashing there. The CS lead that has been accrued by Namex gets closed up just a little bit, so Sin can start to fight, approaching level 6 mark on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, the wave being where this is the biggest thing, actually. Jamsu getting some gold is good. Assist gold does a little bit of it. Just slowing down the Kai'Sa just that little bit, it's going to be so important.
The Ornn not slowing down, though. The Ornn still hasn't been punished at all. Akkers can't really get lane priority either, just due to the Poppy matchup not working out for him. And with Rotu still missing the flash, but not being punished for it is really nice for Bloodline. Ruddy needs to look for these roam-style plays. Yamsu and Krisis just can't find the angle, though. Yone can be so safe using the E just to clear the wave, bounce back, and scale up towards the first item. Probably going to go for the Kraken Slayer here. There is a bunch of tanky targets on the side of Ruddy. And again, Karthus full clearing on, matching the laner CS, while Chris is stuck on 47.
Yeah, Citron is just doing so well. And he knows he doesn't have to do anything more than this. The first kill accelerated him. He has level 6, the ultimate available. And he's just getting more and more gold. And it's going to be so impactful in the fights. Now staying just out of range in the bot side.
This is a bait.
There's a gauge. Here comes Citron. Do they have the follow-up? Ult from Namex. Gonna follow through with Sin. He's going down for sure. Just using the ult here. Citron knows that he can finish it off. The heal is good. Just is taking down Namex. Another support kill. While they're chasing down Sunder. He's just trying to get one back here. That's the best he can hope for. Level up! Ring around the roses. As Citron is going to finish the job with his AoE. It's a 2-for-1. It went almost a little better than you could expect from Ruddy. But the issue is, of course, 3 kills on this Karthus.
Citron forgot certain summoner spell on the side of Sin. And on the top side of the map, we're gonna maybe see here what happened. Here's Chrissy. As that play happened, look for a gank. Good headbutt from Akkers. They're able to secure a kill here. No, never mind. They don't secure the kill. And the Karthus ultimate barely not killing Sin on this bot side of the map. And this level up, 1 minion dies. The melee minion is enough for the Grell to hit 6 and survive. But top side,
do we have a delayed one? Oh, not enough damage. Wait, it's done. It's done.
No!
What a play from Chaos! Just barely surviving against Akkers' attempt. And that one is gonna be painful. Even Citron picking up the kill is just gonna make it even worse.
And they're gonna keep going. Maybe. Okay, Yamasu just taking a little bit of poke, but now this Karthus 4-0. Citron having the time of his life in the jungle. Chrissy has the Herald, but they really need to hard commit into some sort of dive play if they want to commit this down on the bot side of the map, still lurking around.
Has to get something back here, Chris. This is not a game where you can just wait things out. Bloodline is gonna get harder and harder to deal with, and they have to get some sort of counterplay ready because this comp is just gonna be unstoppable at some point. And right now, they have a hard job ahead of themselves.
And as you say, this is a hard scaling composition from the side of Bloodline. Every single lane is a monster in their own way in the later stages of the game, while Ruddy's supposed to be the aggressive one, looking for the plays. Whoa, mid lane! Speaking of aggressive, Ketsu picks up a solo kill. I think that was an all-in committed by Rotsky.
I'm looking forward to seeing that replay because Ketsu was low on the HP side. Has the flash still available? Rotu used his. So, let's see how this played out.
Yeah, they both are really low. Oh, missed flash kill. Well, that explains it. Rotu now stuck and dead. And those are the types of misplays that you really feel bad about, because if that had hit, guaranteed solo kill for Rotu on the Yone, but overcommits, they tend to happen sometimes.
Yeah, I'm biting my lip a little bit there because it's unnecessary from Rotu. They're in the right position. It's their game to lose in some ways. You could use that word, you could use that sentence a little bit less decisively, but we'll see them engage first. Yeah, but it's not good because it's unforced. and they're scaling. Yeah, I didn't formulate that too well, but you understand where I'm coming from.
100% as the scuttle now secured by Bloodline. Want to get this dragon. The first one, it would be a good poke onto the Yone, but the priority just not there. Varus stuck underneath his tower farming, and Chaos also rotating over. It's already been secured by the side of Bloodline, but now they could have an Ornn that they can go for.
And powered ultimate from Udyr, but here comes a counter engage. Rotu is here, ult not available just yet, but the damage coming through is just huge, and they get a kill back.
Just overcommitment once again, this time from the side of the Udyr, thinking that he is strong enough to go and fight a fully Sunfire Cape powered up Ornn, but he just refused to take any damage, didn't have the follow-up from Getzo in the mid lane, and I'm getting worried for this Herald. It's been in Chris's inventory for quite a bit, and still they haven't found an angle to pop this anywhere.
Yeah, it's gonna get more predictable at least, and Ruddy really needs this one to have some value. If he gets taken down without taking at least a couple of platings, it's gonna be hard. But here comes Crisis, just gonna go through the mid lane. It's an easy charge. Not gonna be one of those first tower ones that you get with a Sigs, of course, but any value is good value. Maybe Ketsuo can pick up this last plating, but it's only 20 seconds to do it.
It should be there, one auto attack there. It goes, and there should be a good getaway as well. Good timing there from the side of Ruddy to get that Herald, get the plate money, catch Bloodline on a reset. They couldn't defend it in time, and there was no objectives on the map to go punish them for using that in the mid lane, committing 2 members to it. However, on the bot side of the map, again, Namex burning his flash, but still surviving. I think that was a hook from Yamsu that almost hit. It's still incredibly aggressive from the side of Bloodline, already counter jungling the entire bot side jungle off Ruddy. And this Karthus, highest CS in the game, has so much money, is going to be a monster to deal with in the upcoming Heralds, in the upcoming Dragons, and Ruddy really needs to
They really do. Let's point out the fact though that Sin was behind in CS in the bot lane, but has now, I was about to say superseded it. Of course, it's evened out again, so, but it's gonna go a little bit back and forth as the wave bounces. Good for them that at least get that tempo from the bot lane. It's still it's a gold lead there too. Maybe the only place actually they got a gold lead, Ruddy. Anything they get of tempo here is going to be crucial to overtake the Karthus in this mid game, which is going to be so crucial.
Still looking to see how they do it. Finally grouping up the mid lane, going towards the Herald. That has been the objective for them, evening out the gold gap. at least, for this mid game, as you mentioned. And Bloodline just not here to contest. Namex really far away. They don't have mid lane prio. Even with Rel and Karthus nearby, I don't think they have the time, but they're gonna try.
They're closing in. Here comes Bossitron. Ultimate from the Ornn is gonna get at least one knocked. Oh, wait. Never mind. Misses it. Gets locked down. And now there's just a pure chase. On the bot side, though, catching out the Jamsu, doing a lot of damage to Rotu and Namex. And now it's up to Ruddy to try to find a way out. Stolen by Citron. And Akers is gonna feel the pain, too. It is a great situation again from Bloodline. But that could have gone Ruddy's way. But it just doesn't want to go.
And that was a 4-on-5 eventually. Namex was fast enough to rotate all the way down from the bot side of the map. They do get the Poppy ult, as we talked about in draft, onto the Karthus, but even that wasn't enough. Citroen just walks back into the fight. The Ornn is too tanky, they can't take him out, and as I said, Yamsu gets caught out, and from there on, it's just over. They don't have the damage to beat a full-on... Whoa!
Oh, the Blade of the Ruin King auto attacks on that cannon, keeps him alive, wins the 1v1. Let's call it a 1v2 since the Karthus decided to butt in. Great play from the bot later already, and might be a linchpin in the comp of Ruddy to try to. Ooh, let's see here, Akers a little bit stuck. Decides to finish that back there. Namex maybe knows that there won't be an overcommit, won't be enough damage.
And we talked about it already, about how are they going to deal with a Yone on the side lane. Well, looks like Varys is the one to deal with it. Whoa. What is this? Just
Talk me through it.
2 items at this point.
That's... Yeah. And you got the Dark Seal too stacking up. You got the full boots. Here comes an engage. Chaos getting 2 guys lined up. Here comes the follow-up. Flash forward, but they do have a decent defense line. A lot used from Bloodline. And Ruddy parries. They're gonna get to Drake from it.
Bloodline, you only have 3 members over in the mid lane. Both of your main carries are currently battling...
Outplaying Akers. Picking up the kill in the side lane.
Well, they get the kill. Interesting macro decisions, but they do get the kill on the top side of the map. Spending the Herald as well, they get the push going. But that's another objective lost on the scaling composition. So, interesting priorities from the side of Bloodline, but it works out for them somewhat. Ruddy happy to take a second dragon though, because their most powerful spikes are just approaching on the 2 item mark. They can actually start properly contesting Bloodline on these key objectives, and getting 1 donated before that is really good for them.
Pushed it pretty far here, Bloodline, with Rotu and Citron. Looking for some sort of play, trying to parry the Herald into the tower. But Sin and Jamsu are not fooled. They managed to take it down. So they did still get their first turret, Bloodline, while Ruddy's gotten 2.
The gold lead doesn't really tell the situation of this game at the moment.
Yeah.
It's only a 2k gap, but Bloodline is so powerful on this Karthus. 9k net worth currently. And, okay, Chaos giving a good love tap to Chrysis, but once this Karthus can teamfight properly, we'll get to see who is actually ahead in this game.
Yeah, it's just such an excellent example of gold. Let's follow the fight. Citron, a little bit stuck. Flash forward from Jamsu. Can they get the shutdown? It's gonna be so huge if they do. The knockup is good, but yeah, they take him down. Crisis gets it. Let's see the follow-up fight. It's Chaos trying to get out of it, and at a crucial point in the game, they managed to get that 1,000 gold shutdown onto the Rudir.
Chrissy's nice pick there with the rest of the team. Know that Bloodline is separated on the map. Can see Yone split pushing on the top side. Namex and Sander stuck in mid. They go on the orange side of the map, find Karthus there. Yoink! 3,000 gold for them. And now they have priority on the map again. Huge amounts of vision set up on the bottom side, and Yone couldn't really get anything on the top side of the map in response to that play. And now it feels like Bloodline is the one who is being spread out, unable to respond to the aggressive plays of Ruddy.
And such a huge gold swing, and the momentum suddenly evens out. And if we know Ruddy correctly, they won't pause at this. They'll keep on pushing. They'll try to exploit more mistakes from Bloodline. But let's see, first blood coming in maybe in terms of an engage. Ult is good from Citron, and Jamsu getting chased down to the ultimate of Akers is actually keeping his support alive. Maybe he can survive himself. Here comes Chrysis in with yeah, he's not gonna try to re-engage, but yeah. First blood after that big fight in terms of trying to get the momentum back, and Bloodline succeeds.
Well, Bloodline yelling for a Karthus ult after seeing the Nautilus running away. Underused it. Citron just sadly isn't able to secure an additional kill there, but a good find from Sander committing to it with the Karthus ult and Namek's Killer Instinct follow-up. Pick up an important kill onto Sin, who has been making his way back into the game, almost 200 CS after the initial deficit, and 2 items now will be the key on fighting the fairly short-ranged comp of Bloodline, and any pick they get on the Varus is more priority on the lanes for them, and the ability to stat check the Varus is going to be key in upcoming team fights. Still a minute to go for the Dragon, trying to set up vision already, wards being thrown out, but with the sweepers down for the side of Ruddy for the moment, they're not even looking towards that area. Instead, securing priority, probably going to set up a slow push on the top side of the map as they're there with his teleport, just getting resources, trying to get the second item power spike we mentioned, and in 40 seconds, everyone should start converging around the Dragon area.
Yeah, and Ruddy just spending their time preventing what they want the least to happen, and that is for their middle turret to fall. Opening up their own jungle would be very painful for them to deal with, and for now they're keeping track in terms of towers. Only a tier 1 in the side lanes. Ruddy trying to find a position around the mid lane. Chaos standing around the corner. It's a 4v3 at the moment, but it's still Bloodline that steps up.
Yon and Karthus not here. Dragon up in 10, and Ruddy should have the priority for it, but I think Bloodline is threatening to go Baron if they go even a step near that Dragon pit. With this Karthus, that's an actual threat, now receiving the Ornn upgrade as well.
As if he couldn't get any stronger. Of course, that third, the death cap is not done just yet. So this is a timing for Ruddy to try to exploit it before that comes through. But here we see they're still threatening it. Every time Ruddy goes down towards the Drake, they're positioning for the Baron. They've started it. Rotu is even going to try to delay as much as possible, but they're not falling for the trap, Ruddy. Akers close to it, to the Baron. He has the ultimate available, but it's only good. Oh, he's going to flash forward. Gets the Karthus out. And now maybe, Ruddy, maybe there's a chance to converge on this Baron. Huge damage from the Poppy, delaying a lot of time, but now they gotta peel off. Jamsu alone is not gonna be enough. The Baron goes to Bloodline. Ruddy looking for this punish. It's a 5v4, but maybe they can make it happen. They're chasing down Sundead, and I think they're gonna get it. Rotu is just gonna kite towards the tower. They're gonna keep on going. Rotu might fall too. Chris is being quite tanky. Here comes the Card's ultimate. It's gonna do huge damage, but they're still topped up enough. Oh! He catches them out! And now the follow-up! It's huge! It's still gonna be a decent fight from Ruddy, but what a counterplay from Rotu just before he falls.
Bloodline somehow turning the fight around from across the map. The Karthus ultimate is so powerful. And if we have a replay of that Baron fight, I want to bring something up. After Yamsu gets taken down, and this teleport maybe...
What the teleport goes through doesn't really matter too much, but now Akers can stay to try to defend. Here comes the Udyr, instantly getting knocked up, instantly getting slowed, and instantly getting taken down by Namix, while Bloodline is just barreling forward.
What are they doing? They're just running in one by one, kind of chaotic from the side of Ruddy, trying to defend for dear life, but Bloodline just snowballing completely out of control.
And that could have gone so differently. Ruddy, of course, having to chase down Rotu. Of course, they have to try to pick up every single kill they can after getting that, or trading that third Drake for the Baron. But when that ult came through from Rotu after Citron's big damage ult. You could see the desperation. Here comes another play from Bloodline, who are just taking the initiative, trying to chase down Jamsey. Ultimate from Sander, forcing out the flash. Ketsu doing a lot of damage on backline. Same with Sin, but a knockup from the Ornn is huge. Still staying alive with the stopwatch, trying to chase down Citron and Chris's. It's still a flash out from Citron, but the chase is not over. And look at the Cortez, it's out of mana! And now, Ruddy can take them all down! Citron, only one left alive, but that's not for real. It's just his passive, as Rotu has tried to save out some sort of honor from his team, barreling down the top lane. But what a huge fight from Ruddy, and that shouldn't be possible.
Is there
side?
Is there something in the drinking water in Europe today for these league players? Like, every single game today has been an absolute bloodbath, catching Bloodline off guard, and Citron, the mana cost so high for Karthus in an extended fight, just cannot fight his full potential dynamics.
There we go, in. Let's see who wins out. It's in. He can't be taken down in those 1v1s. He just damn good. And my accent just went off the rails from that play.
Hallelujah. Goodbye, Sin. That's the Karthus ult. One for one eventually, but just utter chaos on the Rift in these later stages of the game. 26 minutes, this has felt like at least half an hour, but both teams still fighting strong. Level 16 now on the Karthus, and oh boy, I don't know, like, the thing that I originally wanted to point out is that Sander flashed in front of the Poppy ult that started off this entire huge sequence of events of back and forth team fighting. But who comes out ahead at the end? Bloodline still has the scaling. Almost everyone has an odd item now. Level 16 for Chaos has been hit. Still waiting for the support one, but everything else already set up. They have the Hullbreaker Yone on the Silence, who's going to be a pain to deal with. But Ruddy, with the damage potential of the Azir and Varus, still holding on to overextensions and punishing them well, trusting that Sin will be able to carry them back into the game.
Yeah, Ketsu and Sin obviously being big damage threats. Bloodline has to respect it. They can try to find a fix up. Of course, they can try to just pop an ultimate, but they have to deal with those two threats to really make the fights happen. And now we're posturing for another Drake. Would be a soul for Ruddy if they were to acquire it. Sander looking for an engage, but for now, playing it patiently.
They do have good long range engage on the side of Bloodline, but with the Poppy joining the fray, Rel is going to have a harder time finding her way in, and they are looking to fight.
Yeah, Citron staying in the back, waiting for the right time. Good engage from Ruddy, but do they have follow-up? Rotu doing big damage on Ketsu, but that ultimate is really good. Getting the Yone at this point might be essential, but look at the damage in the front line, and here comes the Karthus ultimate, picking up all of Ruddy, and that was a long-term play from Citron, waiting it out, letting the fight play out, and then executing at the end, and this should be the game from Bloodline.
Damage just not there for Ruddy. Bloodline too far ahead. Tanky frontline backed by the Karthus, who has been playing an immaculate game through with a good performance. You asked if Bloodline was warmed up from game one. They definitely were. UK undefeated streak officially over as Bloodline approaching number one of the group along with.
And with that Nexus exploding into pieces, the momentum of the UK and Ireland has dwindled, it has fallen, and now they're just mortals as the rest of the regions are. Great win from Bloodline there, well deserved, and it started from the very, very beginning, playing their snowball comp and their scaling comp to perfection, and at the end, a well-deserved victory.
Yeah, and this, I think, was one of the more important games for today because, reminder, this is a single round robin. Every team plays each other once, and every loss is huge. Ruddy started with a 2-0 start, now they're tied. possibly with Rich Gang after some games today, or even behind. So the group that we thought would have a power imbalance with the top teams and the bottom half, all of a sudden just completely turns on his head with Bloodline going 2-0 for today.
I don't think this group could be any more contentious than it is right now. Nothing is set in stone. Every team can pretty much beat every team. And at this point, we're just anxiously looking at how the two remaining games of the day are going to play out. We got Rich Gang versus DMG, and then Ruddy versus Rich Gang. We'll take a short 10-minute break, and then we're back with the former of the two. Be right back. Welcome back to the NLC Regional Promotion Series, where we're heading up into another banger. We're having so many good games today, and we just saw a Bloodline taking a drop of blood from the perfect Ruddy, who now has their first loss. And we'll see how DMG are gonna pick off after hemorrhaging versus Round GG in a game that will go down in NLC history.
Yeah. The Doran Shield incident, it shall be known as. Let's be real, it's gonna take at least a small toll on the mental. Of course, everyone here has been playing for quite a bit in competitive, but if that sort of thing happens and then you lose a game against it, everyone says, okay, we're fine, we just reset, but it's still gonna be there, and you're going up against Rich Gang, the unexpectedly probably most powerful roster of Group A.
Yeah, just pretty much a full 180 from their squad from the Good Game Liga Norwegian series, and with a lineup such as Coincidence, Fallen, Haha, Never Lucky, Merbs, and Touch, it's star spangled banner all over, but DMG, of course, they show that they can play League. It's just they played against a jungler that went Doran's Shield instead of a jungle item, and they lost. And now they have that to come back from.
Yeah, but it's just going to take a mental reset. They're on red side. They're going to have a good counter pick opportunity for Theodore, who has been using great success over in the GGL as someone who actually cast the league as well. The Warwick is a thing that I don't know if we're going to see again. They picked it once. It didn't really work out, but it's always a chance. And denying they just ended up on blue side is going to be huge for them. They don't have to deal with any wacky counter picks that Rich Gang likes to pull out. Things like the AP Kog'Maw we've seen already. I think Sejuani is going to be banned out so it doesn't turn into a flex situation between top and jungle. There's just so many things this Rich Gang roster can pick. Being on blue side heavily nerfs that.
It does, but I still think Rich Gang might have the for fun factor in them to still try to go something a little bit extraordinary, especially on a Never Lucky. But of course, it's the day 2 of Group A. It's starting to be important to pick up these points. It's just a round robin, best of 1. Every single game counts. You only get one chance, and now let's see. Is your ban prediction correct from DMG? Because I feel like you made a lot of sense here in the break. Echo, Orianna, Seju, are they all going to fall? Then you get an extra point on the predictions line.
So Draven down from Guffe also makes a ton of sense. It's his most played champion. Taxvik's Ivan, we already saw it can do a ton of work. It's one of the better. Oh, Jonathan! Okay, didn't guess that one, but that is a powerful jungler. Still ongoing and allows you to play incredibly aggressive comps and deny some immobile picks from your opponent.
Kasanta also left off the table. Let's see how DMG rounded it out, because this, of course, allows Rich Gang to go that Orianna if it goes through. Sejuani, also something that has shown itself very strong for Coincidence and Fallen. So that flex is difficult to deal with, but maybe DMG has something prepared against it.
We'll get to see. Third ban coming out, and it is leaving both open. So now that both are left open, they have to decide whether they want the Sejuani or whether they want the Orianna. Taxvi has played the Sejuani and will pick it up if he feels like it, but the Orianna being left through, of course, Haha is going to pick it up. Already 1 4K Elo Shockwave done in the RPS, and is a response of Rel and Syndra from inside of the game.
And of course, we have to identify what has DMG done. Instead of taking down some of the more core mid lane and top options that we think are very strong, they've taken out them jungle. That's the focus. They want to try to win through the jungle, but still some really potent options left from Rich Gang. This Poppy can be either or, but and it's still a flex.
Super early Poppy pick. We don't see any other dashes than Rel, but Rel really hates this champion, really hates it. And this basically forces DMG to get a secondary engage option from somewhere. We've seen a ton of the RPS teams pick up comps that have a ton of CC on them just due to utility being good overall on the current patch and in competitive play. But when you're facing things like Poppy, Xayah, it's gonna be a little annoying to find your way onto these carries of Rich Gang.
If only there was some sort of champion from DMG that had some sort of engage that was unstoppable, that could go through dashes and become stronger the lower HP it has.
Aphelios
If
ult.
only DMG could find this kind of option. Then,
Aphelios ult.
I mean, that is something. But it doesn't have the wolf factor I'm looking for.
It
right,
doesn't.
Carlos? It doesn't. He has the kind of moon. It's still moon, but let's see. Okay, we already see the Olaf out. And of course, it's the two champs we really look at when we look at Theodore. It is the Olaf, and it is the, spoiler alert, it's the Warwick. It's going to be really interesting to see if they go for it, and of course, if Rich Gang allows it. But it might play well against Rich Gang's top laner Coincidence.
Also, DMG going for the anti-rel support bans that I talked about in the previous game's draft. Yeah. Rakan and Alistar both really good at interrupting the rel ult. Nautilus still being left open, we could see that again. And Gwen being banned, leaving the Warwick open for DMG if they feel like it. I've also seen Theodore's Gwen performing quite well in the Norwegian league, but the champion pool slowly but surely getting diminished from Theodore. The R4 most likely taking away the Nautilus, so it is going to be tax throughout.
Does make somewhat sense. Let's see how they round it out with their top laner. But first, Rich Gang had to show what they have up their sleeves. Where's the Poppy going? Who are their support?
Oh
no! Don't play with my heart touch. Leona.
Blitz would have been spicy, but Leona makes more sense. Sure. They really just want utility and lockdown here. Make as many chances for Haw to find a good shockwave. And if Merbs can scale up on the Xayah, she does eventually become a potential hyper carry against DMG's comp, who eventually needs to run at them. With the Ornn lock-in, though, they also deny this from Theodore and just basically call out, you don't have any champions to deal with this.
That's a decent amount of fighters available, of course, but looks like this comp from both teams, very front to back. More standard than we would expect, maybe, and for some people, maybe hoped. But it still allows for a clear game to be played. I think this is what DMG needs. They need to get back in the driver's seat after jumping out the window at 200 miles per hour, and really get back into their to the comfort zone. This game is gonna be a little slow at the start. But it's still gonna be important to get momentum early.
Yeah, slow at the start unless someone finds an out of position pick, since Poppy, don't underestimate the damage she can. That burst combo really hurts, and if you combine that with something like a Xayah Feather Pull with Leona burst coming in, that's easily going to take down an Aphelios or Nautilus who overextends or engages at the wrong spot. Same thing goes for DMG. Rel provides a ton of utility, and for example, mid lane is going to be trading a lot. The Syndra-Orianna matchup always turns into a sort of slugfest, just contesting CS with auto attacks, command attacks, orbs, and if someone falls low on HP, there is high pick there for an early first.
Yeah, let's see how this is gonna play out. Both teams sitting at one singular win each, and every single point matters. We can't say it enough. Only 5 games to be played for each team. So with being down 1-2, DMG sorely needs this win, and Rich Gang this super roster who hasn't really played up to the hype just yet. Not only needs to play for their points, they need to play for their honor. And of course, the Norwegian honor, as I finally get to cast a Norwegian team. I've been itching inside, Jarvis, and finally I'm here in the NLC RPS caster seat, getting one of my teams up there.
Hopefully the Carvis curse doesn't extend to other regions as well as DMG going for early
Wall
mid.
touch. Is this? Oh, look at that sidestep. Norway.
Oh,
Those are
that
the
is-
Love Island moves.
that is what I call a schmovement. Touch just completely escaping the situation, not even having to spend a summoner spell. Really, really nice for Rich Gang. They also trade some good amounts of
Theodore?
vision. What is this?
Yeah, for some reason I thought 3 people were around him, so it's still completely fine. Did he put a ward in its own jungle? Yeah, they're just really making sure that Fallen doesn't try to steal it out, and it looks like Fallen was trying for it. So, I mean, makes sense that move from DMG.
Also an interesting cross-map situation here, where with Rel starting bot side, heavily would imply that Taxvig either is going to cheese or eventually try to turn this clear around and focus on the mid lane here in this early game. Top lane, I don't know if they can punish it that hard with Rel Aatrox, but there is a small angle there if Theodore can play aggressively. Meanwhile, Fallen pretty much going by the book. You see engage on bot side, you go bot.
Yeah, and of course the level 2 is gonna be big. Touch and Iloguden has to go in to engage. So whenever you have a jungler nearby, it's easy to punish if your opposition is underestimating your proximity. For now, pathing in opposite directions, of course, the junglers. Level 2 hit, engage from touch, but the spear just doesn't touch.
And the level 2 priority against Aphelios is pretty easy to pick up. I like the description that Aphelios is a cannon minion for the first couple of waves. He doesn't really do much than auto attack with a bit of extra range, but other than that, Goffet will be just CSing underneath tower, but top side.
You talked about punching early, and there Theodore is dragging Coincidence in, has to flash immediately. Great respect from Coincidence, but that is just a great trap from DMG.
And Taxley doesn't even lose too much tempo from this. He ran straight to top as the wave was crashing, going right onto his Krugs, and now clearing downwards. So even though Fallen is constantly hitting the jungle creeps, Taxvig gets the top lane flash, and still is good to go on his farm. Mid lane taking a bunch of damage though.
Yeah, Agony is starting to get a little low. Oh, really trying to win out in the laning phase. Of course, teleport just gonna make easy work of getting back into lane, but Haha at least has another wave, I think, here, and will have a little bit of a gold lead in terms of when they come back to lane.
The gold lead at this point doesn't really matter. It will be the incremental advantages that result from it that is important. The Scuttle spawns, though. Fallen already at the bot side grab, and Taxvig needs to hurry a little bit because this Poppy is looking for an aggressive play, maybe down on the bot side. Gufa and Ilaguda haven't taken too much poke, so the dive would be incredibly risky. So he decides against it, instead sets up vision and looks for mid.
Looking for mid. Great knockback from Agony. Might just buy him the time, but the flash forward. Flash for flash, and yeah, Fallen just knows that, okay, this is gonna force out Agony's summoner, and now it's just a question of matter of time before he comes back.
And a reminder, Hex Flash on Poppy. So this is a huge winner for the side of Rich Gang in terms of punishing mid, but now Rel getting caught out mid.
Taxvig solo has to jump out, but gets stopped by a Fallen who just runs after. This should be a kill, and it is. Couldn't be done any easier as Fallen picks up that first blood.
They were trying to look for a revenge gank onto Hoho, even out the summoner spell situation in mid lane, but the Poppy was still around, and Rel really, really slow. Cannot get out of that situation with Fallen's W there, as we already said. Rel really hates this Yordle.
Yeah.
Poppy is just so annoying to deal with. You can't use your abilities, you can't even approach her properly while she's dealing a ton of damage.
Yeah, and the Poppy, of course, it stopped last second, that jump from coming out of Toxic, and it must be just so frustrating to be caught out in that way. You're just engaged being negated in that way, and now Rich Gang has a little bit of that momentum, and we already talked about it. It's inevitable that a counter, a re-gank comes in the mid lane. Repeat is the name.
Some may say that. Poppy
Yeah, some might say repeat.
already looking for it. Leona roaming all the way to the mid lane as well. I think he saw the ward go down. Yep, already pinged out. But even with the Leona going away, here's the Hex Flash.
Here it comes. He's a little bit from it. 2 more members of DMG coming. Might be able to punish, but Hook misses from Ilogud under the turret though. Touch is stuck. He managed to flash out. Toxic so low, and the Ignite goes through. I'm a little surprised that Rich Gang got out of that so scot-free, but they get another 2 kills and continues to take the lead.
Haha with the shockwaves, keeps it going, gets a kill to his name as well. Just really, really good save, let's call it there, from Rich Gang on a dive that it could have gone way worse than that. Getting 2 kills is amazing considering how low Touch got, but Leona with Aftershock and W on has, I think, about 150 armor or something dumb like that. She takes a ton of damage and still gets out.
Yeah, I was sure that was a sacrificial play from Touch, but as you say, just the stats coming through with that play makes it happen, and he of course knows it can be that way. Iloguden, I think he was trying to hook Touch. I think that is the case, but it hit the tower instead. Maybe it's just a positional thing where you try to get quicker into the fight, but still painful for DMG to succumb to that play, and now Rich Gang are just gonna keep on rolling.
Top side.
Ooh, yeah, good defensive play, and for now, from Coincidence, jump out from Taxvik, and that's it's an ult, of course, used, but buying a lot of momentum as Fallen can just go for the Drake uncontested.
And I sort of mentioned this already. The Taxvik topside pathing is going to be, I don't know what this achieves.
There comes the second attempt. W gonna be important. Stopped in his E, and that is just a matter of time. Well played again with the counter gank. No, the repeat gank. Locking down this once, but they get the Drake here. Fallen picking it up in the end. I think Coincidence underestimated that attempt, but let's see. Guffe with his ultimate has so many chakrams around him.
The Poppy on the other side of the wall. This is the dive.
And this is after the ult is used. They're just waiting for the wave. Hex Flash to get a good position. He's saving his ultimate, just taking out the AD carry so that Iloguden can be an easy target for Merbs to pick up. The teleport comes through, but Theodore is only left to see the corpse of his fallen support.
Clean dive by Fallen with a phase rush. He's able to get away fast as a rocket. Taxvik though, punishing that bot side play, securing that objective for himself. Also level 6 on the rail is going to be important for upcoming fights, whether they be in lane or objectives. Just feels like DMG is a bit behind in playmaking tempo due to that mid lane play. They don't really have the power anywhere to get kills. They needed 2 ganks to properly take down Coincidence. Maybe they can do it if Aatrox makes it here in time.
He takes aggro, flashes into Iloguden, who's just waiting there. Theodore is close by. Does have the help from Fallen, but he's without his ultimate, so the peeling potential is lacking. The W doesn't stop much. He's up again from Coincidence, and Fallen is doing a great job supporting his top laner. Flash out. So in the end, it doesn't really work out. The cost Fallen his flash, but maybe there's some potential there from Never Lucky. Nah, doesn't go for it.
They get the Ornn again. But look at how much time that cost. It took them forever to take down the Ornn, and he was behind the enemy tower. That's how long it took for them. And this entire time, Merbs just completely zoning out Guffe. Look at the CS advantage. It's over 30 now.
And the fact that these advantages are coming in this kind of game, let's follow up on this play first. Defensive ultimate from Touch. Agony doesn't have the damage, do not have the setup. So well respected by Touch. But yeah, this game doesn't really allow for too many opportunities in its game state. but still, these kind of advantages has happened. Let's see the attempt here. Theodore trying to pick up Never Lucky. Flash out from Ho-Ho, and yeah. Theodore forces out that summoner, and that's going to be important. Agony Pain, though, spend his own.
Coincidence, rotating all the way down bot.
It's his ultimate. There we goes again. Flash out from Elo Good. He's going to be knocked off. Merbs and Guffe still playing it out. AD carry versus AD carry. Good damage, though, from Guffe. Now, oh, the ultimate, saving him from the long-range snipe. That's well played by DMG.
Really good defensive play by DMG. I'm going to bring us back to the mid lane play, though. They did get the flash from Ho-Ho, but Agony Pain really wanted to kill, so he traded his own flash in the play as well. So both mid laners without it. Again, we have the situation where Fallen can easily look for Hex Flash plays. Just try to CC down Agony Pain.
Oh, the shockwave again! And then he can just run him down there, Fallen. Easy as that. You didn't even get to complete your point. It was that correct. And with another kill in the mid lane, they really, really cemented the fact that Fallen and Ho-Ho are just going to punish Agony Pain at every turn.
And this is the pain of playing immobile champions in this meta. You have Orianna, you have Azir, who constantly dive you, bring you forward for the jungler to follow up on, and Ho-Ho already has played a really, really good game of Orianna, now bringing it out again, getting himself a couple of plates here, and this mid-prio just lets the Poppy do whatever he wants, even with his top laner kind of suffering from the jungle pressure. It's on. He doesn't care. He's gonna bring the utility anyway.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge value, and the front to back of RG is just gonna be just gonna be so strong. And if they have the stats to back that up, then it's gonna be difficult for DMG to find the extra pizzazz that is needed to make that lopsidedness come into balance again. We can of course try to see something around objectives. At this point, they're trying to put two people top, put up the Herald, just trying to get as much gold out of this Herald as possible. But it's going to be pretty standard value out of it. Fallen at the opposite side, though, stealing away the blue buff. At every time they see Toxic, Fallen is making something happen on the other side of the map.
Not only Fallen, it's going to be Ho-Ho joining in as well.
Oh yeah, a lot of members. And they're just, for now, taking down platings, zoning DMG off the tower. Gonna become even further behind here, Guffe. And the fact that, he hasn't died a single time and is still 30 CS behind. It's been a little bit of a struggle for the bot lane of DMG.
The so-called cost of doing business as Philios doesn't really bring any lane priority against this extremely aggressive lane that Rich Gang has drafted for themselves. And with this thing, again, you can see it. The vision is there for the entirety of the bot side jungle. They have lane priority. They're going to be here first and catch Taxvig.
Yeah, and it mostly of all, it just makes him have to use his jump out of the pit, meaning that the Drake is all but secured for Rich Gang, the second of the game. And I'm excited to see what kind of soul and what kind of map we are looking at. It's going to be Infernal. That is great from Rich Gang.
Rich Gang couldn't be happier. Considering their carries, Orianna and Xayah, they do so much with their scaling. Oh! Almost catching Merbs out. Has the reflexes to pedestal out, though. What I was about to say, though, is DMG are now on a timer. They don't like to be on a timer.
They do not, and I don't know how. Okay, this is one way to try to use that. Uses everything they have on touch. But here comes the counter engage. Merbs can't really step in. Too scared of the engage. Here comes Toxfig. They have to make something happen here, DMG, but they do not have a wave to dive with touch. It's going to complete. No, he's not going to complete his back, and it's 4v2. It's just a question of time. Never Lucky has not joined in. Ho-Ho with the teleport, though. Same with Coincidence. He has to at least defend top. But let's see. How are they going to execute on this DMG? Touch. He uses his Q. Here comes the teleport from both sides. Merbs doing what he can, but without the ult, it's going to be so difficult. Coincidence has joined in. Ultimate is going to be great. No, he gets stopped in it. They get, shockwave from Never Lucky. Gets the kill on the support, but no, the jungler. But it's a 2-for-1 in the advantage of DMG. And Rich Gang uses a lot of resources to try to negate that play.
Rich Gang decided against recalling out and sacrificing one of the members, thinking that they can bring it back with the double teleport coming out from Coincidence and Haha, but it turns completely on its head. The burst from DMG was just too much, and now Goofa is back in the game.
Yeah, that's huge for them. They get the first turret. They get so much momentum. Just the fact that now the teleports are not going to be available for a long while. When we're talking about map place, we're talking about the third dragon. You talked about how it was so important that the timer that GMG was on was respected, and they instantly make value out of it.
Herald in the mid lane, gonna net them a little bit of gold, so again, he just can't hold on to his flash. It's
Temp top, you gotta look up, because here comes dive. Merv's gonna get the Drake, they got the tower. He doesn't have his ultimate just yet, and with that CC chain, he didn't have much time to move at all. Let's call it a trade. Two towers for an 80 carry, but still, Rich Gang does get a decent chunk of gold from it.
Yeah, good picks found by DMG, but losing the mid lane tower hurts a ton. It's one of those things that gives over a ton of map advantage over to the enemy. Losing your first mid lane tower, you can't really teleport into it, you lose a ton of vision around the area, and your Raptor camp is now exposed. And Rich Gang, perfectly happy to start punishing it. They have a ton of AoE to clear that quickly with, and we're going to see from the replay what exactly happened in this dive. This is a double TP coming in, but Merb's already burnt the Featherstone, so he's dead. Now on a 2-on-4, the Aura ult misses, but they have the damage only to get one kill back, and that isn't enough for Rich Gang to commit that many resources to.
I don't really see what forces that miss from the Ornn ultimate, the part 2. Felt like that would go through, but I guess there's something that I don't catch in that situation that is perfectly timed from DNG, because of course they're aware of the immense power a hit there would have had for Rich Gang. But for now, at this point, it's history for the players. They're still playing for the objectives, for the towers. 3 turrets to 1 at 17 minutes into the game is clearly a sign that Rich Gang are in the driver's seat, and now they have the potential to push out mid and play for a third break.
They already have a decent amount of vision around the area. They have 2 pink woods at the Pixel Brush and the river side, so they will see DMG approaching eventually. What they don't know is that they're trying to catch out whoever comes to clear this mid wave, and Merbs could get committed onto. Not careful.
It's a little bit of a timer ahead of the Drake spawn, where RG might be a little bit vulnerable. Merbs is out of position. This folio will be a huge fall and gets the ultimate off. And now they're completely split. This fight couldn't be more split, but it seems like Rich Gang has managed to stabilize as they're chasing down Theodore. The E from Agony, good, but I do not think they have the damage to back this up. Taxvik is trying to chase down Merbs, but no. 2 kills for 0. Rich Gang takes the fight, and they're gonna take the Drake.
DMG just cannot follow up on the back lines when Theodore and Taxvik get in. The Poppy ultimate onto the Rel already buys them a ton of time to get the extended fight going that Zaya and Orianna loves. We're going to see it on the replay here, as both teams had the same plan. They wanted to catch out whoever's clearing out the mid wave, committing the Ornn ultimate onto Agony Pain, and all of a sudden finding themselves sandwiched into a choke point. But look at the Poppy ult onto Taxvik here, just completely out of the fight, and Goofa instantly has to flash out. Basically in a 3 versus 5 now, Theodore is gonna get chunked out, and once Goofa has rejoined the fight, even with a nice engage from Taxvik, they don't have anything to follow it up with, winning Rich Gang.
And I have to say, that is a great play from DMG at the get-go. The bait with the Agony is great. The follow-up is there too, but it's Fallen who uses his champ to its limits, and not only gets, as you say, Toxic out of the fight, but also gets peels off Guffe. I mean, he saved that situation from Rich Gang.
It's incredibly difficult for DMG to play against this comp from Rich Gang. We've seen it. The zone denial, I think, is the word I want to use here, of Orianna Ball, of the Feathers, of the Poppy ultimate, of the Ornn ult, forces DMG to play at awkward angles, and Guffe can't find a way to hit anyone. He will instantly get popped if he approaches too far forwards.
And it's not even like Rich Gang are especially vulnerable in their backline. Guffe is vulnerable though, gets completely engaged on. That's a lot of CC, but it's a good target to get. And this is the point where Rich Gang might look at Baron.
They're looking for more as Touch barely missing the Zenith play. But yeah, as I said, Guffe stepping too far forward, instant teleport in from Coincidence. They pick off the AD carry and get insane vision priority objective control around the Baron area, forcing DMG to commit if they want to get anything on this top side of the map. And Elgoodin caught out.
Yeah, gets a stun off 2 of them at Ilagun. He does not have flash, but he does have teammates. The stun is good from Agony. The follow-up is also good from DMG. Drag's fallen back in, but he is tanky. Knock up from Coincidence. The ultimate from Ho-Ho! And the damage from Rich Gang as they've taken control. But look at the damage from Guffe. He is bursting through the front line. Merbs so low. It's a miracle that he's still alive. Good save there from DMG. As for the first time this entire game, Guffe actually gets the time to auto-attack.
Oh, look at it, almost ticks down. Yep, dies to the Leandri. Woo. Just face checking the brush that happened to have a ward, and Ho-Ho picks up one in the aftermath. But if Guffe was even a little bit stronger, that Infernum ultimate could have turned the fight instantly. But as we see from the replay, Elgoodin initially getting caught out. This choke point turns out to be pretty good for DMG. They CC Rich Gang down for quite some time, and their front line is tanky enough to survive the initial burst for Guffe to make it into the fight. Sure, the front line is gone, but look at this Infernum ultimate on the Moonlight Vigil. Boom goes the dynamite, and the kills don't go over, but they manage to defend against them.
And it's really important to point out the fact that Guffe didn't have Infernum when he got into that fight. He cycled through as quickly as he could. That's why we see it a little bit delayed. But when it first comes through, the impact is immense.
Guffe's gone.
In fact, right now, it's not going to be a huge. Guffe died while the replay is running. And Rich Gang are running down the mid lane, trying to get that inhibitor turret. And they're being completely zoned off here, DMG. No entrance for them to defend it.
Theodore's bot lane, they have literally no one to cover this mid inhibitor with a primary source of damage also being dead. I don't think they can contest this. It's going to result in a little bit of income guaranteed with the inhibitor minions running over to their side through the mid lane, so Guffe will most likely be picking those up. But they want more! They want to actually fight!
They kind of need to, but they don't have the numbers to back it up. Has to disengage, gets done, Toxic, flash forward, and E. Coincidence picks up the jungler with Ho-Ho. And again, it is oozing its desperation from DMG. They know this infernal soul is looming on the horizon, but they've just given Rich Gang an even bigger opportunity. The Baron is the next target.
They also have no jungler to contest this with. They're gonna have to fight 5-on-4, and Rich Gang still has most of the ultimate up. Coincidence will have his in a moment's notice, and this could turn out bad for them.
Flash Warrior from Touch gets the mid laner Agony, but Theodore's doing a lot of damage in the backline. Really good ultimate from Coincidence as the Baron is getting low. Smite goes through, but here at this point, I don't know if DMG has it to back it up, but good cook from the Nautilus. Maybe, but never lucky. Ho-Ho just doing so well at kiting, and now it's only Elgoodin left, and he does not have the damage. They do get the Merbs for the at the first end of the fight, but never lucky. So much damage, 7 kills, 0 deaths, 7 assists, and he just seems unstoppable this game.
The Orianna Protect command extra resistance saved him, I think. Barely able to get the E off. We're gonna see this fight again as Theodore finds a pretty good access point to the back line, dealing a ton of damage to Orianna initially, but the rest of his team is in trouble. Guffe already chunked down and knocked up, deleted by the Poppy, basically forced out of the fight there. While it did work out decently well, the Baron did go over to Rich Gang, and with the cleanup kills as well. It's looking rough for DMG.
But of course, you can see DMG eyeing the hope of finally getting Merbs 2 in the same situation. And with that, they might have been able to sweep up the fight. But Never Lucky just so quick on the trigger, defending himself against the flash from the Syndra. And the result right now is an almost insurmountable lead from Rich Gang. They got Baron, they got Infernal Soul, and they're pushing against every single inhibitor. Saying every single, I don't think they need every single inhibitor. They got the bot one, they got these minions. I think they're gonna try to keep on punishing.
Where's Rel? Taxwing looking for a flank angle, but he's level 11.
So far behind, the Guffe gets engaged on before the Rel has even time to converge. He goes down to Fallen, and they have to really make this happen, but Elo Guden already chunked out. Agony can't really step up. The Shockwave picks him up, and we can see Rich Gang is enjoying themselves as they're cleaning up one member after one member, even stopping that teleport as the base is just falling. But Rich Gang, they know this is the end of the game. DMG did not manage to recuperate at any point in the game. Maybe Mervs goes down, but it's just for show. Rich Gang gets their second win of Group A and are poised to meet Ruddy in the last game of the day.
This is turning into a bloodbath of a group with Bloodline, Ruddy, and Rich Gang all contesting the number 1 position. Nobody is undefeated. We may even have some tiebreakers that to resolve eventually. And it just feels bad for DMG. They could have ended the game 2-2, the day 2-2, and be still in the contention for the follow-up bracket spots. But now they're 1-3. Really, really not looking good for them.
Yeah, and this game too, it stings a little bit because it never really looked like they had a proper foot in the game from the First Blood jungler v jungler. It seems like Rich Gang knew what they had to do. They played it safely, they played it securely, they got everything they needed to, and they're sitting there with the win. And this was one of the more standard comps from Rich Gang. They still have a lot of X Factor in the game. We know Never Lucky has a champion ocean to choose from, and he still has that now to think about before the Ruddy game.
Yeah, we still have one more game to go. It's going to be probably the most important one considering the top spots in Group A, as Ruddy will face off against Rich Gang. There we go. Whoa, how did I blank on that? They just played.
I mean, it's the jitters. It's the feeling of a great game that is coming up. We'll be back with Rich Gang versus Ruddy right after this break. And we're back with the NLC RPS. As we're heading into the last game of the day, Rich Gang coming up after a great win versus DMG DK. But now they're facing Ruddy, who is seeking revenge after a little bit of a harsh loss earlier today, finally relinquishing a single loss onto the stat block of the UK.
Yeah, and this game has quite a bit of stakes in it because we're gonna have fully determined standings for Group A after this one. One of the teams will tie Bloodline up 3-1 at the top of the table, while someone will go down to 2-2 with rounds out of all teams after that banger of a game they had earlier. So a lot to play for here with arguably the two strongest teams, although Bloodline has joined the fray.
Yeah, they've been impressive. It's been a little bit of up and down because this entire group just feels like such an undecided moment. There's so many teams that have taken games where you don't expect them to, and at this point, it is almost anyone's game. Of course, getting this win both for Rich Gang and for Ruddy is going to be instrumental.
And again, we already talked about it in the previous game, how important the side selection is for Rich Gang and the champions that they draft. This time they are on red side. If they have a spicy counter pick, they're gonna get to use it. Guaranteed. What it does allow Ruddy to do, though, is get priority picks. I think that's what they kind of lacked against Bloodline earlier, and if they get their comfort, they have a good chance of matching up to the monster that Rich Gang is turning out to be.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see it because it feels like there's two versions of this Rich Gang. It's the blue side and it's the red side. On blue side, they have strong comfort picks where they just in general play a good front to back to hopefully win out the game. And then they have the red side monster with a lot of unpredictable factors. Of course, the haha never lucky Kog'Maw is on top of the list of games where we all were a little surprised. I say all, but I'm not surprised at all. I've seen that 100 times from Never Lucky, but I enjoyed it so much, and I'm hoping for something spicy this game too.
I also enjoyed it because I play AP Kog'Maw, so I actually got to flex a little bit on my matchup knowledge with that one. But the thing is, it's not even only haha who cooks on that team. There could be so spicy kind of pick coming in the top lane, for instance. He plays Yorick. Who plays Yorick?
I love it. I want to see Yorick too, but there's I do think maybe it's a Champool of I'm blanking out, but yeah, the Champool of generally Ruddy is able to take it off. Ackers should be able to negate it, but then again, I don't know what's good about Yorick. I don't know why Yorick is a good thing to play. Except, of course, it's a good split push champion, but it's something I think we have to see to really learn about.
Yeah, we should be adding moments now from draft. If we have an update from production. Yeah, I heard the sound.
This update from production as we're into Champ Select. As you mentioned, Ruddy is on the blue side, gets the priority in the beginning, but it's Rich Gang on the red side that might have the last laugh in the draft.
And we're gonna see what is the priorities that teams are aiming for. Well, Echo's gonna never see the light of day against this Rich Gang team, but on the blue side, you have a ton of easily blindable champions like the Xante, like the Orianna, like Rel. Some junglers are really good. If you want to pick the Rel, though, I think you have to ban the Poppy. Fallen has shown to be really good on it, and
yeah,
it's just annoying to pick your jungler early on. Even though Rel is a good flex pick, if it can lead you to a choke point in what you have to draft for, and then on red side you can just counterpick everything.
The attempt last game from DMG was to ban out the jungler in the early phase. Fallen still coming through, so it's a little bit difficult to deal with that champ. Now we see Sin banning out the Saya. Something we could have seen Sin on, but we're also seeing him having a lot of comfort on the Varus. The bot lane, of course, gonna be important. Sin has been a strong point for Ruddy. Always getting out of those situations well, but they ban out the rel here already.
Yeah, interesting. Orianna, of course, taken out. Still things like Azir now left open. We already saw Kitsua play it once, but Ho almost certainly has a counter pick primed and ready for it. The Xayah ban I want to bring up because it's interesting. Sin has been a really good player on Ruddy throughout the season and has an interesting counter pick against the Xayah. He is an immaculate misfortune player and has been utilizing it as a counter to that. Now, Ruddy though, securing the Sejuani away from Rich Gang.
It's the second way you can deny a champion. You can ban it, or you can pick it up yourself. And yeah, not leaving that up for coincidence is it's definitely something that Ruddy had in their playbook. So yeah, Briar being hovered, but a hover doesn't always mean that it's the case. Varus is the second hover. They're not locking it in just yet. But there they go for it. And it's a way to also take it away from Sin. Both teams taking champions to deny it from the opposition.
And Varus just a huge bully in the game. The Maokai that was hovered by Ruddy earlier, still open, bringing a ton of utility. I don't think we've seen it too much today, actually.
Not today.
Yeah, just kind of weird because it is one of the better junglers on this patch. If you want frontline, if you want CC, it just plays really well. And with Xayah gone, you don't have too many AD carries left that can dodge a full Maokai CC combination.
At this point, at least, it seems like the teams are on the same page.
Oh,
Island's being hovered, and this early in the draft. Two good ults to steal at this point.
you have a Maokai. We have a Maokai. Is what Ruddy says as they look into Silas. It is a blind pick, so could get counter picked pretty heavily. I've seen some people play Cassiopeia, for instance, against Silas, and it is not fun. You can't really use almost any of your abilities when you are standing in the miasma. And they even want the Renekton, so the entire top side now locked in for the side of Ruddy.
Which is interesting, because this will, of course, I assume we'll get some heavy support bans from Rich Gang, but they're obviously gonna wait with their mid laner if they can. But at this point, they don't have to. I assume they're not gonna give away too much information.
Oh, that is annoying. I didn't know Haha played this, but okay, so this is gonna be the first competitive Naafiri game that I get to see. But this champion, if you get a good matchup, is so annoying to deal with. And looking at the composition from Ruddy, they're gonna have to face the dog head on.
I mean, I'm in the same boat as you. I've never seen this champ from a caster's perspective before. It's gonna be a wild ride, and who else but Never Lucky to take us on it? And now they just gotta round up this draft around this champ.
Yeah, Naafiri is one of those champions that if you can peel her away with things like the Lissandra, things like, Orianna does fine, it can be an absolute pain to play this character, but with the picks that Ruddy currently have, they don't really have a way to get away from the dog. He will chase you down and eventually force you to fight, and the bans go accordingly. Seraphine and Braum, both good peeling champions, instantly taken off the table, forcing Ruddy to face them head on.
And I'm expecting Ruddy to be a little bit panicked here. They really have to think about this draft. They're taking away the Jax alongside the Lulu. Don't know if the Jax is something we would ever see in this draft from Rich Gang, but they still do it as they hover around a couple of champions here. The Poppy, it's gonna be top side this time.
Okay, so
Insta-lock Tarek. Panic.
Oh,
who am I to talk about Ruddy? They know exactly what they want to do, and they lock it in a split second. I think Rakan here most likely would be great to match it up, but you don't have to peel if you're invulnerable. That is the notion of this Tarek.
I think, Doug Slater, you're gonna be talking a lot in this game because nobody's willing to back down. They were considering the Renata, which would be really good against Nyla, Tarek, Renekton, Sejuani. You may notice I'm leaving one champion out here because if you hostile takeover and you face a hostile takeover, it's not gonna be fun for you either way. So instead, picking up the Rakan provides some additional peel and engage potential. We're in for a bloodbath for our last game of the day.
I mean, I guess I gotta learn a theory today, Carvis. The champ that is advertised as being choosing when to go in and trying to get a kill to remain in. But if you fail, you fall off. It's a flip. It's how to learn an assassin. And never lucky. Ha is gonna pop it in. As I get the abilities on my screen at least. Don't know if that's the case for the stream too. It is not. I'm being lured by production. I'm being coached. As the champion ocean has come to fruition. We get to see our first Naafiri.
But yeah, as you said, Naafiri, a complete feast or famine champion, similar to things like Talon. You either get yourself going in a good matchup and completely take over the map, or you're gonna be a dog trying to look for a possible flank angle onto the enemy carries that are squishy enough for you to nuke down before you die yourself. Will be interesting to see how Rich Gang approaches this.
Yeah, it's gonna go as advertised here, Carvis. We're gonna have such a great last game. I'm hyped up. I'm thinking the chat seems pretty hyped up too, as Rich Gang and Ruddy vying for those last 3 points of the day, and we'll have to follow the junglers here.
Yeah, this is going to be a jungle show. Both of them bringing heavy utility into a ton of killer potential. Both Varus and Naafiri can delete you at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Nyla, Tarek, and Silas, no slouches either. Renekton on the top side may not be able to battle against Crimson as hard as you'd think. Just poking a little bit in the early game, but it's just Angry Bee your way to victory for Akkus in this game. Yeah, we just have to talk about this Naafiri for a little bit. It's okay. Fact number 1, this matchup is horrible for Silent. Fact number 2, Naafiri surprisingly scales really well. So while you normally, when you see an assassin, think that, okay, now you're on a timer, you need to play aggressive and eventually end the game before you get outscaled, Naafiri, similar to Zed, can still play in the late game, dealing a ton of damage, being surprisingly tanky as well through her itemization.
Yeah, and that is obviously going to be what Rich Gang are putting all their eggs in. It's that basket where if you get the snowball, yeah, you're gonna win out. But if you don't, it's still gonna be possible for Never Lucky to be that X Factor player that he always seems to be. I kind of just want to lock the Cam mid lane, but there's a lot of league to be playing on the map.
Indeed, and on the other side, for Ruddy, this Nyla Tarek, incredibly powerful duo. Just, if you get a good Nyla ultimate into an invulnerable Tarek up team, Naafiri is not going to matter.
Well played bot lane by Rich Gang. But yeah, I completely agree. And there are some factors too in terms of this Tarek. Usually one way to play against this ultimate is to wait it out. Naafiri does not necessarily have that option. It's in or nothing. And you don't really get to choose. You're not self-taunted like Briar, but it's the second closest thing.
What they do have, though, is the Poppy ultimate. We already saw the peeling potential it has in one of our games. It's just a lot harder to hit it on the entire team.
Yeah, for sure. But also, let's whip the coin again. Ketso can steal the Poppy ultimate and make some insane counterplays too. You talked about... Oh, let's see if top... Yeah, nothing big happening there. You talked about... not allowing the Renata ultimate into the hands of the Silas.
Gonna bring to your attention real quick. Sejuani and Silas are looking for bot lane.
Oh. Yeah, Silas going off though. Crisis steps over a ward, sees the Scryer's Bloom from Fallen, and knows the opposing jungler is close by. But a good catch. Both teams looking for opportunities early, even with their mid laners for a roam. Here again, Ketsu on the move.
And Chris skipped his Raptor camp. Get that short invade / gank angle, but the nice defensive ward from Rich Gang completely prevents that plan. And this is now a tempo advantage for Fallen. He is going to be level 4 coming into this Scuttle fight eventually, even with the priority of the bot lane going over to Ruddy.
Ooh, good damage back from Rich Gang, actually. It doesn't even take a single bit of damage. Fallen manages to snag away the Scuttler in the meantime. Katsuo a little late to the party. And Rich Gang, for now, doing well. Biding their time against the jungler who's trying to make something happen, but they're having the control for now.
Chris is gonna be so annoyed by this level disadvantage now because Fallen can just sit in this brush and trade against the Sejuani.
They can. Let's see. Renekton is first on the roam. Pink's coming through though. Still staying for the fight, Fallen. Hoho on their way. Katsuo 2, but they're never lucky. Over the wall. Thumbs up. No Fury. First blood.
Yep, that's gonna be a problem.
I thought maybe Ketsu was really vying for blood there, but he disengages. Bot lane though, knock up from Rakan. Sin is trying to get away, but the damage from Merbs is huge. Shield is helping out, but the cleanse. Oh, now it's only Yamsu. He's actually running down Merbs. Can he get him down? Flashes out of the stun, tries to flash out there. Yamsu touches low, but has another W. Knock up is there, and the bot lane of Rich Gang wins the 2v2, and it's already going great for the Norwegian team.
Rich Gang, full force ahead. Mid lane, they have the matchup coming in now with the red buff on deck.
Crisis, he has to make some sort of consolation play. Can he run down Hoho? Flash out, easy peasy from the Norwegian mid laner, and now it's just looking great already. 2.5k above their opposition.
And this is the win condition for this Rich Gang squad. Get the aggressive lanes ahead, get far enough ahead to properly contest every single objective. Do not give Ruddy even a chance to get into the game. We're gonna see this 2v2 again as you look at the sidestep from Merbs in this fight. Already one Taric stun dodge. Sin buys a little bit of time with the W, but the damage is already done. And the Sin Annihilator low range just doesn't let him approach the fight. Another Taric stun dodge, just not letting any CC land. And with the touch follow up, it's a clean double kill for the AD carry.
And we're not done just yet as this mid lane plays out. Let's see how Hoho that's how it's done. Ketsuo never has a chance. Gets chomped up by the pack.
On live, we may have some action.
We do. Fallen. This is a flashless Taric. Couldn't be any easier. And they already had Sin. So this is the 4th kill of the game from Merbs.
And
this is going completely out of control so quickly.
It's as we talked about, Darkslider, in the draft. It's all or nothing. You can't get away with these team comps that are on the Rift. And now with the advantage that Rich Gang has accrued on the bot side, Touch and Merbs can just keep forcing the issue. Nyla, horrible at playing defensively underneath the tower with the low range against the Varus out of all things. You're just gonna get poked down.
Yeah, it's going to be such a struggle, and it all stems out from just a beautiful 2v2 play from Rich Gang. It couldn't have been any sweeter, and let's see this repeat attempt.
Yeah, Sin, again, just trying to get back into the game, force down Touch on the dive, but the 1Q miss just pays the price, dies, and loses his support, as well as Fallen is there to punish.
It is Sin really feeling the pressure, feeling like he has to make it happen. But it's just too easy. Here, call of the pack from Hoho, never lucky. Can they find an angle in with Merbs missing his ultimate? It does not seem as such, but the Drake is still a prime objective.
And Ruddy trying to look for any sort of angle on the map, but even Akaris on the top side suffering in the Poppy matchup now that the Bami Cinder is in the inventory, giving some extra tankiness to coincidence this invade though.
Yeah, this might be early. I think Chris's got it, but does he manage to keep his life? Get the help from its mid laner. Ultimate missing out. No, that was Ketsuos. Keeps his jungler just barely alive, but he still has to stem the tide that's coming mid lane.
Good save from Ketsuo, but that buys Rich Gang enough time to go over to the dragon and maybe even punish bot if they... No, they don't have the movement speed necessary to cash the Taric Nyla out, but they don't even want to take the objective. They're perfectly happy with the situation on the map currently, forcing Ruddy to interact.
Here they go, trying to get Merbs again, but the sidesteps are just too good. He has a full Blade of the Ruined King, and his autos are gonna shred through this Taric. Still has an ultimate available. Here comes a flash forward from Merbs. No, from Sin, tries to get the kill off. Saves time with the ultimate of Taric, and they do get 2 kills. Now they have to defend themselves against the Maokai, who wants to take revenge for the loss of his bot lane. But the flash out from Jamsu is enough, and it's a great play, and they're not done just yet. It's so low, this Maokai tries to heal. W saves his life. It's a 1-for-1, but Sin gets out alive and with huge amounts of cash in his pocket.
Level 6 power spike from Nyla Terry cannot be underestimated. Rich Gang with no defensive summoners to speak of, fall victim to the all-in, but now Haha looking for revenge.
He really wants it. Here comes touch 2. Sin, how do you counterplay this? Maybe with that shield, but no. Neverlucky still gets it. 3rd kill for him, and this champ is not gonna get any weaker as we go along here, so Ruddy should feel the pressure.
Ruddy definitely under pressure, but their power spikes are still to come. Only Nyla Taric currently strong on the map, playing in the 2v2. Renekton and Silas still not really active, haven't been able to participate in the skirmishes due to missing items or critical level power spikes. Level 9 is usually where this Silas starts to be able to man-fight properly, just constantly taking ultimates and fighting his way into the backline. The question we have to ask, though, is the backline too strong for Getsun?
Might even be the case. Did see, though, already managed to get the Herald. Fallen decided against trying to contest it alongside Coincidence. Drake is still up. It's of the powerful variety, as the Hextech Drake, of course, gives a lot of stats. But now we see a roam. Ruddy really wants to find this Nafiri.
They are looking to approach the dragon area. Ultimate still down from Yamasu on the Taric, so Ruddy would like to fight when that is up, but again, Rich Gang has the power to force the issue, already started up by Fallen, and rest of the team converging onto this objective. It's probably gonna go uncontested by Ruddy.
Yeah, it's a hard sell to go for the contest, and Crisis is close enough to maybe go for it. But I think it's the correct choice from Ruddy. They need to slow down the game just that little bit. Taking that fight would have probably been their doom. Now though, Ketso looking for an overstep from Hoho.
I think even if Hoho oversteps, Ketso's not gonna be able to punish. It's mostly just get the wave fixed in a position where he can last him without losing a quarter of his health to a repeated Q. And as the production points out, it's dark on the side of Ruddy. They have no information of where the Maokai is lumbering about.
Lumbering is the right term for it. He is looking. Now he's going to roam down. Another attempt from Ruddy, but touch manages to avoid it. Goes back in as they know that Fallen and Hall are on their way. Doing a lot of damage before, and Merbs again sidesteps the ease of the Taric. The flash out is not going to get Crisis out. Taric ultimate is not going to protect the AD carry. And look at Hoho. Now it's just the chase. Merbs taking the glory and honor this time. But Rich Gang, as a squad, takes another huge win.
Nice collapse from Rich Gang. This is kind of what we expected from this team. On day one, they maybe didn't play to their full potential, but as we see in this replay, it was a nice attempt from Ruddy to get at least a single pick. But the peel from Touch and Merbs together is just too hard to stick on if you can't get a Taric stun follow-up onto the Sejuani engage. After that is done, with the Chains of Corruption rooting up the Sejuani, the collapse is there, and pretty easy to pick up a couple of kills with.
Yeah, but just in general, really good communication from Rich Gang. They know the collapse is coming. We're not done just yet as Keto goes for the trade with Ho-Ho, but Rich Gang are just so quick to collapse. Touch though getting almost caught out, but manages to flash out of danger in this 3v4 situation where Ruddy manages to get a little bit of power.
Yeah, a bunch of flashes committed though. Touch and Fallen losing both of theirs, so engage potential now diminished a little bit. Still does not hamper them from defending against this Herald push. They're gonna get the charge off, but no money to the carries, and Merbs collapsing.
Knocked up, Chains of Corruption, and this is already a done deal. Look at the damage coming through. It's Ho-Ho who comes out of nothing after the flash. Ketsuo falls too, and this Nafiri just looks absolutely off the hook.
Champion Ocean coming out in full force. Yeah, this is starting to snowball out of control. Let's be real. Rich Gang 13-3 up at the moment, 5k gold ahead, and as previously mentioned, they're gonna get stronger. Nafiri scales really well.
And it fits so well into Ho-Ho Never Lucky's playbook. He loves these champions that just have that pick potential, has the assassin trademark, and goes to the late game really, really well. We see it on Kassadin, we see it on the Kog'Maw, and now we have Nafiri too. Just to list a few of them, it just fits so well into their comp, and now just more things that other teams have to respect when they're facing Rich Gang throughout the tournament.
Speaking of respect, Coincidence doesn't have any. Just looking for the raw one-on-ones against the Renekton, trading off HP, but no Mythic on the Poppy. Once the Mythic is finished, those trades may go a little bit worse for Akers, but
all in all, yeah, this one is gonna be difficult. Ho-Ho is here, Call of the Pack goes through, and he's just gonna get himself another kill. Akers is gonna survive for a little bit and bait out the fact that Fallen gets a kill, but it's no issue for Rich Gang. They're just keeping on the momentum. I don't know how Ruddy's gonna find a way to stop this.
Ruddy needs to get picks. They need to calm down the state of the map and play through this bot side with...
This is an attempt. Touch gets done, but do they have the damage to follow it up? Sin is still going in though, teleport behind them, but do they have the damage in the meantime? Both teams putting in a teleport. It's Coincidence that's coming, pushes Jamsu under the tower, doesn't take damage due to his ultimate, but Touch is going in for engage again, gets two people with his ultimate, and the damage on Jamsu might be enough, but it's not. 4v3, it's the most members from Ruddy, which saves them out, but they're losing stuff on the other side of the map. They still need to try to push for this.
They're gonna keep going. Coincidence really tanky and can establish lane control. There's no pressure on the top side of the map yet since the tower already down. Akers can take a bit to get the wave underneath top tier 1, and this time the dragon is up. No teleport on the Renekton.
Let's see though, Chris is a little stuck. Only 2 tanks to contest them, but it seems like Coincidence is too scared. Another nice sidestep, ultimate coming in. The follow-up is called Never Lucky. He is with his pack. Jams are taking so much damage in the meantime, and Fallen and Coincidence just won't die. They're gonna finish the job before the dogs can even get there, and it's 3 kills, and it's 2 tanks that secure it.
They didn't even need the Nafiri there. It was just tank meatball duty, able to deal enough damage and tank everything thrown at them. They are that far ahead. And it's just so rough for Ruddy to do anything. Even with the collective power spike on Sin, you have to get them low enough to get the execute, and that's not happening anytime soon.
You see though, Coincidence almost getting a 1v2 kill under the tower. Akers having to flash out. Herald is spawning again, and this time I do think maybe Rich Gang will just secure it, just to get as much value away from Ruddy. Coincidence, still dancing around topside, keeping Akers honest. While, yeah, here they come. Rich Gang is collapsing for the Herald.
The Herald is a point of contention for Ruddy if they can, for example, get Merbs over in the mid lane trying to establish wave control, but sadly the Nyla just isn't there. Really a critical part of the team comp to get a good engagement onto the back line with the double dashes, but the disadvantage that Ruddy is at just hampers the confidence to look for plays, and the Rich Gang is gonna keep going.
Yeah, chasing here, Hoho. Jamsu has a long road ahead of him as Hoho smells blood. But yeah, managed to find his way out. Rich Gang still pushing in the mid lane. Sin doing his best to stop it. But yeah, we're not done just yet. Katsuo is found out. Never lucky, never takes damage. Yeah, he doesn't need luck. He just takes what he wants, and Rich Gang knows that they have the strength to take this mid lane fight too. Good ultimate from Merbs. Sin taking so much damage, still trying to fight, keeping himself alive for now, and with the Taric ultimate, maybe there's a chance to turn it around. Touchdown, his ultimate is good, but Sin has the damage. The Taric goes down, Sin falls too, and in the end, Rich Gang still way too strong to be in any trouble.
It started to feel like a straight-up stat check from Rich Gang, powering through the Taric ultimate. It was a 3-on-4 there, so with the man advantage, they are able to close the gap and keep Ruddy locked up for long enough. And those are the type of plays that Ruddy needs to look for. It's just, can they get the initiative? Whenever Rich Gang is the one going on to Ruddy, it's already looking rough. But if they can play through vision, if they can play through positioning and find the miracle to catch Haha or Merbs, it may still be playable for Ruddy.
It really does, and it's just so tough when a name like Rich Gang, and you can slap the opponent with your wallet this hard. Ruddy just battered and bruised, and has to defend even more now. They're trying to push bot lane. Big dive on Hoho. Flashes out. Is alive for now. But here comes the entire rest of Ruddy. And finally, they get the shutdown on Hoho. What does it cost, though?
The Baron looking like the price to pay, but that's 1,000 gold shutdown over to the Sylas. We've seen what Sylas can do with those sorts of advantages, but yeah, this should be an easy objective secured, and now Chris is out of position, will most likely get chased down by a Rich Gang, but they're losing a ton of objectives on the bot side. Already a tower gone, and the objective bound in gold does eventually stack.
Yeah, this push from Ruddy had some value, buying a lot of time there too, Crisis, though he went down. That's worth too much. But here, another chase from Rich Gang. W goes far for the jungler, but let's see if Merc can dish out the damage of the wall. Here comes Touch, they have one. Akers trying to find Merbs, but look at the kiting! Look at the moves! And look at the damage as Rich Gang manages to punish the play in the end.
Okay, hear me out. Sure, Ruddy got aced. They lost the Baron, but they just got double shut down onto Sin's Nyla. We're gonna probably see that fight again, how this played out as Rich Gang get the recalls off. You see that Poppy and Rakan haven't joined the fray yet. They were busy chasing down the Sejuani. But here, Fallen sees the W chance, teleport down from the Poppy also to catch any stragglers. So it is a long one, but it was necessary in case the play goes haywire like it almost did. Merbs, thankfully, beautiful kiting backward in the team fight, and finally Coincidence joins the fight, pick up the final kill.
But I do very much agree with you. With the game state as it was, this is almost like a blessing for Ruddy. It's what they could have hoped for. It gives them at least some gold to play with. And now with the third item done for Sin, there are fights that can happen where Ruddy come out ahead.
3 items on the Nyla, so there is something to play with. Akers
in trouble. but not an engage from Rich Gang. Drake is just left in the back. Rich Gang just wants to push with his Baron, try to get the inhibitor turret, and I don't think Ruddy has much to say about it.
Is the Herald? Is Herald marching down the bot lane?
Okay. Do we want to see some moves? Do we see some dancing? Seems like Rich Gang is going for it. Ultimate from Poppy. Is it gonna come through? Yeah, Akers is blown out of the way. Herald charges in. It's gonna go down. But what about the fight? Good ultimate from the Sejuani, and this might be something. Really great ult from Sin as the damage is coming through. Ho-Ho goes down. So does Fallen as Ruddy are charging forward. Mervs falls. So does Touch. And only coincidence is left as Sin has carved through Rich Gang in an impossible team fight.
That's
Look
a Quadra kill!
Let him go, Quadra!
What on earth did Ruddy just do?
That is the impossible fight. It is the definition of ruddying up as the Rich Gang just are a little bit too eager. And look at this team fight.
Let's break this down. The Taric ultimate doesn't buy too much time, but Sin in the middle just stacks everyone up for huge AoE damage combined with Akers. Mirbs goes completely untouched, but the DPS is enough from Ruddy to just force their way through the front line and eventually securing the kills on the final members of Rich Gang. And what a fight from Ruddy to bring them back into the game from a situation that looked almost impossible.
Sin just living that entire fight in purgatory on the brink of life and death. But he brings it down on Rich Gang. That is such a huge Quadra. And if that gives Ruddy a chance to come back, he'll live to see this VOD over and over again. Of course, Rich Gang still in the driver's seat. But this is call it a mental blow, as Ruddy was not supposed to have that good of a fight.
It's still a hard situation for Ruddy to play from, but now Rich Gang could be shook a little bit. They still want to force through the top lane.
Akers not here, teleport available, but Rich Gang has already engaged. Tower down, the good chains of corruption, but let's see if Crisis can do anything in the front line. Touch get caught down. That's a Gult Silas ultimate with the Maokai. The damage coming through both ways. Murph is taking down the Renekton though, and here is Ho-Ho Unleashed. He's doing so much damage. So is Merbs. Here was a Quadra of his own. Ketsu was so low. Sin trying to make another miracle play as the stopwatches are waiting out, but Sin goes down in the end. Only Ketsu left actually. Coincidence and Fallen. It's the tanks that are still alive. We've seen this before, but they're gonna try to secure an inhibitor at least. I think maybe with a back here and some regenning that Ketsuo might be able to thwart these two chunky boys.
There's still the Poppy W to fight against, so this inhibitor will most likely fall. The question is, can he get any kills? The chains won't land, and I think Rich Gang makes it out. It would be quite risky for Ketsuo to try to follow this up.
He's on the board. He's bottom. Is he and Rich Gang are just waiting for the prime opportunity? Really good foresight from Ketsuo. That damage on Fallen might be what triggers and engage. Here he goes. W from Coincidence into the wall. Gets the kill on first. Heal on the W. And he gets that shot down. He gets the double kill as he chases down the remaining members of Rich Gang.
Ruddy fans, you better be screaming their name as they are mounting the comeback of a lifetime here. The final game of RPS Group A for today, and I already honestly thought that this is it. But Rich Gang overcommitting, trying to finish the game, and Ruddy's just finding fight after fight that goes their way.
Rich Gang still going the ultimate on the Touch, not doing too much. Buying a lot of time here, Rich Gang. 3v5, but look at the damage from Mervs. He's already taking down Crisis. Now there's no chance for this Baron to be continued. Looking at Ho-Ho to look for the engage. There he goes in. Knock up from Touch, teleport in. Mervs again doing so much damage. Ketsuo trying to do his best. Good kill from Sin as he goes down, but the Silas will fall too. And Ho-Ho suddenly and willfully gets his revenge.
40-second death timers, they're going for it.
This might just be it. Ruddy has been fighting nail and claw, but this one seems a little bit too difficult.
It's going to be close. The inhibitors are respawning soon, but with the mid lane going down, only now they can just head towards the final Nexus tower, and it's only Chris's Knackers to defend.
Here comes Chris's. It's without towers. It's gonna die at that point. Maokai ultimate. Look, they're just peeling away. Now Chris is alone without their Renekton. Jansue is back. Ultimate not available. They're just, they're a little bit stylish right now. Rich Gang. The Nexus is of course going to fall. Sin takes down Touch, but the most important objective, of course, has already exploded. And despite the greatest of efforts from Ruddy, it's still Rich Gang that goes away with the victory, and a great day on the Rift.
Just an absolutely insane game to close it out off with. It just shows the power these two teams are bringing to the table. Rich Gang dominating since minute one, an incredibly good draft from them, good individual performance in lane, but the late game macro and team fights, Ruddy just giving them a run for their money, trying to fight tooth and claw to try and secure a comeback win, but it is eventually Rich Gang who go to the 3-1 position tied for first with Bloodline.
And of course, Ruddy not happy with the 0-2. Their ingenuity and skill did not manage to mount a comeback, though it seemed somewhat viable at the end there versus Rich Gang. But yeah, Rich Gang 2-0 for the day. Ruddy the opposite. And we'll take a little look at the predictions before we talk about the brackets in total. And we see, casters not really hitting the mark today.
I'm tied for first? What? I got 3 correct, apparently. I had no idea why I'm one of the better ones. This just wasn't our day.
I mean, it was a little bit of a special one. For example, that DMG game that a lot of us fell on the third one, that's the one where Rounds got the Doran's shield. And also, the first game today, great victory from DO7 that no one predicted, and I feel like they're of course really happy about that. We were the smart ones. We believed in the Rich Gang power, and it gives us at least the honor of having 50% right. What a great performance.
50% on this sort of day, I'll take it. But
I can agree.
That was the last game of day.
And I think I want more, but at the same time, can I handle more? Well, we'll get more, but that is not today. We have more delicious NLC RPS coming up on Sunday and on Monday, which are the main group, and then we have some good tiebreakers to get through. And I think you're right about that, Carvis, especially with this Group A. There has to be some tie breaking going on. I couldn't imagine anything else, but yeah, we are gonna round off the day. I'm gonna congratulate everyone with getting to see the strangeness that was the entirety of this round in Group A, and also of course the teams that are now looming on top with Bloodline and Rich Gang cementing themselves as prime contenders at getting into the playoffs.
Yeah, and we get to see how Group B does. That'll be on Sunday. Make sure to check those out. Check out the NLC socials for our predictions that apparently are completely coin flip. I don't know. I apparently did good today. I'm good with that. But yeah, Sunday is gonna be when you see us.
And with that,